What is really happening behind the closed doors of the British royal family? A simmering rumor has begun to spread, shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. Prince William, the heir to the throne, has taken an unprecedented step by directly intervening in the royal titles of Queen Camilla's family. And, as expected, Camilla is said to be furious. Reports suggest she did not hold back her outrage upon hearing the news. But what could have driven William to take such a bold move? Is this merely a symbolic gesture? Or is it the opening salvo in a deeper power struggle within the royal household? Could it be that Prince William is trying to restore order and dignity to his mother Diana's legacy by diminishing the influence of the Parker-Bowles clan? And what about Camilla, the woman who journeyed from the other woman to queen? Will she surrender so easily? This story is far more complex than what the public is being told. Join us as we trace each clue, peel back the layers of royal intrigue, and uncover why this clash might just mark the beginning of a new storm within the House of Windsor. According to senior sources, Prince William has formally initiated the process of revoking the royal privileges of Camilla's family, including ceremonial titles, status references, and informal access that Camilla had quietly secured for her children and grandchildren over the years. Although Camilla's relatives were never in the official line of succession, their growing presence in royal circles frustrated traditionalists and infuriated William and Kate behind the scenes. Now, that presence is being systematically dismantled in what aides call a monarchy reset. William reportedly instructed the palace to eliminate all honorary affiliations granted to the Parker-Bowles family, including their inclusion in royal invitations, seating arrangements at state events, and any mention in internal royal communications. This adjustment is presented as a restoration of strict constitutional alignment. But beneath the formal language lies a clear and stern message. The monarchy is for those born into it, not those who marry into it, and certainly not their extended families. How did Camilla react? Explosively, furiously. Personally, multiple sources report that Camilla erupted in rage, bursting into tears, shouting at staff, and labeling the directive a deliberate public humiliation. One witness overheard her yell, "I have spent decades earning my place, and now he is erasing me and my family with one stroke." It was not just that her grandchildren were barred from royal ceremonies. Her legacy was being severed from the crown. Despite her role as queen consort alongside Charles, the timing makes this even more striking. With King Charles facing mounting health concerns and William taking on more public duties, this decision seems to offer an early glimpse of William's reign. A leaner, stricter monarchy, free of controversy and personal favoritism. Camilla views this as more than a policy shift. It is a personal betrayal. Behind palace walls, a quiet struggle is unfolding, not just over titles, but for the monarchy's very survival. Camilla Parker-Bowles has played a long game for years. No one expected her to become queen, let alone one of the most powerful women in the monarchy. Vilified by the public, dismissed by royal traditionalists, and forever branded as the woman who came between Charles and Diana, Camilla not only secured her own crown, but began building an empire around it through calculated silence, steadfast loyalty, and impeccable timing. That empire extended beyond herself. It gradually encompassed her children, Tom Parker-Bowles and Laura Lopes, and then her 5 grandchildren, none of whom carry a drop of royal blood, but all of whom began appearing in royal settings, raising eyebrows behind the scenes. Tom and Laura, Camilla's children from her former marriage to Andrew Parker-Bowles, were initially obscure in royal circles. They lived quietly, rarely appeared in press photos, and held no formal roles within the royal family. But after Camilla married Charles in 2005, and especially as her public image softened in the 2010s, subtle changes emerged. These began with special access, private invitations to royal residences, participation in high-security family events, and even appearances at major public ceremonies. Albeit on the sidelines, Camilla's children received no formal titles but were granted quiet advantages. Staff began referring to them as the Queen's family, and courtiers were instructed to include them in certain royal documents, guest lists, and ceremonial protocols. According to a former royal aide, it started subtly. A name on a list here, a seat closer to the front there, but then, in the blink of an eye, they were treated as part of the royal inner circle. Camilla's shrewd patience made this possible. Never demanding too much at once, she gradually crafted a narrative of inclusivity, arguing that blended families should be embraced in a modern monarchy. Her boldest move came during King Charles's coronation, when her grandsons Gus, Louis Lopes, and Freddie Parker Bowles served as pages of honor. These roles were traditionally reserved for royal descendants or sons of dukes. The decision stunned some insiders. The coronation was a line in the sand. One courtier explained, "It was not just about respect for Camilla. It was a clear signal. Her family had arrived." Reports suggest Camilla quietly advocated for her grandchildren to receive ceremonial titles or at least public recognition, which would carry symbolic weight even without succession rights. She wanted her family to leave a lasting legacy, to be seen as an indelible part of the monarchy's future. What followed was a discreet but determined campaign. Royal photographers were expected to take extra pictures of Camilla's grandchildren at events. Public relations staff were encouraged to mention them in media briefings. Some staff joked, albeit with unease, that the monarchy was slowly evolving into a dual dynasty, the Windsors by blood and the Parker Bowles by proximity. Not everyone was amused. Prince William, in particular, grew increasingly concerned. Sources close to him say he believed Camilla was overstepping, exploiting her position beside the king to blur the lines between royal duty and personal preference. He was uncomfortable with presenting children unrelated to the crown as key members of the monarchy. Princess Kate shared these concerns. "They have always believed in a streamlined, duty-bound monarchy," one source explained. For them, it was not just about titles. It was about preserving the crown's integrity. Yet Camilla persisted. She reportedly lobbied for her grandchildren to have permanent ceremonial roles at official events, receive courtesy titles, and even requested new residences for her family on royal estates. All were quietly denied, delayed, or ignored. But behind those rejections, a storm was brewing. While Camilla was busy expanding her family's presence, Prince William was planning to reclaim the palace for the Windsors, and only the Windsors. What began as mild favoritism was now perceived as an unofficial power grab. The heir to the throne was no longer willing to stay silent. For years, William watched quietly as the monarchy became unrecognizable, bloated, diluted, and increasingly blurred between bloodline and social favor. He remained composed in public, projecting the image of a devoted son and heir. But behind palace walls, he was plotting a reboot to return the monarchy to its roots, lean, legitimate, and distinctly Windsor. Those closest to William say his vision is driven by duty, not ego, a genuine belief that the crown must be shielded from the corrosive effects of sentiment, controversy, and secondary royalty. While he respects his father's affection for Camilla, he has made it clear that love does not equal lineage. A core principle underpins William's plan. Only those of royal blood will represent the monarchy. No honorary titles for in-laws. No ceremonial roles for children unrelated to the crown. No blurred lines. William believes the crown must rise above favoritism and family politics. Palace sources say he has long been troubled by the public's growing disapproval of royal extravagance. He studied polling data, followed tabloid scandals, and observed reactions whenever taxpayer funds supported distant relatives with little constitutional relevance. His approach is rooted in the core monarchy philosophy of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth II, envisioning a compact, focused royal team centered on the sovereign, their direct heirs, and working royals performing official duties. Nothing more, nothing less. As he gains prominence, William has begun implementing this vision step by step. First came internal memos revising ceremonial rosters, updating public engagement roles, and removing individuals not directly tied to the line of succession. Then followed public moves, ensuring only blood relatives were front and center at major events, reducing the visibility of extended family members, and, most controversially, rescinding Camilla's honorary privileges for her grandchildren. This was not petty. It was calculated. The monarchy cannot afford confusion. William reportedly told a senior advisor, "The public must know who serves and who merely stands beside." To some, this may seem harsh, but William sees it as necessary. He believes the crown should embody clarity over compassion for the sake of ease. If the royal family is to survive in an era of skepticism, controversy, and social media, its identity must be unassailable, requiring tough decisions his father has long avoided. Charles, for all his virtues, is seen as a sentimental ruler. He values old friendships, assigns symbolic roles, and often avoids conflict for the sake of family unity. But William is different. His approach is deliberate, modern, and increasingly uncompromising. Nothing exemplifies this shift more than his refusal to let Camilla's family benefit from her royal status. No matter how long she has worn the crown, William views Camilla as the monarch's consort, not the monarchy's matriarch. Her children and grandchildren, simply private citizens. This reset does not reject Camilla as a person, but the system that allowed personal favoritism to seep into Buckingham Palace. William does not aim to preside over a sentimental court. He aspires to lead a rebuilt institution, clean, credible, and stripped to its essential core. Camilla has suffered a heavy blow, but for William, this is the first step toward preserving the monarchy for the next generation. His generation. When Queen Camilla learned the news, one aide described the reaction in Clarence House as nothing short of volcanic. The elegance and calm of her royal residence were shattered by an outburst of rage and disbelief. Though royal tantrums are rarely discussed publicly, those close to the Queen consort say this one was unmistakable. Upon learning of William's formal order to revoke all honorary privileges and ceremonial ties from her children and grandchildren, Camilla reportedly shouted at staff, insisting on names, explanations, and an immediate fix to this madness. "How dare he? How dare he do this to me?" she allegedly yelled through tears. "After everything I have sacrificed and given, he repays me by erasing my family." Camilla found the timing, method, and message of the decision particularly painful. There was no private discussion or courteous warning from William. Instead, she learned of the directive through a briefing from a senior aide. Like any routine procedural update, it was cold, clinical, and, in her view, designed to humiliate. Camilla was inconsolable for hours. Staff say she canceled 2 events, refused meals, and instructed aides to clear her schedule indefinitely. One senior courtier noted she barely spoke for most of the day, only pacing, muttering, and crying. She kept saying, "He is trying to obliterate me." Sources close to her say she believed the move was deeply personal, tied to Diana rather than royal structure. This is Diana's revenge through him. Camilla reportedly told a close friend, "He will not let go of the past. Not even now. Not even after I have proven myself." The most shocking claim, Camilla allegedly accused William of disrespecting his father's marriage and claimed Kate encouraged the decision, describing the Princess of Wales as smiling and silent while twisting the knife. Insiders say the relationship between Camilla and Kate, previously described as friendly but distant, is now ice-cold. Camilla reportedly refused to make eye contact with Kate at a recent joint royal engagement, acknowledging her only briefly in public or behind the scenes. The message was clear: you stood by and let this happen. Even Charles, who has often balanced roles as peacemaker and monarch, was reportedly rattled by his wife's breakdown. One aide overheard Camilla shouting at him privately, "Your son has humiliated me before the entire country, and you are going to let him get away with it?" Charles, torn between devotion to his wife and his son's growing authority, offered no immediate response. Some insiders suggest Camilla was more hurt by this silence than by the decision itself. She expected Charles to intervene. One courtier said, but deep down, she knows William's influence is growing and that Charles is already preparing to cede more power to him. Camilla saw this as more than a matter of access and honors. It was about legacy, the belief that she had finally been accepted, not just as queen, but as an indelible thread in the fabric of royal history. Now, that thread is being snipped, one ceremonial cut at a time. Following William's bold decision to suspend royal privileges for Camilla's family, the monarch finds himself entangled in the bitterest fight of his reign. A quiet but devastating war between his son and his wife. Palace insiders say the fallout is tearing him apart. Charles has always been guided by heart rather than confrontation. Unlike his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, who ruled with icy restraint, Charles is known for being sensitive, sentimental, and prone to avoiding direct conflict. But William's royal reset leaves him nowhere to hide. Sources close to the king say he is visibly shaken, emotionally drained, and torn between loyalty and legacy. Camilla's emotional outbursts, accusations of betrayal, and abrupt withdrawal from public duties have placed immense strain on a monarch already grappling with intense public scrutiny and ongoing health concerns. Advisors say Charles is most distressed by William's resolve to stand firm. "We are not a royal family of in-laws and extras," William reportedly told his father during a private meeting. "We are a dynasty, and I refuse to let that line blur." Not for Camilla, not for anyone. The conversation, though calm, was crushing. Charles allegedly pleaded with William to reconsider, not to restore Camilla's family, but to pause the decision or at least deliver it discreetly without media leaks or internal memos. William refused. "Transparency is the point," he later told aides. "It is not personal. It is about the institution, and institutions thrive by setting boundaries, especially in families like ours. That boundary now runs through the heart of the royal household." Camilla has reportedly begun distancing herself from the king, feeling abandoned by his silence. Palace sources say she has skipped several family strategy meetings, delayed correspondence with the Privy Council, and refused to engage directly with William and Kate. Behind closed doors, the Queen Consort interprets Charles's inaction as tacit approval of William's decision. "He let his son cut my family out, and he said nothing." She reportedly told a friend, "I supported him through decades of scandal. Now, where is he?" Some courtiers quietly sympathize with Camilla, recognizing that while her grandchildren were never royal by blood, they had become part of the broader royal narrative during Charles's reign. Others back William's decision, describing it as a necessary correction to years of soft favoritism and ambiguous boundaries. But regardless of perspective, the message is clear. The king is no longer in full control. William is already acting like a king. One longtime advisor remarked, "And Charles knows it. He sees the writing on the wall but does not want to lose his son or his wife." Caught between legacy and love, Charles now faces a choice, not just of sides, but of a path for the monarchy. Does he share his wife's vision of a more inclusive, blended royal family? Or does he yield to William's mission to protect the purity of succession and the crown's strength? Charles remains silent, but silence in the royal family is rarely neutral, and some within the palace believe it is only a matter of time before Charles must decide. His queen or his king in waiting. The directive has been signed. The protocol changes have been circulated. And just like that, Camilla's family's quiet privileges are no longer recorded in royal archives. What began as whispers of William's discontent has evolved into a full-scale overhaul of royal access. Palace insiders confirm that the Parker Bowles name, which had quietly risen through the ranks of ceremonial inclusion, is being steadily erased from the monarchy's machinery. The first signs arrived discreetly. Camilla's grandchildren, who played prominent roles at King Charles III's coronation, were not invited to an upcoming state banquet. No explanation was given. Then came the memo, an internal document distributed to royal household departments, clarifying that non-lineal relatives of the Queen Consort will no longer receive ceremonial access, honorary placement, or public recognition in official state documents. In short, Camilla's children and grandchildren were cut off. No more seats in the royal box. No more pages of honor rolls. No more press mentions. And, most significantly, no future titles or honorary orders. Even as symbolic gestures, it was as if the palace declared, "You were never royal, and now the world will know." Senior officials say Prince William personally oversaw the move, insisting it be executed professionally but firmly. This is not retribution. It is restoration. He reportedly told staff, "We owe it to the crown, not to the court of emotion." The order extended beyond ceremonies. It also impacted wealthier aspects of royal society. Security measures previously provided for Camilla's grandchildren have been scaled back to standard private citizen levels. Invitations to royal charity, galas, and public events were cancelled, and event organizers were quietly directed to refer all inquiries to the Palace Communications Office. Even more telling was an update to the official royal family website, a minor detail to most, but significant to royal observers. The Queen's Family tab has been removed. Camilla's lineage is no longer mentioned in current or future event planning, only in historical biographies. One source described it as a digital vanishing act. Surgical, cold, and effective. The mood inside Clarence House is described as grim and icy. Camilla, who had hoped her family would be honored for supporting the monarchy during challenging times, now feels betrayed, erased, and ignored. Sources say she has consulted longtime advisors and media contacts to explore whether she should craft her own legacy narrative, independent of the Windsor establishment. If they will not remember us kindly, they will remember we did not go quietly, she reportedly told a confidant. But the palace machinery has already shifted gears. Event preparations have resumed without the Parker Bowles family. Invitations for next year's Trooping the Colour and Garter Day have been drafted, listing only direct Windsor descendants and working royals. Some staff speculate that William's measures, though ruthless, are restoring clarity to a monarchy that had lost its way. Others worry the human cost is steep, that the already fractured royal family has burned another bridge it may one day regret. But William appears unmoved. The monarchy he is building is not for comfort but for stability. In his view, Camilla's family was a transient phase he has now permanently closed. There was no speech, no press release, no dramatic showdown before the cameras. But behind Buckingham Palace's grandeur, a transformation is underway, led by a future king no longer waiting in the wings. Prince William has drawn his line, redefining what the monarchy will look like in his reign. lean, bloodbound, and ruthlessly focused on legacy over sentiment. Camilla's family, once poised to bask in the institution's glow, has been expelled with a stroke of a pen, not out of cruelty, but conviction. The days of fuzzy boundaries and honorary indulgences are over. In their place, William is forging something more traditional, defined, and, some argue, colder. Step-grandchildren do not hold titles. Access is not granted as a favor, and in William's view, the crown must rest on a solid foundation of lineage, duty, and historical legitimacy. Insiders say his reign, though not yet begun, already casts a long shadow over the current one, trapped in a storm of divided loyalties. King Charles has remained publicly silent, but in William's silence, memos, and precision, a new royal order is emerging. Camilla's legacy has no place in that order. Many royal loyalists believe this is long overdue, a necessary purification of a monarchy that veered too far into sentimentality and modern excess. Others see it as a colder, more corporate crown, trading warmth for structure and empathy for routine. Camilla's rage may fade. Charles's silence may persist, but William's message is unmistakable. The crown is not inherited through marriage. It is earned by blood, carried by duty, and guarded by resolve. The monarchy he plans to lead will not be shared. It will be claimed, curated, and fiercely protected. For better or worse, the era of compromise is over. In its place stands Prince William's monarchy. Cold, clean, and uncompromising. The conflict between Prince William and Camilla's family is not just a power struggle. It reflects a deeper desire to restore justice and moral values within a family that has endured deep wounds. Whether royal or ordinary, honor and truth remain the foundation of trust. Share your thoughts with us. Is William doing the right thing? Or is he fueling a never-ending battle? Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you will not miss the next shocking twists inside the British royal family. If I told you that everything inside Buckingham Palace just changed in the last 5 minutes, would you believe it? Because according to multiple insiders, King Charles has quietly set into motion a decision that will transform the future of the monarchy. And the person at the center of this political earthquake is none other than Prince William, while the palace is scrambling to maintain silence. Sources confirm that the king has begun the formal process of passing the crown to his eldest son, a move so sudden and so disruptive that Queen Camilla is reportedly furious beyond words. The tension has been building for months, behind the polished balcony appearances and carefully arranged public smiles. The royal household has been fighting a silent war. Charles's declining health, William's rising authority, and Camilla's increasing attempts to consolidate power have collided into a breaking point. But no one expected the king to move this quickly. No one expected William to be summoned to a private meeting just hours before the decision leaked. And certainly no one expected Camilla to be completely excluded from the discussion. Insiders claim that Camilla confronted the king immediately after discovering the truth, accusing senior courtiers of orchestrating a palace coup to sideline her permanently. But the reality may be far more complicated. Some say Charles wants stability. Others say William demanded clarity. And a few believe that damaging information about Camilla's political influence pushed the king to act before it was too late. What we know for sure is this. A transition of power is unfolding. A queen is enraged. A future king is stepping forward. And the entire monarchy is bracing for impact. Because tonight, the crown has shifted, and nothing inside Buckingham Palace will ever be the same again. The fog hung heavy over Balmoral Castle on the morning of November 18th. L'Ancien Ling Archewu, wrapping the Scottish estate in a shroud of grey that seemed to mirror the sombre mood within its ancient walls. King Charles sat alone in his private study, the room where Queen Victoria had once conducted affairs of state, where generations of monarchs had wrestled with decisions that shaped nations. Before him lay a single sheet of paper, the words typed in formal legal language that belied the revolutionary nature of its content. It was an instrument of abdication, prepared in absolute secrecy by constitutional lawyers sworn to confidentiality, a document that would end his reign barely 3 years after it had begun. The decision had not come suddenly, though its formalization had accelerated in recent weeks. Charles had ascended to the throne in September 2022, at the age of 73, already the oldest person ever to assume the British crown. He had waited longer than any heir in the nation's history, spending decades preparing for a role that seemed perpetually just beyond reach. When it finally came, following his mother's death at Balmoral, he had embraced it with determination and energy that surprised those who had questioned whether he possessed the stamina for the demands of modern monarchy. But 3 years of relentless duty had taken a toll that could no longer be ignored or minimized. The health issues had begun subtly, fatigue that lingered despite adequate rest, a persistent cough that antibiotics could not fully resolve, joint pain that made standing through lengthy ceremonies increasingly difficult. His medical team had initially attributed these symptoms to age and stress, prescribing rest and adjusted schedules. But when routine scans in September revealed abnormalities requiring further investigation, the situation became far more serious. The diagnosis, delivered privately in early October, was not immediately life-threatening but was progressive and would require treatment incompatible with the demands of his constitutional role. Charles faced the prognosis with the stoicism bred through decades of public service and personal crisis. He had survived the dissolution of his first marriage under brutal media scrutiny, weathered the death of Diana and the public grief that followed, endured years of being portrayed as an eccentric waiting impatiently for power he did not deserve. He had rebuilt his reputation painstakingly, married the woman he loved despite fierce opposition, and finally assumed the throne with genuine public support. The idea of surrendering the crown after such a brief reign felt like cosmic cruelty, a final joke at the expense of someone who had already endured more than his share of humiliation and disappointment. But Charles was nothing if not dutiful. He understood constitutional monarchy in ways few others could. Having studied its requirements and limitations for 7 decades, he knew the crown required not just symbolic presence, but active engagement, mental acuity, and physical stamina to maintain the relentless schedule of duties that sustained the institution's relevance. He had watched his mother serve with dedication until her final days. While he admired her commitment, he had also seen how her determination never to abdicate had created awkward situations in her final years when age diminished her capacity. Yet duty demanded continuation. The constitutional lawyers had explained the precedent carefully. Britain had not seen a voluntary abdication since Edward VIII in 1936, an event so traumatic it had reshaped the monarchy and was still referenced as a cautionary tale nearly 90 years later. Edward's abdication had been driven by desire to marry a divorced woman, a personal choice that put individual happiness above duty. What Charles contemplated was fundamentally different, stepping aside not for personal gratification, but because medical reality made continuing irresponsible. The distinction mattered enormously in how such an action would be perceived and whether the institution could survive it intact. He had confided in only a handful of people: his private secretary, who had served him for 22 years, the Archbishop of Canterbury, 2 senior constitutional experts whose discretion was absolute, and eventually William, whose reaction would determine whether this path was even possible. The conversation with his eldest son had occurred 3 weeks earlier in this same study. During what was publicly described as a routine private visit to Balmoral, Charles had presented the medical realities without embellishment, shown William the documentation, and explained the prognosis and treatment requirements. He watched his son's face cycle through shock, denial, grief, and finally reluctant acceptance as the implications became clear. William had begged him to seek additional opinions, to explore every possible treatment option that might allow him to continue. But when those alternatives had been exhausted and the medical consensus remained unchanged, William had reached the same conclusion. Continuation was not sustainable. What followed had been the most difficult negotiation of both their lives. William, at Patruzec, Chitre, had expected to have at least another decade, perhaps two, before assuming the throne. He had 3 young children. The youngest, barely 7 years old, Catherine, was still recovering from her own health challenges, regaining strength but not yet fully restored. The idea of becoming king while his children were still in primary and secondary school, while his wife remained fragile, felt overwhelming. But duty, that inexorable force that had shaped both their lives since birth, left no room for personal preference or convenient timing. Camilla's discovery. Queen Camilla had discovered her husband's intention in the worst possible way, by accident, through overhearing a conversation she was never meant to witness. She had returned to Balmoral unexpectedly, early from a visit to a local hospital, cutting the engagement short because of a migraine. Entering through a side entrance to avoid staff fuss, she had been walking toward the private apartments when she heard voices from Charles's study. The door was slightly ajar, and her husband's voice, heavy with emotion, carried into the corridor. "I have no choice," she heard him say. "The treatment protocol is incompatible with the demands of the role. I must step aside while I can do so with dignity rather than wait until circumstances force the issue." Camilla froze in the hallway, her blood turning cold as the implications crashed over her. She heard William's voice responding, discussing timelines and announcements, talking about transition planning and constitutional requirements. They were planning an abdication. Her husband, who had waited his entire life to be king, who had endured decades of preparation and criticism, who had been on the throne less than 3 years, was planning to surrender the crown, and he had not told her. She stood paralyzed, listening to them discuss how to inform her when the appropriate moment might be, how she might react. They were talking about her as though she were a problem to be managed, rather than a partner who deserved to be consulted. When she finally pushed open the door, both men fell silent, their expressions confirming that what she had overheard was exactly what it seemed. The confrontation that followed was described by those who heard raised voices through heavy doors as volcanic. Camilla's fury was comprehensive and devastating. She raged at Charles for excluding her from a decision that would fundamentally alter her life and identity. She demanded to know how long he had been planning this, how many people he had consulted while keeping her deliberately ignorant. She accused him of cowardice, of abandoning the responsibility they were meant to share, of caring more about his legacy than about their partnership. Charles attempted to explain, to outline the medical realities, to help her understand that this was not choice but necessity. But Camilla was beyond reason, beyond comfort. She had spent 20 years fighting for acceptance, enduring comparison to Diana, weathering public opinion that ranged from grudging tolerance to active hostility. She had finally achieved the position of queen consort, had begun to make the role her own, had started to feel that perhaps she had earned her place, and now, after barely 3 years, it was being ripped away. She would go from queen to queen dowager, from consort to the current king to widow equivalent of a former king, a demotion in everything but technical title. What enraged her most was the timing. Had Charles's reign lasted a decade or more, she could have accepted abdication as a reasonable response to declining health in old age. But 3 years felt like a cruel joke. barely enough time to warm the throne before surrendering it. She felt cheated of the role she had sacrificed so much to obtain, robbed of the opportunity to truly make her mark as queen. The charities she had championed, the causes she had promoted, the carefully constructed public image she had built, all of it would be diminished by the brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending. Her anger toward William was even more intense. She accused him of pushing his father toward abdication, of being impatient to assume power, of prioritizing his own timeline over his father's well-being. The accusation was unfair, and she likely knew it even as she made it. But rage seeks targets, and William was conveniently present. He attempted to defend himself, to explain that he had argued against abdication, that he had begged his father to explore every alternative. But Camilla was not interested in his explanations. She saw in him the person who would benefit from her loss, who would ascend while she descended, whose wife would become queen while she became a footnote. The confrontation ended with Camilla storming from the study, retreating to her private rooms and refusing to see or speak to Charles for 3 days. The household staff moved carefully through the castle, aware that something catastrophic had occurred, but uncertain of details. Meals were sent to separate rooms. Schedules were adjusted to prevent accidental encounters. The King and Queen of the United Kingdom were not speaking, and the tension radiated through every corridor and chamber of the estate. Charles, miserable and guilt-ridden, threw himself into finalizing the abdication plans, perhaps finding in bureaucratic details a distraction from emotional devastation. When Camilla finally emerged from her self-imposed isolation, it was not with acceptance but with strategy. She began making calls to her own advisors, to friends with legal expertise, to people who might help her understand her options and rights. She discovered that as queen consort, her position was entirely derivative of her husband's. If he abdicated, she had no independent constitutional role. She would retain the title Queen Camilla for life, as the widow equivalent of a former king, but she would have no official duties, no platform, no purpose beyond that which she could construct independently. Everything she had built was tied to Charles's position, and when he stepped down, her relevance stepped down with him. The institutional machinery engages. While the personal drama unfolded at Balmoral, the machinery of constitutional transition began grinding into motion. The Prime Minister was briefed in a private meeting at Downing Street, the conversation protected by protocols that ensured no record would be kept and no staff would be present. The governmental response was carefully neutral. Ministers understood that the Crown's continuity mattered more than any individual monarch, and a smooth transition from father to son posed far fewer constitutional complications than a prolonged decline in a king unable to fully execute his duties. Political calculation favored support for abdication, though no politician would say so publicly. The Archbishop of Canterbury convened a small group of senior clergy to discuss the theological and ceremonial implications. The coronation of Charles had occurred barely 2 years prior, an elaborate ceremony costing millions and watched by billions globally. The idea of conducting another coronation so soon felt excessive. Yet William's accession would require formal recognition and blessing. Discussions began about creating a modified ceremony, something that acknowledged the solemnity of the moment, without the full pageantry of a traditional coronation. The balance between maintaining appropriate dignity and avoiding the appearance of wasteful repetition required careful consideration. Constitutional experts grappled with questions that had no modern precedent. What would be Charles's title after abdication? Would he remain a counselor of state, or would that role pass exclusively to working royals in the new reign? Where would he live, given that sovereign residences would transfer to William? What financial arrangements would apply, and how would they be funded? The sovereign grant was designed for the reigning monarch, not for a living former king. Every question spawned additional complications, each requiring resolution before any public announcement could be made. The palace communications team, brought into the planning at this stage, began crafting the narrative that would accompany the announcement. The messaging needed to emphasize duty and continuity, to present the abdication as responsible stewardship rather than abandonment. They drafted statements highlighting Charles's dedication to the crown, his determination to ensure the monarchy's strength by facilitating transition while he could still guide it, his confidence in William's readiness to assume the throne. Every word was tested against potential public reaction, adjusted to minimize shock while maintaining honesty about the medical realities driving the decision. Security services conducted their own assessments. An abdication would create a period of vulnerability, a moment when the established order was in flux and various groups might seek to exploit uncertainty. Threats were evaluated, protection details adjusted, contingencies planned for scenarios ranging from political protests to potential violence from extremist groups. The transition itself would be a massive security operation, requiring coordination across multiple agencies and jurisdictions. Plans were developed in secret, ready to be activated the moment the decision became public. Behind all the institutional preparation lay a fundamental question nobody wanted to articulate directly. Would the public accept this? Edward VIII's abdication had traumatized the nation, created a constitutional crisis, and permanently stained the monarchy's reputation. That abdication had been driven by selfish desire, but even a medically necessary abdication carried risks. Would the public understand Charles's reasoning, or would they view it as weakness? Would they accept William and Catherine as king and queen despite their relative youth, or would resentment at losing Charles so soon poison the transition? Public opinion research conducted carefully to avoid revealing the true purpose provided mixed signals that reassured no one. The decision was made to inform certain key family members before any public announcement. Princess Anne was told first, her practical nature and institutional knowledge making her feedback valuable. Her reaction was supportive of Charles but concerned about Camilla, whom she had come to genuinely respect despite their complicated history. She volunteered to speak with the Queen to help her understand that this was not betrayal, but medical necessity. Prince Edward was informed next. His response was characterized by sadness for his brother, but acceptance of the logic. Sophie immediately began thinking about how to support Catherine through the transition, knowing the younger woman would need guidance from someone who had navigated royal life successfully. Prince Harry presented a unique challenge. Relations remained strained despite occasional reconciliation attempts. But his position as son of the former king and brother of the incoming king meant he could not be left uninformed until the public announcement. The notification was handled delicately, with assurances that his security concerns would be considered in transition planning and that he would be welcomed at any ceremonial events he chose to attend. His response, conveyed through intermediaries, was supportive of his father's decision while maintaining distance from institutional matters. He would not oppose the abdication, but neither would he involve himself in planning or public advocacy for it. Camilla's campaign, as the abdication planning progressed toward an announcement date tentatively set for mid-December, Camilla launched her own campaign to prevent or at least delay the transition. She began with appeals to Charles's sense of duty, reminding him of the sacred vows made at his coronation, the promises to serve until death. She argued that medical treatment had advanced remarkably, that his condition might be manageable with proper care, that abandoning the throne after such brief tenure would damage the institution he claimed to be protecting. Her arguments were passionate and grounded in genuine belief that abdication was wrong. When appeals to duty failed, Camilla shifted to personal arguments. She spoke about their relationship, the decades they had waited to be together openly, the short time they had served as king and queen. She reminded him how hard she had worked to earn public acceptance, of the causes she had championed, of the difference she was beginning to make. The abdication would truncate all of that, reduce her tenure to a historical footnote. waste the goodwill she had painstakingly accumulated? Did he not owe her the chance to complete what she had started? Charles, torn between love for his wife and conviction that abdication was necessary, tried to show her alternative paths forward. She could continue charitable work independently, maintain patronages and public engagements as Queen Dowager, have resources and platform, perhaps even more freedom, without constitutional constraints. But Camilla rejected these reassurances as hollow comfort. Queen Dowager was a title for widows, she argued, a designation that emphasized what had been lost rather than what remained. She had not fought for decades to be queen, only to have the role stolen after 3 years. Her most potent weapon was emotional manipulation, deployed with the skill of someone who understood Charles's vulnerabilities intimately. She wept about feeling abandoned, about being excluded from a decision that affected her profoundly, about watching her husband surrender the position he had been born to occupy. She questioned whether his medical team was being overly cautious, whether he was using health as an excuse to escape responsibilities he found burdensome, whether he was sacrificing their partnership to smooth William's path to power. The accusations hurt precisely because they contained slivers of uncomfortable truth Charles could not entirely dismiss. She also began lobbying others who might influence the king's decision. She appealed to Princess Anne, arguing Charles deserved support from his siblings in resisting pressure to abdicate. Anne, characteristically blunt, told Camilla that while she sympathized, Charles's health had to take precedence over anyone's desires, including Camilla's own. She reached out to longtime friends of Charles, hoping they would counsel him against abdication. Most responded with sympathy, but refused to interfere. Most controversially, Camilla attempted to appeal directly to William, requesting a private meeting without Charles present. The meeting at Clarence House, with only the two of them present, was later described as intensely uncomfortable. Camilla asked William to refuse the crown, to insist his father continue ruling, to prioritize Charles's emotional well-being over institutional convenience. William, maintaining respectful composure despite the awkwardness, explained that he could no more refuse his constitutional duty than she could demand his father continue in a role his health made unsustainable. Camilla left convinced William was eager to become king regardless of the cost to his father or stepmother. The campaign created an impossible situation for Charles. He loved his wife deeply, understood her anger and disappointment, wanted desperately to give her what she sought. But he could not ignore medical reality or subordinate constitutional responsibility to personal desire. The tension between these competing demands left him exhausted and miserable, caught between the woman he loved and the duty he could not escape. Friends who saw him during this period described a man aging visibly, the stress compounding the health issues that had prompted the abdication in the first place. The announcement and its aftermath. The announcement came on 10 December in a televised address from Windsor Castle that interrupted regular programming across the nation. Charles sat alone at a desk, the setting deliberately intimate rather than grand and ceremonial. His appearance shocked those who had not seen him recently. He looked older than his 77 years, tired and drawn, the toll of recent months evident in his face. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of emotions barely held in check. He began by expressing love for his country and gratitude for the privilege of serving as king. Even briefly, he acknowledged that his reign had been shorter than anyone anticipated, shorter than he had wished. Then he detailed the medical realities that necessitated his decision. Speaking with candor, unusual for royal communications, he explained that his condition required treatment incompatible with the demanding schedule and responsibilities of monarchy, that continuing would be irresponsible to the nation and unfair to the institution. He had consulted widely and assured viewers the decision, while painful, was correct. Charles spoke with evident pride about William. describing his son's preparation, dedication to duty, and deep love for the nation. He expressed confidence that William and Catherine would serve with distinction and honor, that the monarchy would be strengthened by the transition despite its unexpected timing. He asked the British people to support the new king and queen with the same loyalty and affection they had shown him and his mother before him. His voice broke as he thanked Camilla for her partnership and patience in supporting him even through this difficult decision that affected her so profoundly. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Social media platforms crashed under the volume of traffic. News organizations scrambled to provide context and analysis. Constitutional experts were dragged from dinner parties to television studios to explain what would happen next. The public reaction was complex and divided. Many expressed sympathy for Charles's health situation and admiration for his willingness to prioritize the monarchy's strength over personal desire to continue ruling. Others felt cheated, having waited so long for his reign only to see it end almost before it began. Some questioned whether abdication was truly necessary or whether he was being pushed out by younger royals eager for power. Camilla was conspicuously absent from the announcement, her absence noted by every commentator and observer. Official statements said she was supporting her husband privately, but those close knew she had refused to appear alongside Charles, had insisted she could not pretend to support a decision she believed fundamentally wrong. Her absence spoke volumes about the state of their relationship and the depth of the rift the abdication had created. In the days following, she maintained her scheduled engagements but appeared diminished, going through the motions with none of her usual energy or warmth. The transition period was set at 6 weeks, allowing time for necessary constitutional procedures and ceremonial preparations without drawing out the process unnecessarily. William and Catherine moved into intensive briefings, absorbing information about constitutional responsibilities, security protocols, international relationships, and the thousands of details that comprised modern monarchy. Both appeared overwhelmed but determined, understanding that circumstances had forced upon them a role they had expected to assume decades in the future. Catherine, still not fully recovered from her own health challenges, visibly struggled with the demands while maintaining a composed public presence. The ceremony of transition, held on 25 January 2026, was deliberately understated, not a full coronation, but a solemn service of recognition at Westminster Abbey, attended by dignitaries and family without the elaborate pageantry that had marked Charles's coronation. Charles himself participated, formally transferring authority to William in a moment fraught with symbolism and emotion. When father placed the crown on son's head, both men had tears streaming down their faces. The personal pain of the moment overwhelmed protocol and dignity. Camilla watched from the congregation, her expression a mask that revealed nothing of her internal turmoil. In the immediate aftermath, Charles and Camilla retreated to a private estate in Scotland, away from public view and media speculation. The plan was for rest and adjustment, allowing them both to process the magnitude of what had occurred and to find new equilibrium in their changed circumstances. But those close to the couple reported that the relationship remained strained, that Camilla's anger had not dissipated, that she struggled to accept her diminished role and continued to blame both Charles and William for what she viewed as an unnecessary surrender. Charles, meanwhile, faced his own adjustment challenges, having spent his entire life preparing to be king, having finally achieved the role. Stepping away created an identity crisis no amount of planning could fully prepare him for. He was no longer the sovereign, no longer the final constitutional authority, no longer the person everyone turned to for decision and direction. He was a former king, a living reminder of abdication, a figure without clear purpose or defined role. The loss of identity was profound and disorienting, compounded by guilt over how his decision had hurt Camilla and disrupted William's family life. The new reign and old wounds. King William V's reign began under circumstances no one had anticipated. At 43, he was young by monarchical standards, yet burdened by responsibilities that would challenge someone decades older. Catherine, now Queen Consort, faced even steeper challenges. She had expected years to prepare. Time to fully recover her health and strength. A gradual transition into increased duties. Instead, she was thrust immediately into the most visible position in the nation, while still fragile from illness and treatment. The pressure was immense and unrelenting. Their children faced the most dramatic adjustment. Prince George, at 12, suddenly became heir to the throne. Princess Charlotte, sure, and Prince Louis, found their lives transformed overnight. Security increased dramatically. Media attention intensified. The families struggled to maintain normality while adapting to a new reality that intruded on every aspect of their lives. William's first months as king were characterized by careful continuity mixed with subtle changes. He maintained most of his father's appointments and policies while quietly beginning to implement his own vision for a streamlined, more focused monarchy. The number of working royals was reduced. Public spending on royal activities was scrutinized more carefully. The emphasis shifted toward younger generations and future sustainability, rather than honoring traditions that no longer served clear purpose. These changes were presented as natural evolution. But everyone understood they represented William's distinct vision, different from what Charles had pursued during his brief reign. The relationship between William and his father remained cordial but complicated. They spoke regularly, with William seeking Charles's advice and Charles offering guidance when asked. But an underlying tension persisted, unspoken but palpable. Charles struggled with watching someone else occupy the role he had prepared for all his life and occupied so briefly. William felt perpetual guilt about benefiting from circumstances he had not created or desired. Both tried to maintain an appropriate relationship while navigating emotions that protocol and family loyalty required them to suppress rather than fully express or resolve. Camilla's situation became increasingly difficult as months passed and the reality of her changed circumstances settled in. As Queen Dowager, she maintained certain patronages and continued some public work. But the platform and resources available to her were dramatically reduced. She was no longer a central figure in national life, but rather a historical footnote, the woman who had been queen consort for 3 years before her husband's unprecedented abdication. The brevity of her tenure and the manner of its ending defined her legacy in ways she found unbearable. Her relationship with Charles deteriorated further during the first year after abdication. Living together in reduced circumstances, no longer united by shared public role, they discovered that the partnership that had endured scandal and opposition struggled when stripped of the purpose that had sustained it. Camilla could not forgive Charles for the abdication, for ending her time as queen before she felt she had truly begun. Charles, dealing with his own grief and identity crisis, had little emotional reserve to support his wife through her parallel struggles. They grew distant, maintaining appearances when necessary, but living increasingly separate lives within their shared household. The most painful aspect for both was watching William and Catherine succeed in roles that had been theirs so briefly. Every successful engagement, every positive media coverage, every public triumph for the new king and queen felt like an implicit criticism of what Charles and Camilla had surrendered or lost. Rationally, they understood institutional success was positive, regardless of who occupied the throne. Emotionally, it was agonizing to watch others flourish in positions they had barely begun to make their own before circumstances forced them aside. Public perception of the abdication evolved over time. Initial shock gave way to acceptance, then to something approaching appreciation for Charles's willingness to prioritize institutional health over personal pride. His decision was increasingly viewed as selfless rather than weak, as evidence of devotion to crown over ego. But this positive reframing offered little comfort to Camilla, who remained convinced the abdication had been unnecessary and premature. The divergence between public narrative and her private conviction deepened her sense of isolation and bitterness. The health issues that had prompted the abdication proved more manageable than the initial prognosis, suggested a development that both validated Charles's caution and made Camilla's anger more acute. If treatment was working and his condition stabilizing, she argued, then the abdication had indeed been unnecessary. Charles could have continued ruling while managing his health, could have given them both more time to serve and solidify their legacy. That the abdication could not be undone. That William was now king and would remain so regardless of Charles's health improvements, made the situation even more frustrating and irreversible. 2 years after the abdication, Charles and Camilla separated quietly. The arrangement was announced through a brief palace statement that emphasized it was an amicable decision to pursue different paths while maintaining respect and affection. The truth known to those close to them was that Camilla could not forgive or move past her anger, and Charles could not bear the constant reminder of how his decision had destroyed his wife's dreams and damaged their relationship beyond repair. The separation was sad but inevitable, the final casualty of an abdication that had been medically necessary but personally devastating. Charles lived out his remaining years in increasing isolation, maintained contact with his sons, but never fully recovered his sense of purpose or identity. He pursued scholarly interests, wrote extensively about environmental causes he had championed for decades, and occasionally appeared at ceremonial events when protocol required. But he remained a figure out of time, a king who had ruled too briefly to be remembered for accomplishment and who had abdicated under circumstances that, however justified, marked him permanently as the monarch who had given up the crown. When he died at 84, the public mourning was genuine but muted, recognition of a complicated figure who had served dutifully but whose reign would always be overshadowed by its unprecedented end. Camilla outlived him by several years, maintaining her separate existence, continuing charitable work, and cultivating relationships with her children and grandchildren, who remained her primary source of joy and purpose. She never reconciled herself to what had been taken from her, never fully accepted that the abdication had been necessary, never stopped believing that she had been cheated of the role she had fought so hard to obtain and had barely begun to truly occupy. In her final years, when asked about her time as queen consort, she would simply say it had been too brief. The words heavy with all the bitterness and regret that 3 years on the throne in a lifetime of longing could not resolve or redeem. Buckingham Palace shimmered under bright golden lights. The guests' splendid gowns and solemn formal attire made the banquet more magnificent than ever. The air was filled with laughter, the soft clink of glasses, and gentle music drifting through the vast great hall. Everything seemed perfect, a model royal state banquet, until a figure stepped in. Camilla, the current queen, appeared under the dazzling lights, wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara long associated with Princess Catherine. Once worn at important events, at once, every gaze turned to her. Whispers spread across the hall, and the opulent atmosphere suddenly went taut like a string. In that rare moment, the unthinkable happened. King Charles, standing in the middle of the hall, his face flushed with anger, shouted directly at Camilla. His shout rang out, touching every gilded wall of the palace, leaving many guests stunned. Faces that had been composed now clearly showed shock and astonishment. No eyes left the couple, and public opinion outside would surely erupt when this moment became known. Is this merely a simple misunderstanding over jewelry? Or is Camilla truly calculating to assert power and status before the public? What do you think, accidental or intentional? Join us as we delve into the story, examine every detail and every glance. and explore the far-reaching consequences that moment left for the British royal family in today's video. On September 17, 2025, Buckingham Palace opened its doors to host a special state banquet, drawing the attention of both the public and international media. The Grand Hall, with its glittering crystal chandeliers, reflected light upon the solemn formal attire of the gentlemen and the elaborate gowns of the ladies, creating an atmosphere both majestic and dazzling. The formal setting was accented by soft music, the gentle clink of wine glasses, polite laughter, and dignified greetings, making every detail seem perfect. This banquet carried profound diplomatic significance. It was an opportunity for the British royal family to reinforce an image of power and elegance before the public, international guests, and the press. Every gesture, every movement, and even each choice of attire was carefully considered, as they reflected not only the individual, but also the reputation and strength of the entire monarchy. The banquet embodied a balance between tradition and modernity, between authority and refinement. Every small detail had the potential to send subtle messages, shaping how the public perceived the royal family. Palace staff, from event managers to servers, had prepared meticulously to ensure the evening would unfold flawlessly. Every light, every seating arrangement, every note of music, and every detail of service was arranged to leave a powerful impression on the guests. Buckingham's Grand Hall became a perfect portrait of the monarchy's authority and refinement, ready for diplomatic exchanges, formal greetings, and solemn ceremonies. This banquet stood as a testament to the royal family's ability to maintain dignity, prestige, and sophistication in the eyes of the public and international friends. Everything was nearly flawless, but such perfection also created the ideal stage for the unexpected. The atmosphere at Buckingham Palace that evening, September 17, 2025, was already charged with grandeur and solemnity. Gigantic chandeliers spread shimmering light, reflected on the formal suits of the gentlemen and the glittering gowns of the ladies. Soft music, polite laughter, and the clink of wine glasses blended into a graceful harmony. The Buckingham Hall looked like a living painting of the monarchy's power and refinement. Everything seemed perfect until Camilla stepped into the hall. Her steps were slow yet proud, her gaze calm yet decisive. Her splendid attire made her the center of attention instantly. Guests' eyes shifted rapidly, all drawn toward Camilla. Whispers began softly but rose quickly, filled with curiosity and surprise. The organizers, who had prepared for weeks, suddenly appeared unsettled. Some servers paused mid-task, while the banquet manager hurriedly observed, seeking ways to steady the atmosphere. The grand setting turned taut as a string, foretelling something unusual about to unfold. At that moment, King Charles appeared at his place. His eyes immediately locked onto Camilla, his brows furrowed, his lips tightened in rare anger. Everyone knew Charles as a calm monarch, a man who mastered his emotions before the public. But now, that composure vanished. He stepped closer, his voice loud and commanding. "Who gave you permission to wear that? It is not for you. Change it at once, or leave and do not appear here." The king's voice thundered through the hall, silencing the music, the laughter, and the whispers. Every eye turned to Charles and Camilla, feeling the rare weight of his fury. The atmosphere of grandeur instantly tightened like a drawn bowstring. Guests were left bewildered, unsure how to respond. Some lowered their heads, striving to maintain respect. Others stayed silent, watching. The organizers struggled to restore order, but clearly the situation had spun beyond control. Servers moved discreetly, trying to shield the moment, but every gaze betrayed the extreme tension in the hall. In another corner, Prince William stood watching. His eyes betrayed anger, disappointment, and frustration. He respected his father, yet he felt deeply unsettled by his stepmother's actions. Though his gestures tried to maintain calm, his body was tense, like a drawn string, and his gaze fixed on Camilla revealed emotions he could not conceal. At moments, William clenched his teeth, his brows furrowing, making it clear to everyone how strained the royal family truly was. Camilla stood upright, forcing a smile, yet her eyes clearly reflected the king's rebuke. Her composure seemed to resist the pressure pressing in from every side, but each passing second in the great hall emphasized that her presence was now the center of controversy, holding everyone's gaze, whether they wished it or not. Some guests whispered under their breath, "Unbelievable. My God, did King Charles truly lose his temper like that?" The organizers' discomfort, combined with the guests' curious stares, only heightened the drama. Everything unfolded in minutes, yet it felt like hours. Every second heavy with suffocating tension. Charles lowered his voice, but the authority remained. As he stressed, "This is not the place for you to assert power or presence. Remember your position and respect everyone here." His words struck, causing Camilla to falter slightly, while every eye followed her next reaction. The great hall, once filled with grandeur and splendor, had turned into the very heart of a storm. All guests could feel it. In that moment, every glance, every sound, and every gesture centered on Camilla and Charles's rare public clash. From the organizers' unease, William's burning eyes, to Camilla's struggle to remain composed, it all created a dramatic, unforgettable scene. Why did Charles react so fiercely? And who truly bore the deepest wound in this story? The sapphire and diamond tiara, now one of the most treasured pieces in the British royal collection, is far more than a dazzling ornament. It carries deep history and unique symbolic weight. Its origins trace back decades, when the royal family carefully selected priceless jewels for significant events, showcasing both power and refined elegance before the public and international guests. At first, the tiara belonged to Princess Diana, who wore it at countless state and diplomatic occasions, from international banquets to national ceremonies. For Diana, it was never just jewelry. She transformed it into a personal emblem, representing grace, soft power, and her special position within the monarchy. To the public, Diana and the tiara became inseparable, a portrait of a woman both regal and relatable, both powerful and profoundly human. After Catherine, the Princess of Wales, inherited the tiara, the piece once again became a symbol of legitimate power and authority. With her elegance, intelligence, and composure, Catherine revived the tiara's symbolic value. Turning it into more than a magnificent ornament, it became the emblem of a future queen in the eyes of the public and the media. Each time she appeared with the tiara on her head, Catherine sent a clear message of authority and rightful stature, while also reinforcing the royal family's image before the world. For the public, the tiara, linked with Catherine, became a form of identity, a visual symbol of her position within the monarchy. Photographs and videos from diplomatic events and official ceremonies always drew special attention when Catherine wore it. And in those moments, the public felt the weight of solemnity, authority, and grace. The tiara became an object representing the fusion of power and refinement, a symbolic tool both official and emotional, evoking the image of a model future queen. The tiara's significance was never limited to its material worth. Its spiritual and symbolic value made it truly important. In the royal world, every item carries a message. And with this tiara, the message was unmistakable. It represented acknowledged authority, respected dignity, and the official status within the royal structure. It stood as proof of the monarchy's and the public's choice of who would inherit, who would carry the royal image before the world. And who would embody the elegance, power, and prestige of the reigning dynasty? Every detail from the deep sapphires to the sparkling diamonds told a long story of history, power, and succession. Diana left her mark. Catherine inherited and reinforced it, turning the tiara into a living symbol, an instantly recognizable sign of royal authority and poise. Each time the public saw it, they perceived not just a jewel, but the history, tradition, and symbolic values of the British monarchy. That is why, when another figure, Camilla, wore the tiara, long associated with Diana and Catherine, public attention spiked immediately. The tiara was no longer just jewelry, it became a symbolic message, sparking questions about power, status, and the complex relationships within the royal family. Every glance, every comment from the public, the press, or other royals focused on the meaning and message that the tiara conveyed. So, when Camilla wore it, what did that mean? Was it mere coincidence, or a deliberate signal sent to both the royal household and the public? Camilla's decision to wear the sapphire and diamond tiara tied to Catherine was not just a moment of controversy at the banquet, it also had profound effects on Catherine herself, both mentally and physically. In recent years, Catherine's health has often been described as fragile, especially under the increasing weight of royal duties and responsibilities. Watching her stepmother enter the hall, wearing the tiara so closely linked to her own image, struck a painful chord. Known for her careful public appearances, Catherine now felt her presence openly challenged and competed with. The sense of being threatened, disregarded, even replaced, pierced her heart and reignited long-simmering tensions within the royal family. It was not only Catherine who was affected. Prince William, too, could not conceal his anger and disappointment, his eyes fixed on Camilla as she wore the tiara, as if to declare that this was a direct insult to his wife. William, a son who had always respected royal tradition and the family's standing, felt that this violation of his wife's subtle authority was intolerable. His anger stemmed not only from personal pride, but also from his determination to protect Catherine's image, dignity, and position before the public and within the royal household. For the public, the incident only amplified Catherine's image as a figure doubly wounded. First, in terms of health, her vulnerability was struck at a formal event where every gesture was scrutinized. Second, in terms of honor and prestige, her stepmother's appearance in the symbolic tiara felt like a public challenge, making Catherine the center of public sympathy. Every headline, every social media comment underlined that Catherine was enduring an intense trial, where her power and symbol were under threat, forcing her to face emotional challenges beyond measure. Catherine's feelings in that moment were a blend of sadness, disappointment, and helplessness. She was known for her resilience and composure in public, but seeing Camilla wear the tiara that embodied her own symbol of power inflicted deep wounds. The Grand Hall, meant to honor the monarchy, became a stage for tangled emotions. Catherine struggling to restrain her pain while maintaining composure, ensuring her image remained intact in the eyes of the guests and the public. William, meanwhile, stood in a dilemma, defending his wife while showing deference to his father. The fury in his eyes made it clear to all around him that the family's unity was under strain, and that long simmering tensions between members of the royal household had reignited in this instant. His love for Catherine made silence impossible. Yet his role as prince forced him to balance rage with decorum, creating an inner struggle that was both tormenting and powerful. The consequences of this moment rippled outward into the public sphere. Catherine came to be seen as a symbol of both strength and sensitivity, a woman bearing pressures physical, emotional, and positional within the monarchy. International media analyses stress that, while Camilla may not have grasped the full impact of her actions, Catherine bore the weight of every gaze, every judgment, every public reaction. Each of her appearances after the event was framed as those of a woman tested, one who preserved dignity and prestige, while reinforcing her image as a princess of resilience and responsibility. Meanwhile, William continued to wrestle with inner conflict, torn between defending his wife and respecting his father, between personal outrage and royal duty. His eyes, though striving for calm, still glimmered with tension, making it clear to those around him that a private battle was unfolding in the very heart of Buckingham's Grand Hall. This tension was not merely personal emotion, it reflected the complex, delicate relationships within the monarchy, where every action and decision carried symbolic weight and lasting consequences. The moment Camilla wore the tiara was not just a personal choice, it became a symbol of the deeper tensions, conflicts, and complicated ties inside the British royal family. Catherine and William, though showing their feelings differently, both faced profound emotional repercussions, where health, dignity, and reputation all hung in the balance. The public watched closely, sensing the pain and pressure they endured, and their sympathy for Catherine deepened. She was not only challenged in status, but also confronted with the strain on her well-being. But if we turn the question around, was Camilla truly intentional? Or was this simply a misjudgment in choosing her jewelry? The sapphire and diamond tiara, once so closely tied to Catherine, suddenly became the focal point of speculation over Camilla's motives. When she appeared at the state banquet on September 17, 2025, wearing this jewel, the public immediately spun multiple theories, from sheer accident to calculated move, or even a deliberate test of the royal family's reactions. The first possibility, accident. It cannot be ruled out that Camilla had no intention of sparking controversy. As someone who frequently attends royal events, she must often select jewelry to match her attire. The theme, and the level of formality. The sapphire and diamond tiara, dazzling and in harmony with her gown, may simply have been an aesthetic choice. Amid the pressures of preparation and the relentless scrutiny of the media, Camilla might not have fully grasped the tiara's historical and symbolic weight. Wearing it could have been a completely unintended spark that ignited controversy. However, considering Camilla's past behavior, many royal experts and observers argue she is not one to easily pass up chances to assert authority. This raises the second possibility, calculation. Already queen consort, Camilla might have sought to reinforce her stature before the public and within the royal household, particularly against Catherine, the widely viewed future queen. The motive would not only lie in personal power, but also in long-term strategy, creating symbolic imprints that highlight her undeniable presence in the monarchy. Wearing a tiara of such historical importance, once belonging to Diana and Catherine, could be interpreted as a deliberate message. Camilla would not be overshadowed, and she could command control over the monarchy's most potent symbols. The third possibility, equally intriguing, is testing. Camilla may have been gauging Catherine's standing in the eyes of the public and observing the royal family's responses, especially William's. Wearing the tiara not only created a moment of dispute, but also allowed Camilla to measure Catherine's sensitivity and resilience, information she could use to adjust her own behavior and position within the monarchy's intricate web of relationships. History also shows that Camilla has often been accused of overstepping in her royal role. Experts recall past occasions where her choice of attire, jewelry, or even manner of conduct at banquets and ceremonies was judged as inappropriate or too attention-seeking. In some cases, Camilla faced criticism from the press and the public for appearing to steal the spotlight, even surpassing the traditional boundaries of a queen consort. These incidents provide context for understanding the likelihood that her decision to wear the tiara at the recent state banquet carried deliberate intent. What is striking is that every move Camilla makes, is tracked and analyzed in detail, from her eyes and smile to the way she walks through the Great Hall. Wearing the tiara, with its immense symbolic weight, created a moment where every detail was scrutinized. The public questioned her motive. The media captured the scene, and members of the royal family reacted immediately. Her past actions demonstrate that she has leveraged royal symbols before to consolidate her standing, making it impossible to dismiss the possibility of calculation. However, it must also be stressed that Camilla is fully aware of the constant watch of public scrutiny, and she is often careful in her behavior. For this reason, it cannot be ruled out that this event was a blend of accident and testing, where her initial intent may simply have been to select suitable jewelry. But the symbolic impact far exceeded her expectations. The moment thus became a layered story of power, strategy, and psychology within the monarchy, where every action is dissected, interpreted, and questioned for deeper motive. Ultimately, whatever Camilla's true intention, the instant the tiara was placed upon her head, it became a powerful symbol forcing the public, the media, and even royal members to re-evaluate dynamics of authority, personal standing, and emotional impact inside the palace. The tiara was no longer just an ornament. It became a measuring tool for power, prestige, and sensitivity within the monarchy. The truth may forever remain behind palace doors, but public debate has never stopped. The very moment Camilla appeared wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara once associated with Catherine, British and international media seized the story. Major outlets such as The Times, The Guardian, and Daily Mail wasted no opportunity to analyze every detail from Camilla's eyes and smile to her positioning within the hall. The story quickly ignited as a headline topic on television broadcasts and online news platforms, with a flood of articles reflecting the divided opinions of the public. Some newspapers chose to defend Camilla, stressing that she is the current queen, and that wearing the tiara was purely an aesthetic decision, not an attempt to provoke or undermine Catherine's authority. These pieces argued that, as a member of the monarchy, Camilla constantly endures pressure and relentless scrutiny, and she has every right to appear with jewelry that matches her gown and the solemnity of the occasion. On the other side, critics declared it an insult to Catherine, stressing that the tiara was not merely an ornament, but a profound symbol of power and legitimacy. Camilla's choice to wear it at the state banquet was perceived as an act of overshadowing the image of the future queen, fueling outrage and raising sharp questions about her true motives. These articles argued that, whether intentional or not, Camilla's action inflicted a double wound on Catherine, striking at both her dignity and her emotions. On social media, the reaction was swift and intense. Hashtags tied to Catherine and Camilla spread rapidly, ranging from sympathetic messages for Catherine to heated debates about power and hierarchy within the monarchy. Many emphasized that this was not just a personal moment, but a symbol of the deep-seated tensions within the palace. Clips, photos, and online commentary were shared hundreds of thousands of times, transforming the incident from a fleeting banquet scene into a fiercely debated international story. The backlash did not remain confined to the public. Royal experts, veteran journalists, and television commentators quickly dissected every angle, questioning the relationship between Camilla and Catherine, William's role, and how each member of the royal family would recalibrate their image in the public eye. Analyses highlighted that in the digital era, even the smallest action can spiral into a full-blown image crisis, and Camilla's wearing of the tiara was a textbook example. Thanks to the reach of both press and social media, the incident was no longer just an internal banquet matter within Buckingham Palace. It escalated into a public relations crisis, forcing the monarchy to confront mounting pressure while leaving unanswered questions about power, symbolism, and family dynamics. And so, it was the public's reaction that elevated the matter beyond a dinner scandal, turning it into a full-scale image crisis. Camilla's decision to wear the tiara, once belonging to Catherine, not only stirred controversy in the moment, but also left lasting consequences inside the royal household, deepening the fractures between Charles, William, and Camilla. In recent years, the relationship between William and his father has carried simmering disagreements, particularly around the monarchy's handling of media, public image, and Camilla's role. The state banquet became the breaking point, where anger, disappointment, and fear surfaced openly, widening the rift among the royals. For William, who has long shouldered the duty of safeguarding his wife's image and dignity, seeing his stepmother appear in the symbolic tiara tested his patience and trust. The tension extended beyond Charles's public outburst. It reshaped how William perceived Camilla and challenged how he balanced his loyalty to both father and wife. Camilla, though striving to maintain composure, now faced new pressure: how to strengthen her own position without worsening family fractures. A nearly impossible task under such delicate circumstances. Meanwhile, Catherine became the center of public sympathy and compassion. The incident not only highlighted her sensitivity, but also reinforced her image as a woman beloved by the people, resilient, graceful, and worthy of respect. The public saw that she was not merely wounded in personal pride, but also burdened by immense emotional pressure. This wave of empathy strengthened Catherine's standing even further in the eyes of society. The event also raised doubts about Charles's ability to maintain balance. Known as a monarch who strives to project calm, this scandal made many wonder: can Charles truly keep harmony between family and public duty, between power and affection, when internal fractures are laid bare so openly? The tense moments in Buckingham's Great Hall, combined with William's reaction and the public's outcry, revealed that even a king cannot always control the symbolic and emotional storms within the royal household. Looking back at the entire sequence, it becomes clear that the tiara was never just a luxurious jewel. It was the spark that ignited a chain of deeper conflicts, shaking family relationships, public image, and the monarchy's grip on symbolic authority. It is a reminder that inside the palace, every action and every symbol can trigger long-lasting consequences, turning what seems a small incident into a full-scale crisis of image and spirit. And so, the tiara was not simply jewelry. It became the fuse of a greater storm. The moment Camilla entered the state banquet on September 17, 2025, wearing the sapphire and diamond tiara once belonging to Catherine, she instantly became the focus of every gaze. The Buckingham Hall, dazzling with light and filled with the sound of formal conversation, suddenly grew tense to the point of suffocation. Every eye turned toward her. Whispers spread like a warning of the storm about to erupt. Just seconds later, King Charles, long regarded as calm and measured, shouted directly at Camilla, "Who gave you permission to wear this? It is not yours. Change it now, or leave this hall and do not return." His furious outburst not only left guests bewildered, but also unleashed a wave of tension within the family. Prince William, silently watching his stepmother, glared with fury, making it clear he saw the act as an insult not only to his wife, but also to the dignity of the family itself. Catherine, already in fragile health, was deeply wounded both emotionally and in honor, intensifying the public's empathy toward her. The media, both British and international, immediately seized every angle. Newspapers split into factions. Some defended Camilla's right to choose her jewelry. Others condemned it as a humiliation of Catherine, an attempt to overshadow the future queen. On social media, hashtags spread at lightning speed, sparking thousands of comments and fierce debates, turning a single moment in a banquet into a full-blown international image crisis. Inside the royal household, the long-term consequences were equally serious. The already tense relationship between Charles, William, and Camilla fractured further. With emotional distance laid bare, Catherine emerged as the focus of public sympathy. Her image solidified as the people's princess, resilient yet sensitive. Even Charles himself was forced to face the question, can he still balance family and public duty, power and affection? As the monarchy's internal divisions grow ever more visible, the tiara, once thought just a splendid jewel, had become a powerful emblem of power, honor, and even tragedy within the royal household. It symbolized not only authority but also the subtle conflicts, hidden calculations, and misunderstandings that could shake a dynasty. Every decision tied to the tiara would now be scrutinized, and its consequences would echo far beyond the moment it first appeared. And when we trace the chain of events from Camilla donning the tiara, Charles's outburst, Catherine's anguish, to the eruption of public opinion, it is clear that an object without a voice had become the spark for a storm of conflict inside the British monarchy. So the question remains, was this merely a misunderstanding, or was Camilla deliberately asserting her position? And if the latter is true, what further storms will the British royal family have to endure? What do you think? Leave your thoughts in the comments below. In the late night of the 9th of March, in the pitch-dark corridors of Buckingham Palace, where every stone holds centuries of secrets, a shadow moved silently toward the tightly locked room. No sound, no echo of footsteps, only a racing heartbeat in the darkness. The safe opened in silence, and just 7 minutes later, a document worth tens of millions of pounds disappeared. No fingerprints, no cameras captured it, no clear evidence at all. But what shook the entire royal family was not the theft itself, but the name mentioned first. The prime suspect was Queen Camilla. A theft that seemed impossible had occurred right at the heart of the most heavily guarded power center in England. Not a professional thief from outside, not a random break-in. Every sign pointed to a far more terrifying scenario. A conspiracy from within, a power struggle hidden behind royal smiles, and possibly betrayal from those closest to the throne. What is notable is that this is not a baseless story circulating on social media. This is a real incident, referenced in internal reports, never before seen by the public. More than £50 million were at risk. The honor of the royal family was on the line. And the secrets, if exposed, could shake the entire monarchy. So, the question arises, was Camilla truly the mastermind behind it all? Or was she merely a pawn in a much larger scheme? What do you think? Comment 1 if you suspect Camilla, 2 if you believe she is innocent. And right now, we will step into a 30-minute journey uncovering the full truth. The morning of the 10th of March began like any other day at Buckingham Palace. Weak light filtered through tall windows, reflecting off the long, cold corridors. Security staff changed shifts, checking each area with near-perfect precision. None of them imagined that in just a few minutes, a discovery would send the entire royal security system into the highest state of alert. Around 7:20 in the morning, a veteran security officer entered the private quarters of Princess Anne. This area was classified at the highest security level, accessible to only a select few. At first, everything seemed completely normal. The door showed no signs of forced entry. The lock was intact, but the moment he stepped inside, he immediately stopped. The air in the room felt wrong. The safe, which was always sealed completely and checked twice daily, stood wide open. No signs of tampering. No alarms had been triggered overnight. The heavy metal door had opened quietly, as if by itself. In that moment, the officer realized this was no ordinary incident. This was an unprecedented situation. Within minutes, the entire area was sealed off. The senior security team was called urgently. All camera footage was reviewed frame by frame. But what sent chills down their spines was not what they saw, but what they did not see. No images captured a break-in. No one appeared unusually in the corridors overnight. No alerts came from the sensor system. Everything was perfect to a terrifying degree. When the safe was inventoried, the true shock emerged. A classified document, marked Top Secret, had disappeared. It was not a piece of jewelry, not a symbolic item. It was a detailed financial dossier concerning the transfer of more than £50 million from the king's private fund, a document not only of enormous monetary value, but also containing sensitive information about the royal family's internal financial structure. If this information fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would go far beyond financial loss. It could trigger political scandal, power disputes, and even shake public trust in the entire institution. The question arose immediately. How could such an important document vanish without leaving a trace? Security experts quickly reached a terrifying conclusion. The perpetrator was not an outsider. This was not a break-in. This was an action carried out by someone who knew every layer of palace security. Someone who knew the safe's exact code, knew when surveillance was least observed, knew the movements of royal family members and security staff. In other words, this was an inside job, a betrayal from within. The deeper the investigation went, the darker the picture became. Those with access to this area could be counted on one hand, and all of them held extremely sensitive positions. Names began to be listed, checked, and cross-referenced. But each name revealed a complex web of relationships, where loyalty and ambition sometimes no longer had clear boundaries. No one spoke it aloud, but everyone understood. This was not just a theft. This could be the beginning of a much larger crisis. Meanwhile, information about the incident was kept strictly confidential from the public. Not a single line leaked outside. But inside the palace, the atmosphere had changed completely. Suspicion crept into every conversation. Watching eyes appeared even among those who had once trusted each other implicitly. A silent question echoed in the minds of everyone involved. If someone could take a document worth more than £50 million without leaving a trace, what else could they do? And more importantly, what was their true purpose? To understand why this document was so important, and why it could become the focal point of a major conspiracy, we need to go back just a few days. To understand why the disappearance of this dossier carried such weight, we must rewind time to just a few days earlier. In a private room deep inside Buckingham Palace, it was a quiet afternoon, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. No assistants, no secretaries, no recording or note-taking devices were allowed in the room. Only two women, sitting opposite each other, with a secret that could change the course of the entire royal family. Princess Anne arrived first. She stood by the window, gazing out over the gardens behind the palace, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. When the door opened softly, Catherine entered. There were no elaborate greetings as usually expected, only a slight nod. Enough for both to understand that this meeting was far from ordinary. Anne broke the silence first. Her voice was calm but firm, carrying the weight of a responsibility she could share with no one else. She spoke of a decision recently made at the highest level, a decision even many royal family members were not aware of. King Charles had secretly entrusted her with a special task, to transfer a massive sum, from £50 to £60 million, from the king's private fund to Catherine for management, not for personal spending, not for familiar royal ceremonies, but for a purpose much greater. It was a long-term strategy, an effort to reshape the image of the monarchy in the eyes of the modern public. The funds would be used for large-scale charitable projects, initiatives with the potential for real impact, not only in England but globally. And Catherine, with her approachable, youthful image, and public admiration, was seen as the most suitable person to lead it. But because of that importance, everything had to remain completely confidential. Anne explained the reasoning clearly. If this information leaked too soon, it could be misunderstood. The public might think the monarchy was trying to buy influence. The press could spin it negatively. Worse, outside forces could attempt to intervene, manipulate, or sabotage the plan before it even began. Catherine listened silently. Her expression shifted gradually, from surprise to contemplation, and finally to determination. She understood the responsibility placed upon her. This was not merely a financial task. It was a test of trust, leadership, and her role in the future of the monarchy. Anne placed a dossier on the table. It was the same dossier that would later disappear. Inside were all the details of the transfer, figures, terms, allocation plans, everything encrypted and secured at the highest level. Even a small mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. The two women discussed matters for nearly an hour. They spoke of strategy, risks, and how to maintain secrecy in an environment where every eye followed their every step. No notes were kept, no other witnesses. When the meeting concluded, Catherine left first, carrying a heavy but hopeful responsibility. Anne stayed a few more minutes. She placed the dossier in the safe in her private room, locking it herself, an action that seemed simple, but it was the final step in protecting a secret worth tens of millions of pounds. Everything seemed perfectly controlled, but what neither of them knew was that during their conversation, every word, every important detail, might not have remained secure. Somewhere, out of their sight, there was a silent presence, an ear listening, someone who knew exactly what to look for. And when the moment came, that person would not miss the opportunity. What neither of them realized was that an ear was eavesdropping on everything they said. From the outside, Queen Camilla always appeared calm, controlled, and authoritative, a woman who had weathered many storms to reach the highest position alongside the king. But behind the palace doors, where no cameras and no ceremonial smiles existed, the story was entirely different. A story of worry, of pressure, and above all, the fear of being replaced. In recent months, the name Catherine had appeared ever more frequently in the media. The public called her a symbol of a modern monarchy. Her charitable projects were praised. Every appearance drew more attention than anyone else in the family. Even internally, her influence was growing noticeably. And for Camilla, this was not merely a generational shift. It was a real threat. Because in the monarchy, power does not come solely from titles. It comes from control. Control of the image, control of finances, and most importantly, control of decisions that shape the future. When information about the private meeting between Princess Anne and Catherine began to reach Camilla, at first she considered it a routine exchange. But her intuition warned her that something much larger was happening, something she was not supposed to know. And it was precisely being left out of the loop that made Camilla unable to remain idle. No one knew exactly how. But on that day, Camilla found a way to access the information she needed, perhaps through a forgotten device, perhaps through an intermediary within the service network, or simply a small gap in the security network that seemed flawless. But the result was undeniable. She had heard the entire conversation, every number, every plan, every detail about the 50 to 60 million pounds. And most importantly, she understood its true significance. It was not merely a charitable project. It was a strategic move to transfer influence, a way to place Catherine at the center of the royal future. If the plan succeeded, Catherine's soft power would increase considerably, and in that case, Camilla's role would gradually be overshadowed. In that moment, a decision formed, not a direct confrontation, not an official prevention, but an action in the shadows, a move subtle enough that no one could trace its origin, but strong enough to disrupt the entire plan before it could unfold. Camilla could not carry it out herself, and she knew that any trace directly linked to her would be a disaster, so she chose the safest route. Through an intermediary, someone outside the royal family, no obvious connection, someone capable of linking to the outside world without arousing suspicion. The contact was made quickly and discreetly. No messages, no direct calls, only signals transmitted through multiple layers of intermediaries. And the mission was clear: retrieve the dossier from Princess Anne's safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Leave no trace. The intermediary understood this was no ordinary task, and to ensure success, he approached a well-known name in the underground world: Victor Kane. Victor was no ordinary thief. He was an expert in trace-free break-ins, jobs that even the most advanced security systems could not detect. His record was nearly empty. No criminal convictions, no clear identity, but in the underworld, the name alone was enough to make many wary. When he received the offer, Victor asked few questions, only one: what is the target? And when he learned it was a safe inside Buckingham Palace, he remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. The plan was laid out with near-perfect precision. The break-in would occur on the night of the 9th of March, a time when the palace's movement schedule was least variable. The camera system would be monitored, but Victor had a way to avoid every frame, not by disabling it, but by never appearing in the shot. He had the safe's code. He had the layout of the area, and most importantly, he had information about when no one would be present in the room. That night, everything went according to plan. Victor moved through the palace like a shadow. No sound, no trace. He opened the door without breaking the lock, approached the safe, entered the code, took the exact dossier, touched nothing else. Within minutes, the task was complete. But in the very moment of leaving, a small mistake occurred, a detail seemingly insignificant, yet decisive. Victor did not close the safe door, perhaps in haste, perhaps overconfident in the perfection of the plan, or simply a rare moment of negligence in his near-flawless career. But the consequence was unchangeable. The safe door was left open. A single sign, but enough to shatter perfection. The next morning, when the security staff discovered it, everything began to change. An investigation was triggered, questions were asked, and layer by layer, the secrets began to unravel. The plan, once thought flawless and built on silence and absolute control, had begun to show its first cracks. And that small mistake opened the door to a confrontation no one could have anticipated. The plan seemed perfect, but that tiny error opened the door to Anne and Catherine's investigation. As soon as she discovered the safe wide open and the dossier missing, Princess Anne realized time was no longer on her side. But instead of launching a public investigation that could cause panic, she made a bolder decision: keep everything silent, and involve only one other person in the secret: Catherine. Their meeting was quick. No ceremony. No delay. When Anne explained everything, Catherine did not show panic. On the contrary, her eyes grew colder than ever. This was no longer a simple assigned responsibility. This was a battle she had to join. And if they erred, the consequences would extend beyond money. The first thing they did was access the internal camera system. But instead of making an official request, they used a private channel known to very few. The footage from the night of the 9th of March was extracted. Every frame was slowed down and analyzed in meticulous detail. At first, everything appeared completely normal. The corridors were empty. No unusual movement. No stranger in sight. But then Catherine was the first to notice something amiss. A gap. A missing segment of data lasting exactly 7 minutes. It was not a camera turned off. It was not a signal interrupted. It was a period that simply did not exist within the system. 7 minutes. Exactly the time required for a professional to complete a full break-in. Anne said nothing, but she understood clearly what it meant. This person did not just know the system. He had manipulated it, a level of knowledge that could only come from inside or from an extremely precise source. They moved on to the next step. Interrogation. Not in the official way. No interrogation rooms. No recordings. Only private conversations disguised as routine checks. Each security staff member, each servant with access to the area, was called in. Questions were asked gently, but no reaction went unnoticed. Most revealed nothing of note, until a small detail began to emerge. One staff member recalled that on that night, he had sensed something strange in the east corridor. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling difficult to explain, as if someone had passed through, leaving no clear trace. That information led Anne and Catherine back to the scene. This time, they did not just look. They observed every centimeter of the floor, every corner of the walls, every detail a normal eye might miss, and then they found it. A very faint footprint, almost invisible unless viewed under special light. Not the type of shoes used by palace staff, matching none on the official list. At the same time, another discovery was made: a strand of hair caught on the edge of the table near the safe. Not belonging to Anne, not belonging to anyone regularly in the room. Two small pieces of evidence, but enough to change the course of the investigation. The samples were sent for analysis through a secure channel. No official record, no administrative trace, and the results returned faster than expected. Both the footprint and the DNA from the hair led to a single name: Victor Kane. The moment the name appeared, the room grew heavy with tension. Anne had heard of him. A man who executed trace-free operations. And if he had truly been in the palace, it could mean only one thing. Someone had brought him in. What happened next was swift and decisive. No announcements, no prior warning. Victor was apprehended in an anonymous apartment in the outskirts of London. When restrained, he did not resist. He remained silent, observing, as if anticipating this very moment. The interrogation began that very night. At first, Victor said nothing. He remained silent, eyes cold, as if no question concerned him. But Anne was not easily fooled. She did not threaten. She did not force in the usual way. She simply presented the evidence, one by one. Precise, irrefutable. The footprint, the hair, the 7-minute gap. Each detail was like a cut, gradually breaking Victor's shell of silence. And then he began to speak. Not much, but enough. He admitted to the break-in, admitted to taking the dossier. But when asked who was behind it, he gave only one name: Marcus. No surname, no title, just a name. But to Anne, that was more than enough. Marcus was no stranger. He was one of Camilla's closest aides, a man always present at her important events. Someone trusted absolutely. In that moment, all the pieces began to fall into place. Information leaked. The intruder had insider knowledge. An intermediary could access the outside world. And a name connected to the center of power. Catherine looked at Anne. No words were needed. Both understood what they were facing. This was no longer a single theft. This was an organized conspiracy. And possibly, it led straight to someone they never thought they would confront. But they also understood something else. From this moment on, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. One small mistake could bury the truth forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, someone began to realize that the net was tightening, and that person would not sit idly by. But Camilla did not sit idly waiting to be exposed. As the first signs of the investigation began to appear, Queen Camilla understood that everything was slipping out of control. She did not need direct reports to realize it. She only needed to observe how the security staff changed their duty schedules, how some areas were restricted, and especially the unusual silence from Princess Anne. All of it pointed to one thing: they knew more than they were supposed to. Camilla's first reaction was not anger. It was panic, not the kind of panic shown outwardly, but a violent undercurrent within. She understood fully the gravity of the situation. If the connection between Victor, Marcus, and herself were exposed, the consequences would be irreparable. Not just reputation, not just position, but her entire existence within the royal family, and so she acted. The first order was given discreetly. Marcus had to disappear from view, not to leave the royal family, but to be transferred to a different position, less noticed, less involved in internal affairs, a change disguised as a routine personnel move. But to those who understood, it was a severing of ties. Next was the camera system. Camilla knew the 7-minute gap had been discovered, but she also knew that not all the data was in Anne and Catherine's hands. There were still recordings, system logs that could be further exploited, and if someone patient enough tried, they could trace how the system had been tampered with. So, an unofficial order was sent: delete part of the data, not all, as that would be too obvious. Only carefully selected segments, enough to obscure traces, enough to create confusion during analysis. At the same time, another strategy was activated: rumors. Within 24 hours, a story began circulating inside the palace that perhaps this was an external break-in, that a professional criminal group had found a way past security, that this was a vulnerability to be fixed, not a betrayal from within. The story did not appear in the press, not yet, but it seeped into conversations, hallways, staff lounges, and just as Camilla predicted, it began to create distraction. When there are too many hypotheses, the truth becomes harder to grasp. But her boldest move lay elsewhere. Publicly, just days after the incident, Camilla appeared at a charity event. Completely composed, a light smile, confident eyes, every gesture perfectly controlled. No one could detect any trace of worry. And then, in a carefully calculated moment, she spoke, not directly mentioning the theft, but enough for all involved to understand. She spoke of the necessity of protecting the royal family from saboteurs. She emphasized loyalty, responsibility, and not allowing outside forces to weaken the system. It was a subtle move. By positioning herself as the protector, she placed herself beyond suspicion. By criticizing an invisible enemy, she redirected the thoughts of those observing. And most importantly, she sent a silent message to anyone investigating, that she was still in control. But beneath that perfect exterior, pressure was mounting by the hour. Camilla knew that what she had done could only buy time, not erase traces entirely. Once the investigation had begun, it would not stop until answers were found. And with each advance by Anne and Catherine, the distance between truth and concealment narrowed. What she could not control were the things that had left the palace, for while data could be deleted, statements could be distorted, money could not. The flow of funds to transactions, financial movements, all left a trail. And once someone traced them, every layer of disguise became meaningless. It was the only weakness in an almost perfectly constructed plan, and it was a point Camilla had not yet addressed. However, irrefutable financial evidence brought everything crashing down. As layers of disguise were gradually peeled away, Princess Anne and Catherine realized they needed evidence that could not be denied. Not speculation, not testimony, but something that could withstand any pressure. And the answer, in the end, lay where few would look: money. Through a secure financial channel, they began tracing unusual transactions in the days before and after the theft. At first, everything seemed carefully hidden. Small transfers, scattered, with no clear connection. But when pieced together, a pattern emerged. A chain of transactions led to an intermediary account, and from there, a single, prominent sum. Unmistakable. £50,000. That sum had been transferred just a few hours before the night of the 9th of March. The recipient was none other than Victor Kiney. But what chilled Anne and Catherine was not the amount, but its origin. The sending account was directly linked to an internal fund, part of Camilla's close personnel group. Not direct proof, but a thread clear enough that it could not be dismissed as coincidence. When all the pieces were placed together, the picture was complete. Victor was the executor, Marcus was the intermediary, and behind them, a name they had suspected from the beginning, but never wanted to believe was real. The report was prepared that very night, not through any official channel, only one copy, sealed and delivered directly to King Charles. When he read it, the room fell into a long silence. No one spoke, but everyone understood that the next moment would change everything. The confrontation was arranged immediately afterward. No press, no advisors, only 4 people in a private room at Buckingham Palace: King Charles, Princess Anne, Catherine, and Camilla. The tension was almost palpable. Anne spoke first. She presented the full chain of events, from the theft to Victor, to Marcus, and finally the £50,000 transaction, each detail given precisely, without emotion, but enough to carry undeniable weight. Catherine said little, but her eyes never left Camilla. When it was over, all eyes focused on one person, Camilla. For the first few seconds, she did not react. Her face maintained its usual calm. Then a very small change appeared. Not panic, not collapse, but acceptance. She did not deny, but she did not admit it directly. Instead, she spoke a sentence, slowly, clearly, as if prepared in advance. "I only want to protect the family from poor decisions." The words fell into the silence like a knife. No explanation, no justification, but enough to confirm everything. King Charles closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his gaze had changed. No longer the husband, but a king. The decision was made on the spot. Camilla would not be stripped of her title, but she would lose control over part of the internal finances. Private communication channels would be monitored more closely, and her personal security team would be completely restructured. It was not a public punishment, but it was a clear limitation. A silent message that power, once abused, must always have a price. The room remained quiet as it ended, but everyone understood that, even though the truth had been revealed, its repercussions would continue long after. The story closed not with a public scandal, but with carefully controlled silence. After everything that had happened, the sum of more than £50 million was finally transferred successfully to Catherine. Charitable projects were implemented as planned. New campaigns began appearing in the media, projecting an image of a modern, approachable, and responsible royal family. From the outside, everything seemed back on its normal course. There was no sign that just a few days earlier, an internal crisis had nearly shaken the entire system. But inside Buckingham Palace, everything was no longer the same. Trust, once fractured, cannot be easily repaired. Cautious glances, pause in conversation, and decisions weighed more carefully than ever were all signs of an unhealed wound. Camilla retained her title, still appearing in public with her usual composure, but her power was no longer complete. Meanwhile, Catherine stepped into a new position, not only as a symbol, but also as a holder of part of the royal family's financial future. Princess Anne, standing at the center of it all, made a choice that not everyone could make. She chose truth over silence, chose to protect the long-term interests of the royal family rather than maintain a false stability. And while that decision was strategically correct, it also carried unavoidable consequences. A silent confrontation, a division that time might soothe, but could hardly erase completely. In the royal world, where everything is always covered by ceremony and tradition, what we see is only the surface. Behind it lies far more complex stories, where power, loyalty, and ambition are always intertwined. Now you know the full story. Do you still hold your original opinion? Comment number 1 or number 2 below and tell me who you think suffered the most in this case. Do not forget to like if you found the story dramatic. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next royal drama. See you next time. One night in 2024, the entire United Kingdom sank into a heavy and anxious atmosphere. At the center of all attention, King Charles III, a monarch who had only recently ascended the throne, suddenly faced a diagnosis that no one ever wants to hear: cancer. The news not only shocked the public, but also raised questions that had not been asked since the royal family's previous crises. And then, in the midst of that storm, Queen Camilla, a woman who had been controversial for decades, stepped forward with a statement that left the world stunned. It was not a familiar reassurance. It was not a carefully controlled image. It was a rare admission that everything behind the palace doors was no longer as stable as it appeared. At the same time, troubling signals began to emerge in rapid succession. The king's health became the central focus. But it did not stop there. Queen Camilla was also believed to be facing her own issues. Catherine, Princess of Wales, suddenly disappeared from public engagements before confirming her own cancer diagnosis. The repeated absence of key figures led many to begin asking questions. Was Buckingham Palace facing an unprecedented health crisis in modern history? And that was only the tip of the iceberg. From Camilla's shocking statement at the Isle of Man, to signs about her true condition, to the fragile legacy of the royal couple at the top, and beyond that, the future of the monarchy itself. Everything would be peeled back layer by layer. What do you think about the health situation of the British royal family? Comment below, right now. Number 1, if you believe everything is temporary and they will overcome it. Or number 2, if you are concerned this is a sign of a larger crisis. Do not miss it. We will analyze every detail. Now, let us go back to the moment when everything began to change. March 2024. While King Charles III was still undergoing treatment after his cancer diagnosis, which had been announced just 1 month earlier, all eyes suddenly turned to what seemed like a quiet destination, the Isle of Man, a visit not particularly grand in ceremony, not highly symbolic of power, yet it became the focus of global media. Because this time, the one who appeared was not the king. It was Queen Camilla. From the moment she stepped out of the car, her gentle smile and calm gaze carried a carefully calculated message. This was no longer the image of someone standing behind. This was someone temporarily carrying a role that should have belonged to the monarch. And then, in what seemed like a simple conversation with local residents, that statement was made. He is doing well. But managing the illness means he appears less frequently. A short answer, without embellishment, without avoidance. Yet that rare honesty created a shockwave. For decades, the British royal family had operated under an almost unchanging principle: never reveal too much about health. Never let the public see weakness behind the perfect image. But this time, everything seemed different. No more vague statements. No more emotionless, heavily filtered words. Camilla, in a very natural way, broke that barrier, and the media immediately called it an unprecedented transparency, a level of openness never seen in the modern history of the British monarchy. The shock did not lie only in the words. It lay in what those words implied. Within just 1 month after the cancer diagnosis was announced in February 2024, King Charles III's public schedule dropped dramatically to a level never seen before. According to estimates from royal observers, the reduction reached 70 to 80%. Official receptions were cancelled. Overseas visits were postponed. Symbolic events were handed over to other members. For a monarch who had just been crowned, this was not merely an adjustment. It was a disruption. And in that gap, the image of Queen Camilla began to change in a very clear way. From a figure once met with doubt, even harsh criticism for many years, she suddenly became the most stable representative face of the royal family during the crisis. Not through grand speeches, not through massive media campaigns, but through short statements, consistent appearances, and a demeanor that seemed completely unshaken. But what drew the attention of analysts was not only her presence, it was the way she spoke. The phrase, "he is doing well," sounded reassuring at first. But the next part, "managing the illness means he appears less frequently," opened up a different reality. It was an admission that the king could no longer maintain his previous pace of work. It was a confirmation that a real limitation existed. And more importantly, it was one of the rare times a senior royal directly acknowledged that limitation in front of the public. For many people, this was a bold move, but for long-time royal watchers, it was also a signal, a sign that real power inside Buckingham Palace was shifting. When the king is forced to step back, even temporarily, a power vacuum never lasts long. It will be filled. And the biggest question now is not who will replace him, but to what extent that replacement is already happening. The visit to the Isle of Man, with everything that unfolded, became a milestone, not because of its scale, not because of ceremony, but because of the message hidden behind every detail. A monarchy forced to adapt, a system built on absolute stability, now facing uncertainty. And at the center of that movement, Queen Camilla stands in a position few ever expected. But that statement was not only reassuring, it revealed something deeper, a quiet yet decisive shift in the power structure of the British royal family. And as we look more closely at what followed, a question begins to take shape. Is this merely a temporary solution during a time of crisis, or the beginning of a new order inside the palace? If the moment at the Isle of Man was the first flash of lightning, then what followed was the real storm, a storm not driven by politics, not by media scandals, but by the one thing the British royal family has always tried to control most tightly: health. And this time, it did not affect just one person. It spread, reaching the most central figures of the monarchy. At the center of that storm is King Charles III. In February 2024, the announcement of his cancer diagnosis brought the world to a halt. There was no specific information about the type of illness, no details about the stage, only a brief message: the king was undergoing treatment. But that lack of information fueled more speculation than ever. In the months that followed, his appearances became increasingly rare. Public engagements were significantly reduced. Every appearance was carefully calculated. And behind the scenes, a strict treatment schedule was said to be reshaping the daily life of the head of the monarchy. However, by the end of 2025, positive signals began to emerge. According to sources close to the situation, early detection played a key role. Doctors were believed to have adjusted the treatment plan toward long-term management rather than emergency intervention. This allowed King Charles III to reduce the intensity of treatment and gradually consider returning to some public duties. Even so, one reality could not be denied. The king's health had become an inseparable factor in every decision made by the palace. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla, who had been carrying much of the representative role, was not outside the storm. In November 2024, she was confirmed to have a chest infection. At first, it was described as mild, but within a short time, it developed into pneumonia, a turning point that forced doctors to make a clear recommendation. She needed rest, and for the first time in months, Her packed schedule was interrupted. A series of important events were cancelled. Among them was the Field of Remembrance ceremony, an event with deep symbolic meaning for both the royal family and the public. Alongside it, a high-level reception could not proceed as planned. These decisions were not simply schedule adjustments. They were clear signs that even the person stepping in could no longer sustain the previous pace. And in that context, the image of a monarchy that is always resilient and uninterrupted began to show cracks. But perhaps the greatest shock came from Catherine, Princess of Wales. For a long period, her absence from public engagements fueled countless rumors. And then, the official confirmation came. She was undergoing cancer treatment. This news did not only shock the United Kingdom, but spread across the world. Because Catherine, Princess of Wales, is not just a member of the royal family. She is a symbol of the next generation, a representation of future stability. By September 2024, she was confirmed to have completed chemotherapy, a significant milestone that brought hope. But at the same time, it underscored the severity of the earlier situation. The fact that a young figure, at the height of her public role, had to undergo such a treatment journey was something never imagined in the ideal picture of the monarchy. When placing these three cases side by side, a concerning picture begins to emerge. Within less than 1 year, 3 of the most senior members of the British royal family faced serious health issues. 2 cases of cancer, 1 case of infection developing into pneumonia. These are no longer isolated events. This is a pattern, a coincidence too striking to be seen as random. Observers began using a strong phrase, an unprecedented rate in modern history, because for decades, despite many upheavals, the British monarchy had maintained an image of continuity and stability. Health issues, if any, were handled discreetly and rarely occurred simultaneously among key figures. But this time, every rule seemed to have been broken. The pressure does not come only from illness. It comes from the consequences that follow. Schedules disrupted, responsibilities redistributed, other members stepping forward to fill the gaps. And in that process, a power structure once considered stable is beginning to shift. Questions are emerging more frequently. Who is truly in control? Who is making the decisions? And more importantly, how long can this system sustain itself in such a state? Amid all these upheavals, one image has gradually become clearer: Queen Camilla. Even while facing her own health issues, she has continued to appear whenever possible. Not ostentatious, not dramatic, but enough to maintain the sense that the monarchy is still functioning. That steady presence, in a time of deep uncertainty, has begun to reshape how the public sees her. Because in ordinary times, the role of a queen consort can be overlooked. But in a crisis, everything changes. The one who endures the longest, the one who appears when needed most, becomes the symbol, not because they are chosen, but because circumstances force them to step forward. In the midst of this unprecedented health storm, the British royal family is not only fighting illness, they are adapting to a new reality. A reality in which vulnerability can no longer be fully concealed. And within that very vulnerability, new roles are being reshaped day by day. In that storm, Camilla is not only stepping in for her husband, she is becoming a new symbol. To understand why the image of Queen Camilla during this recent crisis has created such a powerful shift, we must go back to the past. A past that was far from easy, even deeply controversial. For many years, the name Camilla was not associated with respect. It was tied to one of the most painful chapters of the British royal family, involving Diana, Princess of Wales. In the eyes of the public, the story between King Charles III and Camilla was once seen as a primary cause of the collapse of the most famous royal marriage of the century. The image of Diana, with her vulnerability and unique charisma, created a stark contrast. And within that contrast, Camilla was placed in the role of the third person, a label she carried for decades. The criticism came not only from the media, but from public emotion itself. For many, she did not belong in the royal family, at least not in the way they expected. But time, as it often does, changed many things. After marrying Charles, Camilla began to appear more frequently in official duties. Not loudly, not seeking the spotlight. She chose a different path. Quiet, persistent, and focused on areas she genuinely cared about. Literacy, support for victims of domestic violence, raising awareness of osteoporosis, and especially campaigns related to cancer. By 2023, when King Charles III was officially crowned, Camilla's title as Queen Consort was no longer an assumption. It became reality. And notably, public reaction was different this time. There was no longer the intense wave of opposition seen before. Not everyone fully supported her, but acceptance had begun to take shape, partly because time had softened old wounds, partly because of what she had done over the years. Queen Camilla's charitable work has not been symbolic. She has been deeply involved in each campaign. With organizations such as Macmillan Cancer Support and Breast Cancer Now, she has not only appeared as a representative, she has met patients, listened to their stories, taken part in initiatives to raise awareness and support treatment. In the field of combating domestic and sexual violence, she has also spent significant time working directly with organizations and victims, not through formal speeches, but through personal encounters. One of the key milestones in this journey was the documentary Her Majesty, the Queen Behind Closed Doors, broadcast in November 2024. Unlike traditional royal content, the film opened a different perspective, more intimate, more realistic, and at times, more difficult to watch. Its focus was not ceremony or power. It was the stories of domestic abuse, sexual violence, and the consequences they leave behind. In the film, Queen Camilla appears not as a symbol, but as a listener. She meets victims, sits with them, hears them recount painful experiences, and what surprised many was how she responded. Not distant, not performative, but sincere and direct. It was an image the public had rarely seen before. According to data from the programs she supports and participates in, the number of people assisted has exceeded 1 million, a significant figure, especially considering the scope of royal work. This number is often placed alongside initiatives from the Prince's Trust, founded by King Charles III, which has helped millions of young people over decades. The comparison is not meant to create competition. It highlights one point. Camilla's role is no longer merely supportive. It is becoming an important part of the overall picture. However, the journey from scandal to recognition has never been a straight line. Although her image has improved significantly, memories of the past have not completely disappeared. For a portion of the public, the story of Diana, Princess of Wales, still remains, and any shift in perception of Camilla continues to come with debate. But perhaps the most notable aspect of this recent period is not only the change in public perception, it is how she has responded to circumstances. While the royal family faces a series of health challenges, while pressure from media and public opinion intensifies, Queen Camilla has not stepped back. She has stepped forward, not with drama, but with steadiness, and it is that steadiness that has gradually reshaped her image. From a controversial figure, she has become one of the most stable faces of the monarchy in a time of instability, not because her past has disappeared, but because her present has become strong enough to create a new perspective. But in a system as complex as the British royal family, individual image never exists in isolation. It is always tied to relationships, to internal dynamics, and to the reactions of other members. And when we look at how the royal family has responded during this period, a question begins to emerge. Is the unity we are seeing truly sustainable? Or beneath it, Do cracks still remain that have never fully disappeared? As the health crisis spreads across the British royal family, the response does not come only from the outside. It begins within the family itself, and the way each member reacts has painted a complex picture. There is unity, there is empathy, but at the same time, there are silences that leave many people wondering. First, there is Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales. In a context where both face immense pressure, especially as Catherine undergoes cancer treatment, the tone of their statements has been notable. Not panic, not avoidance, but focused on a single word: resilience. Messages from their office emphasize that the family remains united, still facing challenges with strength. For many, this is an effort to maintain an image of stability. But for close observers, it also reveals something else. The pressure has become so intense that they are forced to control the message more tightly than ever before. On another side, Prince Harry, although no longer a working member of the royal family, has offered responses that feel more personal. His statements are described as sincere, filled with emotion, not official in tone like those from the palace. Yet that difference itself creates impact. It shows that despite geographical distance and past conflicts, the bond of family has never been completely severed. However, Harry's presence in this narrative also reminds the public of fractures that have existed for years, and the question arises whether personal emotion is enough to heal deeper divisions. Perhaps the most striking response comes from Anne, Princess Royal. For many years, she has been seen as one of the most reserved and least expressive members of the royal family. But this time, observers have noticed a clear shift. The moments she appears, the small gestures, even the way she speaks about the family situation, all carry a different tone. Many describe it as emotional, not dramatic, but enough to reveal the seriousness of the situation. When a figure known for distance begins to show feeling, it often means the internal pressure has crossed a certain threshold. Meanwhile, the reaction from the public tells a different story. At first, there was shock. News of King Charles III's cancer diagnosis, followed by the condition of Queen Camilla, and then Catherine, Princess of Wales, created a sequence of events that felt almost unreal. But after the initial shock came empathy. Messages of support and well wishes spread across media platforms. At the same time, alongside that empathy, a wave of doubt began to grow. A question appeared more frequently. Are we being told the full truth, or only part of the picture? To understand why this question arises, many have looked back at history, specifically the case of George VI, the king who died in 1952. It was later revealed that he had suffered from lung cancer for a long period before his death. Yet at the time, that information was almost entirely kept from the public. This comparison is not accidental. It reflects a deeper concern, that although the royal family has changed and become more open, the fundamental nature of information control may not have disappeared. It may simply have been refined in a more subtle way. These questions have created a new layer of tension in how the public receives information. In that context, the image of Queen Camilla continues to play a significant role. The documentary, Her Majesty, the Queen Behind Closed Doors, is not just a media project. It has become a tool for shifting perception. Millions have watched it, and according to some reports, awareness of domestic and sexual violence increased by 30 to 40% after its broadcast. That number is not only statistical, it reflects a shift in how the royal family engages with society. From maintaining distance, they have begun to take part directly in sensitive issues. From controlling image, they have begun to share more. And in that process, they are not only changing how the public sees them, they are also contributing to how society understands important issues. But this very change raises a larger question. As the royal family becomes more open, as they reveal more vulnerability and difficulty, Does that make them more relatable to the public? Or does it weaken the image of stability and permanence that has long been the foundation of the monarchy? For centuries, the strength of the monarchy has not come only from political power. It has come from symbolism, from the sense that no matter how the world changes, they remain a constant anchor. But when those symbols begin to show cracks, when perfection is no longer fully maintained, the entire system is forced to confront a question it has rarely had to answer. Is this transformation necessary for survival in a new era? Or is it a sign that an old model is approaching its limits? But is this truly the end of an outdated monarchy? After all the health crises, the shocking moments, and the mixed reactions from the public, a larger question begins to take shape. Where is the future of the British monarchy heading? And more importantly, how will the legacy of King Charles III and Queen Camilla be defined in this unprecedented context? For Charles, the story of legacy has never been only about the throne. From his time as Prince of Wales, he built an image closely tied to environmental issues, sustainable development, and social responsibility. For decades, he spoke about climate change, organic agriculture, and nature conservation, even when these topics had not yet become global trends. The Prince's Trust, which he founded, has supported more than 1 million disadvantaged young people, helping them find employment opportunities and build their futures. That number reflects not only scale, it reflects a long-term vision. But now, as he faces illness, the legacy of King Charles III is entering a new phase. It is no longer only about global strategic issues. It is about personal matters, closer to the lives of millions. Cancer, early detection, timely treatment, these concepts are no longer abstract. They have become part of his own story. In a video collaboration with Stand Up to Cancer, Charles delivered a clear message. Early detection can save millions of lives. He emphasized that each year, up to 9 million cancer cases worldwide could be significantly improved if diagnosed in time. This is not only a shocking number, it is a call to action. And when that call comes from a king who is personally undergoing treatment, its weight becomes greater than ever. According to sources, by 2026, the health condition of King Charles III has shown positive signs. The treatment plan has been adjusted toward lower intensity. Doctors have allowed him to gradually return to part of his duties. Although he cannot fully return to his previous pace, this is still considered good news, not only for the royal family, but also for the public, who have followed his journey with deep attention. Meanwhile, the legacy of Queen Camilla is being shaped in a different direction. If Charles represents long-term vision and systemic issues, Camilla focuses on individual human stories, public health, domestic violence, social awareness. These areas are not always easy to approach, but her direct and sincere way of engaging has made the difference. The transparency she has shown in recent statements, especially in the context of the royal family's health, has also become part of that legacy. In a system known for its discretion, choosing to share more is not a simple decision, but it reflects adaptation, an effort to bring the monarchy closer to the public in an era where information can no longer be fully controlled. When these two directions come together, a picture of the future begins to appear. A more modern monarchy, not only built on tradition, but also on connection with contemporary issues. In the field of healthcare, what is happening now could become a catalyst for larger change. Cancer awareness campaigns may be strengthened, early screening programs may be expanded, and the role of the monarchy in driving these changes may become more visible. However, the path ahead is not without challenges. The balance between tradition and innovation has always been difficult. Move too far toward transparency, and the monarchy may weaken the symbolic image that forms its foundation. But if it maintains the old approach, it risks becoming disconnected from the reality of modern society. In that context, The journey of King Charles III and Queen Camilla can be seen as a test, an experiment in whether the monarchy can redefine itself without losing its core identity. What they are doing, from promoting environmental campaigns, supporting communities, to sharing personal experiences, all contribute to shaping the answer. And perhaps the most important factor lies in how the public responds. Because in the end, the strength of the monarchy does not come only from history. It comes from acceptance, from the belief that it still has a role in modern society. If current efforts can reinforce that belief, then the storm they are facing may become a positive turning point. But if not, it may also become a marker of the limits of a system that has existed for too long. So after all the drama, the upheavals, and the efforts to adapt, what truly lies ahead? Looking back at everything that has unfolded from 2024 to 2025, one thing cannot be denied. This health crisis is not only a challenge for the British royal family, it is a turning point. For the first time in decades, the public has seen a monarchy that is not perfect, a monarchy facing illness, vulnerability, and very human limitations, and in a way that has made them more relatable than ever. At the center of this story, Queen Camilla has emerged as a figure few could have predicted. From a controversial past, she has entered the crisis with an entirely different role, not loud, not dramatic, but steady enough to keep the image of the monarchy from breaking apart. While King Charles III battles illness, while other members face their own challenges, her consistent presence has become a point of support, an unexpected hero in a way no media narrative could have created. But the story does not end with individuals. It opens a broader vision, a monarchy in transition, more transparency, more openness, and a clear effort to connect with the public in a world where the distance between symbol and reality is shrinking. If these changes continue, if the lessons from this crisis are turned into action, then the future of the British monarchy may not weaken as many fear. On the contrary, it may become stronger, more adaptive, and more resilient. The legacy of King Charles III and Queen Camilla will therefore be viewed from a different perspective, not only as titles, not only as ceremonies, but as the way they guided the monarchy through one of the most difficult periods in modern history, a legacy built not only on power, but on adaptation and resilience. And what about you? What do you think the future of the throne will look like? Comment below right now. Number 1. If you believe everything will stabilize and the monarchy will overcome. Or number 2. If you think this is only the beginning of greater upheaval. If you found this entire story surprising, do not forget to like, share this video with your friends to discuss together, and subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the latest updates about the British royal family. Thank you for watching until the end. See you again in the next stories. In the year 2026, an almost unbelievable situation is unfolding at Sandringham. The private estate long considered the most personal residence of the British royal family. Queen Camilla, who currently holds the title of Queen, has reportedly been prevented from entering a private set of rooms within the estate itself. This is not an unfounded rumor or a fictional story. According to sources close to the royal household, the door leading to that private wing has been placed under legal protection by lawyers, and the person behind this controversial decision is Princess Anne. Princess Anne is said to have taken this step in order to protect control over a private space she has used for many years at Sandringham. However, the decision immediately created tension with Queen Camilla, who had reportedly planned to spend part of the summer there in quiet retreat. Instead of a peaceful royal holiday, Sandringham has suddenly become the center of a quiet but highly sensitive confrontation within the Windsor family. To understand why this story has attracted such intense attention, it is necessary to look at the special meaning Sandringham holds for the British royal family. It is not simply a country residence for generations. Sandringham has been regarded as the spiritual heart of the royal family. The estate, which spans more than 20,000 acres, is where successive monarchs traditionally gather each Christmas, temporarily stepping away from the formality of London to spend time in a more relaxed family setting. It was at Sandringham that Queen Elizabeth II spent many important holiday seasons with her family. It is also the place where Prince Philip chose to retire after stepping away from public duties. And it was here, within this quiet estate, that Queen Elizabeth II passed away, closing a remarkable chapter in the history of the British monarchy. Yet in the year 2026, the place once seen as a symbol of family unity has unexpectedly become the center of a new tension within the House of Windsor. This has led many observers to ask an important question. Is Princess Anne attempting to protect the heritage and traditional order of the royal family, or has her decision gone too far? Comment number 1 if you support Princess Anne. Comment number 2 if you believe Queen Camilla is the one being treated unfairly in this situation. And do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the full development of this royal drama that is capturing public attention. Sandringham has long been regarded as one of the most private yet important symbols of the British royal family. Unlike Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, which belong to the Crown Estate and are closely tied to the official role of the state, Sandringham carries a completely different meaning. It is a private property of the royal family, a place deeply connected to personal life and to traditions that have lasted for generations. For this reason, any dispute involving Sandringham is never simply about property. It often reflects deeper tensions within the House of Windsor itself. The history of the estate began in the year 1862, when Queen Victoria purchased the land in Norfolk as a gift for her son, who would later become King Edward VII. From that moment, Sandringham was defined as a private family property rather than a state residence. This made it one of the very few places where members of the royal family could live with a greater degree of privacy compared with the official palaces. Over more than a century and a half, Sandringham gradually developed into a vast estate covering roughly 20,000 acres. This figure often surprises people when placed into context. The size of Sandringham is nearly comparable to the entire island of Phu Quoc in Vietnam. Within this large estate there is not only the main residence, but also farms, woodland, lakes, and a number of houses used by different members of the royal family. For many decades, Sandringham has also been the center of one of the most famous family traditions of the British monarchy. Every Christmas, members of the royal family gather here to spend the holiday together. The image of the royal family walking to St. Mary Magdalene Church on Christmas morning has become a familiar ritual captured by the media for many years. For the public, it represents one of the rare moments when the royal family appears together in a more relaxed atmosphere compared with the formal ceremonies in London. Sandringham is also connected to several important milestones in modern royal history. In the year 2022, Queen Elizabeth II passed away here, bringing to a close a reign that lasted more than 70 years. News of her passing at Sandringham turned the estate into a powerful emotional symbol for the entire nation. Many years earlier, Prince Philip had chosen a smaller house on the estate known as Wood Farm as his retirement home after stepping back from public duties. Unlike the grandeur of the main residence, Wood Farm was known as a quiet place where he spent much of his later life reading, painting, and staying away from the attention of the media. Within Sandringham, each residence is connected to the personal story of different members of the royal family. Anmer Hall, a house located within the estate grounds, is now the familiar country home of Prince William and Catherine whenever they leave London to spend time privately with their family. The house was given to them by Queen Elizabeth II after their marriage, and has since become one of the few truly private spaces for the Wales family. Not far from Anmer Hall stands Park House, another residence with deep historical meaning. It was here that Princess Diana was born. In later years, the house was used for charitable purposes. Yet the memory of Diana's birth continues to make it an inseparable part of Sandringham's story. Another residence on the estate is Marsh Farm, where Prince Andrew lived for many years. The presence of several members of the royal family within the same estate has created a unique living structure, one in which family relationships remain both close and complex. This structure has also made Sandringham more than simply a place for rest. It has long been a space where informal family arrangements have been maintained for many years. Many houses, many private wings, and many different usage rights have traditionally been determined through quiet understanding among members of the royal family, rather than through clearly written legal documents. However, those unwritten agreements that existed for decades have begun to weaken as the year 2026 arrived. As generations change and power within the family shifts, the boundaries that were once naturally respected have started to become less clear. In that context, what first appeared to be a simple disagreement about the use of a private wing at Sandringham quickly escalated into a serious legal issue, to the point that lawyers ultimately became involved. To understand why the dispute at Sandringham in the year 2026 escalated so quickly that legal intervention became necessary, many observers believe it is important to look back at the relationship between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla, a relationship that has developed over several decades. This is not a conflict that suddenly appeared in recent years. In reality, the distance and suspicion between these two women has existed for nearly half a century. The roots of this tension can be traced back to the early 1970s, when Camilla first entered the social circle of Prince Charles. At that time, Princess Anne was still young but had already begun to play an active role in royal duties. Anne was raised in an environment that emphasized discipline, duty, and tradition. From a very early age, she developed a reputation as one of the hardest-working members of the royal family. For many consecutive years, Princess Anne frequently topped the list of royal family members with the highest number of official engagements completed each year. The figure often reached several hundred events annually, ranging from charity visits to official duties representing the monarchy in many countries. Because of this, within palace circles, Anne came to represent the model of traditional royalty, where duty is placed before personal image. Camilla followed a very different path. When the relationship between Camilla and Prince Charles gradually became known to the public toward the end of the 20th century, it quickly developed into one of the most significant scandals in the modern history of the British royal family. The existence of this relationship was widely believed to have contributed to the breakdown of the marriage between Charles and Princess Diana. For many years, Camilla became one of the most criticized figures in the British media. This context meant that Camilla entered the royal family from a very different position compared with those who were born into the royal household. For many people within the family, especially those who placed strong value on the traditional reputation of the monarchy, Camilla's presence was always accompanied by a certain degree of suspicion. Princess Anne has often been described as one of the most cautious voices in this regard. People familiar with the inner circle of the royal family say that Anne has never openly criticized Camilla. At the same time, she has never fully trusted the role that Camilla might play within the power structure of the Windsor family. Over many years, the interaction between the two women has often been described as a form of quiet Cold War, in which both maintained a clear distance and rarely displayed any real closeness in public. When Prince Charles eventually married Camilla in the year 2005, many observers believed that the moment represented an official acceptance of the relationship by the royal family. Yet acceptance in principle did not mean that every tension disappeared. In the years that followed, Camilla gradually improved her public image through charitable work and through campaigns, raising awareness about domestic violence, mental health, and several other social issues. When Prince Charles later became King Charles III, Camilla's position within the royal family changed significantly. She was no longer simply the wife of the heir to the throne. She became Queen Camilla, a formal title that came with growing influence within royal activities. Yet this very change also made some people inside the royal household more cautious. According to many analysts, Princess Anne has always viewed the role of the monarchy as a structure built on clearly defined duties and carefully limited responsibilities. For that reason, any sign that a member might be expanding influence beyond traditional boundaries could naturally make her wary. Some sources close to the royal family suggest that Anne had previously expressed concern that Camilla was gradually stepping into areas of influence that had historically been managed by other members of the family. These concerns were never voiced publicly, but over time they helped sustain the distance between these two women, whose personalities are very different. When looking at the entire picture, the most striking aspect is not a single event, but the length of time this tension has existed. From the 1970s until today, the distance between Princess Anne and Camilla has lasted for nearly 50 years. Throughout that entire period, both women have continued to appear together at official royal events and have maintained the image of unity before the public. Yet behind the scenes, the underlying mistrust between them has never completely disappeared. For this reason, when the dispute at Sandringham erupted in the year 2026, many observers did not see it as a sudden conflict. Instead, they viewed it as the latest eruption of a tension that had quietly existed for nearly half a century. What makes this story even more complicated is that the real cause of the dispute may not simply involve the use of a private wing at Sandringham. According to several sources close to the royal family, the deeper issue may be connected to the fate of another member of the Windsor family, a younger brother who has been largely isolated from public life. And that story may, in fact, be the real trigger behind the confrontation between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla. That younger brother is Prince Andrew. During the first months of the year 2026, when the media began reporting about tension at Sandringham, many people assumed the dispute revolved only around the use of a private wing within the estate. However, as more details slowly emerged, the picture became far more complicated. Behind what seemed to be a property-related disagreement was another decisive factor. Within royal circles, many people referred to it simply as the Andrew factor. Prince Andrew has long been one of the most controversial figures in the modern history of the House of Windsor. After many years connected to scandals that seriously damaged the reputation of the royal family, his position within the family gradually diminished. By the year 2025, a final decision was made. Andrew officially lost several important royal titles and no longer held any public representative role. For the British monarchy, this was an unusually rare step. In modern history, very few individuals born into the royal family have been stripped of nearly all official status in such a manner. From a prince who once appeared regularly on international tours and high-level state events, Andrew almost completely disappeared from public life. After losing his titles, his living arrangements also changed. Instead of continuing to reside in the large residences associated with royal rank, Andrew moved to Wood Farm, a smaller house located within the Sandringham estate. Wood Farm had long been known as the home Prince Philip chose for retirement after stepping away from royal duties. The setting there is much quieter than the main residences and attracts far less media attention. This transition created a powerful image. A man who had once been a prominent prince of the Windsor family was now living a nearly secluded life in a modest house deep inside the estate. For many observers, it appeared to resemble a form of unofficial exile within the royal family. However, what happened afterward made the situation far more serious. On the 19th of February, in the year 2026, the very day of Prince Andrew's 66th birthday, an unprecedented event occurred. Police officers carried out an arrest connected to allegations of misconduct in public office. According to early reports, Andrew was held for questioning for approximately 11 hours before being released. The incident immediately sent shockwaves not only through the royal household but across the wider British political environment. Legal sources emphasized that this was the first time since the year 1554 that a brother of the reigning monarch had been arrested by law enforcement authorities. The figure quickly became a detail repeated across international media as an extraordinary historical milestone. The situation did not stop with the arrest. Investigations soon expanded to properties connected to Andrew. Police carried out searches at both Wood Farm in Sandringham and Royal Lodge in Windsor. Images of police vehicles entering the estate, which had long been regarded as one of the most private spaces of the royal family, quickly attracted enormous attention from the media. For the House of Windsor, this was not only a legal investigation, it was also a serious crisis of public image. Every new development was closely followed by journalists and by the public. In that atmosphere, members of the royal family began to express very different views about how the situation should be handled. Princess Anne was widely believed to be one of the family members showing the clearest sympathy toward Andrew. While she did not publicly defend her brother's past actions, she was reportedly deeply concerned about his mental state after years of isolation from public life. People familiar with the royal household said Anne believed Andrew needed protection from intense media pressure and from excessive public attention during such a sensitive period. That belief led to a clear position. Anne was said to support allowing Andrew to continue living quietly at Wood Farm, away from the busier areas of the estate, and with minimal exposure to the media. However, not everyone within the family agreed with that approach. Queen Camilla was believed to hold a far stricter view. According to several sources, she worried that allowing Andrew to remain at Sandringham while legal investigations were ongoing could seriously damage the public image of the monarchy. From Camilla's perspective, Sandringham is not simply a private family retreat. It is also an important public symbol of the royal family. Any scandal connected to the estate could quickly become a major story in international media. This difference in perspective regarding Andrew made the tension between Anne and Camilla far more visible. One side prioritized protecting a brother facing a personal crisis. The other prioritized protecting the reputation and public image of the monarchy during a particularly sensitive time. While these debates unfolded within the family, another detail began to gain importance. In the royal family's summer plans for the year 2026, Queen Camilla was reportedly planning to spend more time at Sandringham. That decision would likely turn the estate into a central gathering place for several members of the royal family at the same time. For Princess Anne, that possibility created another concern. If Sandringham became a focal point of media attention and royal activity while Andrew was still living quietly at Wood Farm, the pressure placed on her brother could increase significantly. In that context, Princess Anne was reportedly preparing to make a decision that would mark an important turning point. Instead of continuing to rely on the informal agreements that had existed within the family for many years, she chose to place certain usage rights within Sandringham under clear legal protection. And that decision would directly affect the summer plans of Queen Camilla. After the disputes surrounding Prince Andrew began to spread within royal circles, Princess Anne made a significant move. It was not a public statement and not a direct confrontation in front of the media. Instead, she chose a more cautious path, but one that carried a clear strategic intention. That path was the legal route. One point must be clarified from the beginning. Princess Anne did not attempt to change the ownership of Sandringham. Under the property structure of the British royal family, Sandringham is the personal property of the monarch. This means that the ultimate ownership currently belongs to King Charles III. No other member of the family can unilaterally claim ownership of the estate. However, for many decades, the use of Sandringham has been managed through a far more flexible system. Different members of the royal family have been allowed to use specific houses or private wings based on informal family agreements. These arrangements were rarely written into formal legal documents. They were usually maintained as a form of gentleman agreement, An unspoken understanding built on tradition and mutual respect. This system functioned relatively smoothly for many years, while Queen Elizabeth II was still alive. Questions involving Sandringham were usually resolved through private discussions within the family. Her authority as the respected head of the family meant that disputes rarely moved beyond the private sphere. But after the end of her reign, the internal balance of power within the family began to shift. The verbal agreements that had existed for decades gradually became more fragile. As new generations emerged and personal relationships became more complicated, relying entirely on unspoken understanding no longer offered the same stability as before. Within that changing environment, Princess Anne reportedly decided to formalize the use of her private wing at Sandringham through a legal mechanism known as a license to occupy. This is a type of agreement that allows an individual to use a specific property space while the legal ownership remains with the primary owner. From a legal perspective, a license to occupy is not a transfer of property. It does not change the ownership structure. However, it creates a clearer layer of protection for the right to use a particular space. In the case of Princess Anne, this meant that the wing she occupies within the estate would now be defined in legal terms, rather than existing only as an informal family understanding. According to some sources familiar with the legal framework surrounding royal properties, the involvement of lawyers in a matter that had long been handled through family agreements is extremely rare. For many decades, minor disputes involving the use of houses within the estate were usually resolved through quiet, private discussions. For that reason, the appearance of formal legal documents in this situation sent a very clear message. Princess Anne was not only seeking to maintain the use of her wing, she was establishing an official boundary, a boundary that could be defended through legal means if necessary. The timing of this decision also attracted considerable attention from observers. The legal documents were prepared just before the summer period, precisely when Sandringham was preparing to enter one of its most distinctive phases of the year. According to the annual schedule, the estate would close to the public from the 13th of July until the 3rd of August. This period has long been regarded as the most private time of the year at Sandringham. When the estate is closed to visitors, members of the royal family usually have greater freedom to use the houses within the grounds without public attention. Because of this, the fact that Princess Anne finalized these legal arrangements just before this period led many observers to believe she was preparing for a summer that might bring new tensions within the family. From a legal standpoint, Anne's move was relatively cautious. She did not challenge the ownership of the king. She did not issue any public statements directed at other members of the family. Yet by transforming a decades-long verbal arrangement into a formal legal document, she fundamentally changed the nature of the issue. From that moment forward, the wing she used was no longer simply a space respected by tradition within the family. It became an area with clearly defined legal boundaries. Anyone attempting to alter the use of that space would now have to confront a specific legal framework. Many analysts believe this is the most surprising element of the entire story. After many decades in which matters inside the Windsor family were handled through quiet understanding and personal arrangements, this appears to be the first time in a very long period that lawyers formally entered an internal dispute connected to Sandringham. And that development immediately raised another question. If Princess Anne had strengthened her position through legal tools, what exactly did Queen Camilla stand to lose in this situation? And why did Sandringham matter so much to her that this legal change quickly became a source of tension within the royal household? While Princess Anne was reinforcing her position at Sandringham through legal mechanisms, the other side of the story was directly connected to Queen Camilla's personal plans for the summer of the year 2026. For many royal observers, the changes in Camilla's private life in recent years have made Sandringham more important to her than it had been in the past. For many decades, Camilla maintained a private space separate from royal residences. That home was Ray Mill House, a property located in Wiltshire that she purchased in the mid-1990s. With a price of around £850,000 at that time, Raymill House was not an especially extravagant residence by royal standards, yet it carried special meaning for Camilla. For many years, it was regarded as her personal refuge. Whenever royal duties became overwhelming or media pressure intensified, Camilla would often leave London and return to Raymill House. There, she could live a quieter life surrounded by close friends and the familiar atmosphere of the countryside. However, the situation began to change when Prince Charles became King Charles III. Camilla's role within the royal family shifted from the wife of the heir to the throne to the position of queen. That transition brought changes to the way her personal life was organized. By the year 2026, according to several property sources, Raymill House had been transferred to a new owner. This decision marked an important turning point. For the first time in many decades, Camilla no longer had a residence completely independent from the network of royal estates. Around the same period, King Charles was reported to have purchased another property near the area of Raymill House for approximately £3 million. The purpose of that purchase was believed to be ensuring that the surrounding land would not fall into the hands of property developers or new owners who might threaten the privacy of the royal family. Even so, the sale of Raymill House significantly changed the structure of Camilla's private life. Instead of having a residence fully under her own control, she now depended more heavily on royal estates when seeking private time away from official duties. In that context, Sandringham became an ideal option. Compared with official palaces such as Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, Sandringham offers a setting that feels much closer to nature. The vast estate, with its gardens, woodlands, and farmland, creates a quiet environment that Camilla is known to appreciate deeply. People who know her say that Camilla has always shown particular interest in gardening and outdoor activities. For that reason, the idea of spending part of the summer in a quiet wing within Sandringham appeared perfectly suited to the lifestyle she hoped to enjoy after many years of pressure from royal responsibilities. According to the original plans, the summer of the year 2026 could have been a period during which Camilla spent more time at the estate. Sandringham, during its seasonal closure to the public, has long been considered one of the rare moments when members of the royal family can enjoy a greater degree of privacy. However, it was precisely at that moment that the legal decision made by Princess Anne began to have its effect. Once the usage rights to Anne's private wing were clearly defined in legal documents, the possibility of Camilla gaining access to that area was almost entirely eliminated. For many observers, this became the most striking detail of the entire story. While Camilla once had a completely independent personal refuge at Raymill House, by the year 2026, she found herself in a situation where she could not access a private space within the royal estate itself. This shift created a remarkable image within the power structure of the Windsor family. A queen, holding the highest position beside the king, was now facing the reality that she could not use a particular wing at Sandringham because legal boundaries had been established by her sister-in-law. As a result, many people began to ask another question about the role of King Charles in this situation. From a legal perspective, Sandringham remains the personal property of the king. That means any dispute regarding the use of the estate ultimately returns to his authority. And that is exactly what makes the situation more complicated. The person standing in the middle of this dispute is none other than King Charles himself, a monarch already facing immense pressure both inside and outside the royal family. When the entire story is viewed through the lens of power within the Windsor family, it becomes clear that the most difficult position may not belong to Princess Anne or Queen Camilla. The individual truly caught at the center of this dispute is King Charles III. As the legal owner of Sandringham, he holds the final authority over any matter related to the estate. Yet as both a brother and a husband, any decision he makes risks hurting one of the two most important women in his family. The pressure surrounding Charles during this period has accumulated from several directions. The first is his health. Since the announcement of the king's cancer diagnosis, the public has closely followed every sign related to his treatment. By the year 2025, some reports indicated that his treatment schedule had been adjusted to reduce intensity, allowing him to return to more royal duties. However, this did not reduce the pressure he faced. On the contrary, balancing royal responsibilities while managing his health made every decision more sensitive than ever. Alongside that personal challenge came the crisis involving Prince Andrew. As the king's younger brother, Andrew has always been a complicated figure within the family. After years of scandals, his arrest for questioning in the year 2026 created a new shock for the monarchy. Each development in the investigation raised fresh questions about responsibility, reputation, and the way the Windsor family manages internal crises. At the same time, another source of tension existed across the Atlantic Ocean. The relationship between Charles and Prince Harry has not fully healed after years of public disagreement. Interviews, memoirs, and legal disputes related to personal security have made the distance between father and son increasingly visible. For a king attempting to maintain the stability of the monarchy, managing family conflicts on multiple fronts creates constant pressure. When these three factors are placed side by side, the picture becomes clearer. Charles is not simply leading a monarchy during a generational transition. He is also confronting three major crises at the same time. The first crisis involves his own health. The second revolves around the legal and reputational problems surrounding his brother Andrew. And the third is the continuing fracture in his relationship with his son Harry. Within that broader context, the dispute between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla at Sandringham becomes another difficult challenge. Both women hold deeply important roles in Charles's life. Anne is not only his sister, but also one of his most loyal allies in royal duties. For many decades, she has been regarded as the most dependable member of the family, someone willing to carry a heavy workload in order to support the king. On the other side, Camilla is the person who has been closest to Charles in his personal life. After many turbulent years, their relationship was finally formalized and became a central pillar of the current reign. During difficult periods involving health concerns and intense public pressure, Camilla has often been regarded as an important source of emotional support for the king. For that reason, any decision connected to the dispute at Sandringham has the potential to alter the delicate balance between these two relationships. If Charles openly supports Anne, it could make Camilla feel excluded from the private spaces she is now seeking. But if he stands on Camilla's side, it may risk weakening the trust of Anne, a woman who has spent her entire life protecting the traditional structure of the royal family. Within that sensitive context, Charles is believed to have chosen silence. No public statement has been issued. There has been no clear indication that the king has directly intervened in the legal dispute involving the wing at Sandringham. However, this silence itself has created another consequence. For Anne, it could be interpreted as a lack of support in a matter she believes is connected to family responsibility. For Camilla, it could also be perceived as a delay in defending the interests of the Queen. For that reason, while Sandringham is simply an estate, the dispute surrounding it reflects deeper tensions within the power structure of the modern royal family. What has drawn the attention of many observers is the possibility that this drama may not end with the summer of the year 2026. It may be signaling larger changes in the future of the British monarchy itself. Viewed more broadly, the dispute at Sandringham is not merely a personal disagreement between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla. For many royal observers, the situation reflects a deeper shift in the way the Windsor family manages property, authority, and internal relationships. For many generations, issues connected to Sandringham were usually resolved through trust and informal family agreements. Different houses within the estate were allocated according to tradition, personal needs, and quiet understanding among family members. Rarely were there formal legal documents defining the boundaries of each residence. This system functioned because of one essential factor: respect for the role of the head of the family and respect for the long-standing traditions of the monarchy. That is why the formal involvement of lawyers in a dispute connected to Sandringham has drawn so much attention. When a verbal agreement that has lasted for decades is transformed into a binding legal document, it suggests that the level of trust between members of the family may no longer be as strong as it once was. This development becomes even more striking when considering the symbolic importance of Sandringham in the history of the British monarchy. It is not simply a vast estate in Norfolk. For many generations of monarchs, Sandringham has been regarded as the true family home. It was here that King George VI passed away. It was also here that Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her private time throughout her reign. The estate once represented family unity, separate from political pressures and ceremonial obligations. Yet by the year 2026, that image appears to be changing. Sandringham is no longer only a private retreat for the royal family. It is gradually becoming a place where boundaries of power are being redefined. Princess Anne clearly wishes to protect what she considers her traditional right to use a particular part of the estate. At the same time, Queen Camilla does not want to lose the opportunity to find a private space within the current royal structure. For that reason, the most striking element of the story is not simply a specific wing within the estate. What truly stands out is the reality that centuries of family tradition, once maintained through mutual understanding and respect, now appear to rely on legal instruments in order to survive. For many people who follow the British royal family, this may be the clearest sign that deeper fractures are beginning to form inside the House of Windsor. What do you think about this story? Is Princess Anne protecting family tradition? Or is Queen Camilla the one being treated unfairly? Comment number 1, if you support Anne. Comment number 2, if you stand with Camilla. If you would like to see the next part, analyzing the story of Prince Andrew and what may actually be happening behind the investigation, press like so that we can continue producing the series. And do not forget to subscribe so you will not miss the latest analysis of the dramas shaking the British royal family. Thank you for watching. See you again in the next video. February 2026 marked one of the most sensitive moments for the British royal family in many years. According to sources familiar with the investigation process, authorities unexpectedly conducted an official interview with Prince Andrew at the Sandringham estate on the very day of his 66th birthday. The fact that a senior member of the royal family was taken for questioning inside an estate closely associated with the monarchy immediately attracted the attention of the media and political observers. What surprised many even more was the nature of the allegation. This time, the issue was no longer centered on the personal controversies that had seriously damaged Andrew's public image in the past. According to several leaked investigation documents, he was suspected of having connections to the sharing or leaking of sensitive British government information to individuals linked to the network of Jeffrey Epstein. If these suspicions were proven true, the legal consequences could be extremely serious. About 11 hours after being taken in for questioning, Andrew was released. However, his relatively quick departure from the interview location did little to reduce the tension that was spreading. Buckingham Palace remained almost completely silent. No detailed statement was issued. This silence led many analysts to believe that difficult discussions were taking place inside the royal family about how to manage the crisis. At that time, King Charles was 77 years old and undergoing cancer treatment. Several signs suggested that the role of Prince William in internal decision-making was becoming increasingly visible. Many sources believed that the king was gradually transferring responsibilities to his heir. Meanwhile, the influence of Queen Camilla was said to be under closer scrutiny, especially regarding her personal relationships with Sarah Ferguson and others who had maintained close ties with Andrew. In contrast, Catherine, Princess of Wales, was widely viewed as the figure helping stabilize the image of the monarchy during this turbulent period. Her appearances in public were analyzed as part of a broader strategy to maintain public confidence. All of these developments raised an important question. Was this simply an isolated investigation, or was it a signal that the balance of power within the British royal family was beginning to shift? Do you think Prince William is right to completely cut ties with Andrew's circle, or does Queen Camilla have the right to maintain her long-standing friendship with Sarah Ferguson? Comment number 1, if you support William, or number 2, if you support Camilla. But to understand why tensions escalated so quickly, we need to return to February 19, 2026, the moment many observers believe marked the beginning of the entire story. February 19, 2026 quickly became an especially sensitive milestone in the modern history of the British royal family. According to several sources familiar with the investigation process, authorities conducted a formal interview with Prince Andrew at the Sandringham estate, where he had been staying in recent weeks. The fact that a royal family member who once served as the United Kingdom's special trade envoy was questioned inside a location closely tied to the royal family immediately attracted intense attention from the media and political observers. What made this incident particularly shocking was not the identity of the person under investigation, but the nature of the accusation itself. According to documents believed to come from individuals with knowledge of the investigation, Andrew was suspected of involvement in the sharing or leaking of certain sensitive information during the time he served as the United Kingdom Special Trade Envoy from 2001 to 2011. These materials were believed to have connections to individuals within the network of Jeffrey Epstein. Although the specific details have not been fully disclosed, the mere possibility that a royal family member who once had access to sensitive government documents could be linked to this notorious network was enough to trigger a major wave of concern. For many royal analysts, this event appeared to be another chapter in a story that had been unfolding for many years. In 2019, Andrew's interview with the BBC was widely regarded as one of the greatest media disasters in modern royal history. Instead of calming public doubts about his relationship with Epstein, the interview severely damaged his public image. After that interview, Andrew largely disappeared from official duties and gradually withdrew from public life. However, many people within royal circles were believed to have recognized the risk much earlier. Some long-time royal watchers said that Prince William had expressed the view that Andrew's relationship with Epstein could continue to pose a serious threat to the credibility of the monarchy. According to these sources, William repeatedly emphasized that resolving the issue surrounding Andrew was necessary to protect the long-term future of the royal family. At that time, however, this position did not always receive complete agreement within the family. For many years, Queen Elizabeth II was believed to have tried to maintain a balance between her responsibility as head of state and her role as a mother. Andrew was still allowed to remain at Royal Lodge in Windsor and continued to maintain a certain level of presence within royal family life. King Charles, who was then Prince of Wales, was also believed to favor a cautious approach in order to avoid intensifying internal tensions. But the events that unfolded in February 2026 changed that entire context. Within just a few hours after news of the questioning was leaked, several palace sources said that urgent discussions began among senior advisors. The issue was no longer simply Andrew's personal reputation. This time, the larger question concerned the level of risk to the monarchy itself if the allegations involving government documents were truly confirmed. In that context, the role of Prince William began to stand out more clearly. Sources familiar with internal royal operations said that William had taken part directly in discussions about how the royal family should respond to the crisis. For him, this was not simply a matter of handling a media scandal. It was also a question of protecting the legitimacy of the monarchy in the eyes of the British public and the international community. The next steps showed a noticeably firmer approach than in previous years. Andrew continued to be stripped of his military titles, and the public roles he had already lost were not restored. British media sources also reported that the possibility of him continuing to reside long-term at Royal Lodge was being reviewed. Many observers believed this was a sign that the royal family was attempting to create a clear distance between the institution and the controversies surrounding Andrew. For the public, this shift also reflected a new reality within the power structure of the monarchy. William was increasingly viewed as the figure guiding strategic decisions related to the image and future of the monarchy. Meanwhile, King Charles still held the central constitutional role, but was believed to be facing significant health challenges. Media analysts noted that the events of February 2026 could become an important turning point. It did not only mark a new phase in the long-running story of controversies linked to Andrew, it also showed that a gradual shift of power was taking place inside the royal family. And at this moment, another question began to emerge. Why did Prince William have such a prominent role in the most important royal decisions? The answer, according to many sources, could be directly related to the health condition of King Charles and the changes taking place behind the doors of Buckingham Palace. When looking back at the recent turbulence surrounding the British royal family, many analysts believed that understanding the current shift in the way power operates begins with one decisive factor. That factor is the health condition of King Charles. The king officially ascended the throne in September 2022, following the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. At that time, he was 73 years old, becoming the oldest monarch ever to ascend the throne in modern British history. His wait for the crown was also considered the longest in the history of the British monarchy, lasting many decades, from the time he served as Prince of Wales. During the first months of his reign, Charles expressed a desire to build the image of a stable monarchy that was responsive to modern social issues. He continued many initiatives he had long supported, including programs related to the environment, sustainable architecture, and education. However, less than 2 years after his accession, a major development emerged that quickly changed the rhythm of the entire royal institution. In February 2024, Buckingham Palace announced that the king had been diagnosed with cancer. The announcement immediately caused shock in the United Kingdom as well as across many countries of the Commonwealth. According to palace sources, the illness was discovered during a medical examination connected to a previous treatment procedure. Although detailed information about the type of cancer was not made public, the fact that the king had entered a long-term course of treatment raised many questions about his ability to maintain the same level of workload in the years ahead. For many royal observers, the timeline itself was the most striking element. Only about 17 months after officially ascending the throne, King Charles was already facing a health battle that could last for many years. This situation forced significant adjustments to his schedule. Several international visits were shortened or delegated to other members of the royal family. Some ceremonial duties were reorganized in order to reduce the pressure placed on the king. In that context, the role of Prince William began to change in a noticeable way. As the direct heir to the throne, William had long been prepared for greater responsibilities. However, since 2024, his level of involvement in important royal decisions was believed to have increased significantly. Many media advisors in London believed that the period from 2025 to 2026 was witnessing a practical transfer of responsibilities, even though it was not yet an official constitutional transition. One of the most frequently mentioned signs was William's deeper involvement in decisions related to royal warrants. These are royal certifications granted to companies that supply goods and services to the royal household, and they also carry significant symbolic value for branding and the economy. For many decades, the granting or renewal of royal warrants had usually been associated with senior members of the royal family. The fact that William had begun to take part directly in this process was seen as an indication that he was gradually assuming a larger role in shaping the image and network of relationships surrounding the monarchy. Not limited to symbolic decisions, Prince William was also believed to be increasingly involved in strategic discussions about the long-term direction of the monarchy. Issues such as restructuring royal operations, reducing the number of working members of the royal family, and increasing transparency in public activities had all been topics of discussion in recent years. Another factor that made this period particularly complex was that Catherine, Princess of Wales, was also facing a serious health challenge. In March 2024, Catherine announced that she was undergoing cancer treatment and would temporarily withdraw from public duties to focus on recovery. The news surprised many people because Catherine had long been regarded as one of the most stable public faces of the royal family for many years. The fact that both the King and the Princess of Wales had to undergo medical treatment during the same period created significant pressure on the royal schedule. During that time, William not only assumed additional responsibilities representing the king at certain events, but also had to balance his professional duties with his responsibilities as a husband and father. According to royal analysts, this unusual situation accelerated the transfer of responsibilities faster than many observers had previously expected. When Charles turned 77 in 2026, many people in royal watching circles believed that the king was gradually granting William greater practical authority in several areas. What is notable is that this process was not announced as a formal plan. Instead, it unfolded through a series of smaller decisions that carried strategic importance. William appeared more frequently at important meetings, took on representative roles during official visits, and became more deeply involved in shaping the communication strategy of the royal family. For supporters of the monarchy, this was viewed as a necessary preparation for the future. Allowing an heir to take on greater responsibility before formally ascending the throne could help ensure a stable transition when that moment eventually arrives. However, this shift also raised another question. If William was gradually taking on a larger role in shaping the future of the monarchy, what exactly would his vision for the institution look like? According to many internal sources, the answer might lie in a modernization plan that William was believed to be advancing with cautious support from King Charles himself. As analysts began to observe more closely the increasingly prominent role of Prince William in recent years, one theme appeared repeatedly. It concerned the way he viewed the future of the monarchy. According to several sources familiar with internal discussions, William was not preparing for the role of heir in a purely traditional way. He was believed to be promoting a new approach, in which the royal institution would operate with levels of transparency and accountability closer to those of a modern organization. This idea did not emerge suddenly. Over many years, William and Catherine had developed charitable initiatives through the Royal Foundation. The organization operates with a relatively clear governance structure, including an executive board, financial reporting, and specific strategic goals. The annual reports of the Royal Foundation are published publicly, allowing both the public and donors to follow in detail how funds are used. For William, that model was considered an example of how institutions connected to the monarchy could operate with greater transparency in the modern era. According to observers who closely follow the Prince of Wales' activities, William's position appears fairly clear. The monarchy can no longer rely solely on tradition and symbolism to maintain its place in society. In a society that increasingly demands transparency from public institutions, even the monarchy must demonstrate clearly how resources are managed and how decisions are made. Some commentators have described William's vision in a simple but understandable way. The monarchy of the future may operate in a manner somewhat similar to a large corporation, in which the head of the institution functions like a chief executive officer. Senior members act as a leadership team, and major activities are monitored through clear reporting systems. This approach is also connected to another idea that has been widely discussed among royal observers. It is the concept of a slimmer monarchy. For many years, experts have questioned whether the large number of royal family members involved in public duties remains suitable in the current environment. According to some sources, William is believed to support a model in which only a smaller group of royal family members hold official roles and carry out duties representing the nation. This concept is closely tied to a principle frequently mentioned in internal discussions. There should be no tolerance for scandals that could damage the credibility of the monarchy. This view became more pronounced after the long-running controversies associated with Prince Andrew. For William, each major scandal does not only affect the individual involved, but also weakens public confidence in the entire institution. Another area that illustrates William's approach is the management of the Duchy of Cornwall. This duchy provides a significant source of income for the heir to the throne and has a history stretching back many centuries. When William became Duke of Cornwall following the accession of King Charles, he inherited responsibility for managing this extensive estate, which includes land, property, and a wide range of economic activities. According to sources familiar with the internal administration of the duchy, William requested a review of several operational procedures that had existed for a long time. Some reports suggested that he wanted a clearer understanding of how investment decisions were made, how contracts were signed, and how revenue streams were used. Individuals working within the duchy system said that the questions raised were not intended to immediately change the entire structure, but rather to ensure that every activity could be clearly explained to the public if necessary. Analysts believe this approach reflects an important principle in William leadership style. Instead of launching sudden reforms that could provoke strong reactions from those who support tradition, he appears to favor gradual change. Small adjustments are implemented year by year, creating a slow but steady transformation. This method helps reduce the perception that long-standing royal traditions are being replaced too quickly. However, even this cautious approach does not mean that everyone within the royal family fully agrees with it. Inside the palace, discussions about the future direction of the monarchy sometimes reflect differences of opinion between generations. Some royal family members are believed to support maintaining many of the traditional elements that have shaped the image of the monarchy for centuries. These differences do not always become visible in public. But according to many long-time observers, during sensitive periods, different views about how to balance tradition and modernization can become a quiet source of internal tension. For that reason, when Prince William modernization plans began to be discussed more frequently in conversations about the future of the monarchy, another question slowly emerged. If the royal family was truly entering a period of change, who would become the strongest supporter of that new vision, and who might become the greatest obstacle? According to several sources close to the royal household, the answer to that question could lead to an unexpected figure. That figure was not a politician and not an outside advisor. It was Queen Camilla. While Prince William reform plans were increasingly mentioned in discussions about the future of the monarchy, another issue also began to surface within royal circles. It concerned the long-standing relationship between Queen Camilla and Sarah Ferguson, the former Duchess of York. For many outside observers, this might appear to be nothing more than a personal friendship that had lasted for decades. Yet, in a period when the monarchy was dealing with a series of crises related to reputation and public trust, this relationship became a subject of considerable debate. Camilla and Sarah Ferguson were believed to have known each other since the 1970s, when both moved within the same social circles in Britain. According to many royal biographers, their relationship endured through many ups and downs experienced by the Windsor family. Even after Sarah divorced Prince Andrew in 1996, she continued to maintain certain personal connections with members of the royal family, including Camilla. On several informal occasions, the two women were believed to have remained in contact and to have met at social gatherings. However, controversies surrounding Sarah Ferguson in the past occasionally made this relationship a sensitive matter. One detail frequently mentioned involved emails that appeared in documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. In certain records, Sarah was said to have sent a message thanking Epstein after he assisted in resolving a financial debt she faced in 2009. Later investigations did not conclude that she was involved in any criminal wrongdoing. Nevertheless, the fact that her name appeared in documents connected to Epstein still created an unfavorable perception among the public. It was precisely this issue of public perception that reportedly made Prince William especially cautious. According to several sources familiar with internal discussions, William believed that the monarchy could no longer afford additional controversies connected to relationships linked to the Epstein network. After years spent dealing with the consequences of scandals associated with Prince Andrew, any connection, even an indirect one, could weaken efforts to restore public confidence. Some royal observers summarized the issue with a striking number. A friendship lasting more than 50 years in the current environment could become a factor that risks further eroding public trust in the monarchy. In an era where image and transparency are considered essential for public institutions, personal relationships are sometimes examined far more strictly than they were in the past. However, Camilla's perspective was believed to be different from William's view. People close to the Queen said that she has always placed great value on personal loyalty. During decades spent in the center of royal controversy, Camilla experienced periods when she faced intense criticism and isolation from the public. Because of that, she was believed to value long-standing relationships with people who had supported her during difficult times. This does not mean that Camilla ignored the potential risks to the image of the monarchy. According to many analysts, she had supported firm decisions related to Prince Andrew, including the removal of his public roles after earlier controversies. However, her approach was often described as more personal and cautious, rather than completely severing long-standing social relationships. The difference in perspective reflects two generations shaped by very different experiences. William represents a new generation of leadership that grew up during an era of global media and social networks, where every relationship can quickly become a subject of public debate. Camilla, by contrast, belongs to a generation accustomed to managing internal matters more discreetly. At a time when the monarchy is attempting to reshape its public image, this difference is not always easy to reconcile. Discussions about how to balance personal loyalty with the need to protect the credibility of the institution were believed to have taken place several times during internal meetings. As internal debates about the future direction of the monarchy became more visible, another figure began to appear more frequently in the analysis of royal observers. That figure was Catherine, Princess of Wales. For many years, Catherine had been viewed by the public primarily as a stable and uncontroversial presence within the Windsor family. Yet, in the context of recent crises, several sources suggested that her role behind the scenes had become significantly more important. According to individuals familiar with the internal operations of royal offices, Catherine was believed to have participated actively in discussions about how to manage sensitive media situations. This became especially clear during the period when controversies related to Prince Andrew once again became a major focus of the press. Meetings between communication advisors, legal teams, and senior palace staff were believed to occur more frequently in order to assess potential risks and prepare appropriate responses to growing public attention. Some analysts suggested that Catherine brought an approach quite different from that of many previous royal figures. Instead of responding only after a crisis had already erupted, she was believed to support preparing strategies in advance, including closely monitoring public reactions and adjusting communication messages at each stage. Professionals working in royal communications observed that this method resembled the crisis management strategies used by large organizations, where every public statement and image is carefully considered. Within this context, the presence of Catherine alongside Prince William during public events was viewed by many as part of a broader strategy to stabilize the image of the monarchy. When news spread that Prince Andrew had been questioned, the public quickly noticed a symbolic detail. During a public event held not long afterward, William and Catherine appeared together before the media. They carried out all scheduled activities exactly as planned, while avoiding direct comments about the controversy that was dominating public discussion. This detail quickly became a subject of analysis in the British press. Some commentators suggested that the calm appearance of the Wales couple before the public was intended to send a message about the stability of the monarchy. What drew additional attention was that during that same period, Queen Camilla did not appear at a similar public event. Her absence may have been related to her schedule or other factors. Even so, it led many observers to question whether there were differences in the way senior members of the royal family were responding to the crisis. According to several sources close to the palace, it was precisely this difference in approach that created certain tensions behind the scenes. Some believed that Camilla felt her role in shaping the image of the monarchy was gradually narrowing as William and Catherine became more visible in decisions related to communications and public strategy. People familiar with the Queen said that she had spent many years facing intense public criticism and therefore had her own perspective on how to manage media pressure. Some commentators even suggested that Camilla was concerned that Catherine emerging as a public face of the royal transition might draw greater attention to the next generation, while King Charles was still the head of state. From that perspective, the prominent presence of William and Catherine during moments of crisis could unintentionally create the impression that the center of power was shifting faster than expected. However, other sources suggested that King Charles appreciated the role Catherine was playing during this sensitive period. People close to the king said he viewed her active involvement as a factor that helped reduce pressure on the royal family while he focused on his health treatment. Catherine's ability to maintain a stable public image was also seen as reinforcing public confidence in the future of the monarchy. This cautious support was believed to have created a new balance inside the royal family. William and Catherine increasingly played a proactive role in shaping responses to crises, while Charles continued to hold the central constitutional position. At the same time, these changes also made the internal power relationships within the Windsor family more complex. According to several longtime royal observers, tensions between different viewpoints eventually moved toward a decisive moment. Some internal discussions were believed to have concluded with a firm request that had rarely appeared in previous debates within the Windsor family. By the end of February 2026, the quiet tensions inside the royal family were believed to have entered a decisive phase. According to several sources familiar with discussions behind palace doors, Prince William presented a clear demand concerning the controversy surrounding the relationship between Queen Camilla and Sarah Ferguson. As documents connected to the network of Jeffrey Epstein continued to be mentioned by international media, William reportedly believed that any association, even a social one, could weaken efforts to restore the credibility of the monarchy. According to these sources, William's position was firm. He believed that in order to protect the reputation of the monarchy during a sensitive period, the royal family needed to create a clear distance from figures whose names had appeared in controversies linked to Epstein. This included limiting or ending personal relationships that could generate new speculation from the public and the media. Some royal observers described the situation as a form of internal ultimatum. William was believed to have emphasized that if the monarchy wished to continue building an image of transparency and responsibility in the modern era, difficult decisions would be unavoidable. In this particular situation, he wanted Queen Camilla to publicly distance herself from Sarah Ferguson in order to avoid any suggestion that controversial relationships were being tolerated. At the same time, another factor also contributed to shifting the balance of influence in these discussions. King Charles, who had turned 77 and was still undergoing cancer treatment, was believed to have granted Prince William greater practical authority in handling issues related to the image and credibility of the monarchy. According to several sources close to the palace, the king understood that the next generation would bear responsibility for maintaining public trust in the decades ahead. Allowing William to lead certain difficult decisions could therefore help ensure a smoother transition. For Queen Camilla, this period was believed to be particularly difficult. Some commentators suggested that she found herself increasingly isolated during certain important discussions as the views of the younger generation within the royal family gained greater influence. In an effort to protect her public image, Camilla was believed to have intensified her involvement in initiatives supporting victims of domestic violence and other social campaigns she had supported for many years. However, even these activities did not escape media scrutiny. Some critics argued that emphasizing campaigns supporting victims while maintaining controversial social relationships could create a conflicting public image. Such criticism added further pressure on Camilla during this period. Meanwhile, Prince William was believed to be prepared to go further if necessary in order to protect the reform vision he was pursuing. According to many observers, if controversial relationships continued to damage the image of the monarchy, William might support reducing the public roles of those involved, even if that meant the influence of certain senior figures would become more limited. These developments suggested that the shift of power within the royal family was no longer merely speculation among observers. It was unfolding gradually through practical decisions and difficult discussions behind the scenes. For many royal watchers, the central question was no longer whether change would occur, but rather how that change would shape the future of the British monarchy in the years ahead. Looking back at the events that unfolded during the first months of 2026, many analysts believed that the British royal family was entering a period of transition rarely seen in its modern history. In constitutional terms, King Charles remained the head of state and the central symbol of the monarchy. In practical terms, however, there were increasing signs that Prince William was assuming a greater role in shaping key decisions, especially those related to public image accountability and the way the royal family responded to crises. In that picture, the key figures appear to be standing in different positions. William is increasingly showing a firm stance on protecting the reputation of the monarchy in the modern era. Catherine, Princess of Wales, is widely seen as his important strategic partner in maintaining a stable public image. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla is believed to be facing a more complex reality. As the influence of the younger generation within the royal family continues to grow, all of these factors are unfolding while the health of King Charles remains a major variable for the future of the monarchy. As the king reaches the age of 77 and continues his cancer treatment, many analysts believe that transferring part of the responsibility to the heir is almost unavoidable. The question is no longer only who will take the throne in the future, but how much the real power of the heir has already begun to change from this moment. From a broader perspective, the debate about the direction of the monarchy in the coming years is also becoming clearer. Some experts believe that William is moving toward a model of a slimmer monarchy, more transparent, and less tolerant of personal scandals. If that model is implemented successfully, the royal family may be able to rebuild public trust in an era when traditional institutions are frequently questioned about their role and legitimacy. However, the opposite scenario also exists. If the controversies related to Prince Andrew continue to drag on or are handled without clear resolution, pressure from the public and from political circles on the monarchy could increase. In a British society that increasingly demands transparency and accountability, any mistake could create long-lasting consequences for the reputation of the royal family. Perhaps the most notable detail in this entire story lies in a number that appears very small. From an interrogation lasting only 11 hours related to Prince Andrew, the entire power structure of the British royal family may be entering a profound process of change within just a few months. What do you think about these developments? Could King Charles choose to abdicate earlier so that the transition becomes clearer? And is Prince William being too strict when he places the reputation of the monarchy above personal relationships? Please share your opinion in the comment section below. If you are interested in the stories behind palace doors and the changes within the British royal family, do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the next analyses. Thank you for taking the time to watch this video. For many decades, Buckingham Palace has been regarded as one of the most tightly controlled centers of information in the United Kingdom. Every official statement is carefully considered. Every small detail related to members of the royal family, especially the children, is protected almost absolutely. But sometimes, even that system of control cannot completely prevent unusual signs from slipping out. The story began with a series of small details that at first seemed unrelated, yet they quickly attracted the attention of royal watchers. Within a short period of time, several high-level internal meetings were scheduled with unusual urgency. Close aides to the king were called in late at night. Some planned royal engagements were quietly adjusted without any clear public explanation. According to sources who closely follow royal activity, King Charles and Prince William were both present at a private discussion inside Buckingham Palace during that period. There was no press release. No photographs were released. This was not entirely uncommon within the royal household. Yet the tense atmosphere surrounding those involved suggested that this was far from an ordinary meeting. What made the situation even more surprising was the subject believed to have been discussed during that exchange. According to several reports, the conversation was directly connected to Prince Louis, the youngest son of Prince William and Catherine, At the time, Louis was only 7 years old. For many years, the public had known Louis as the cheerful and playful child who often brought light-hearted moments to royal events. Yet behind those smiles, some sources suggested that the family might have been facing an issue that deeply concerned the palace. The situation became even more puzzling when two important figures within the royal family appeared almost entirely absent from the discussions connected to the matter. Catherine, who is known to be deeply devoted to her children, remained completely silent in the face of circulating rumors. At the same time, Queen Camilla, who often plays a central role in shaping the royal family's communication strategies, also made no public move. It was this silence that raised questions among observers. Some began to wonder whether a deliberate effort to control information had already been set in motion within the palace. And if that were the case, who had made the decision to keep everything behind closed doors? Some royal watchers believe that Camilla could have been the architect behind a strategy of containment, a method the royal household has often used to prevent sensitive matters from spreading into the public domain. Others believe that King Charles might have been aware of the situation many months earlier and chose to handle it quietly in order to protect the image of the family. So who do you think carries the greatest responsibility for this silence? Camilla, with her familiar strategy of information control, or King Charles, who may have known the truth for months? Leave the number 1 in the comments if you suspect Camilla, or leave number 2 if you believe Charles is the one who truly stood behind the decision. And to understand what led to that closed-door discussion inside Buckingham Palace, we need to go back to the events that happened several months earlier. It was during that earlier period that the first signs of this story began to appear. In any family, the first person to notice small changes in a child is usually the mother. In the case of Prince Louis, several sources who follow the royal household believe that Catherine was the one who first noticed the unusual signs. It was not a dramatic event. There was no accident that immediately drew attention. It was simply a series of very small changes in the boy's daily routine. Louis has long been known as the most energetic of the 3 children of Prince William and Catherine. During public events, he often appears lively, curious, and sometimes mischievous enough to make the entire family laugh. Because of that, when Louis began to grow quieter at certain moments at home, Catherine quickly sensed that something might not be entirely normal. At first, the signs were difficult to notice. According to accounts from individuals who had close contact with the family, Louis would sometimes suddenly fall silent while playing. On several occasions, he would stop in the middle of an activity, place his hand on his side, and appear uncomfortable. It was not severe pain. There were no obvious symptoms that would immediately lead someone to suspect a serious medical condition. But for Catherine, those small details could not be ignored. For many years, Catherine has been known as a mother who is deeply involved in the care and upbringing of her children. Unlike the distant image that once characterized earlier royal generations, she has tried to build a close family environment and carefully observes even the smallest changes in her children. Because of that, when these signs repeated themselves several times within a short period, the instinct of a mother began to warn her that this might not simply be ordinary fatigue in a young child. According to sources close to royal operations, Catherine suggested that Louis should undergo an early medical examination. For her, it was a cautious and reasonable step. Yet within the environment of the royal family, even decisions related to personal health are not always determined solely by the immediate family. Some palace communication advisors were reportedly concerned. They believed that taking a young royal family member for specialized medical examinations could quickly attract the attention of the press. Just a single photograph or a small piece of leaked information could trigger widespread speculation across international media within a matter of hours. Within the royal household, the concept of optics is often mentioned in situations like this. It refers not only to the reality of an event, but also to the way the public perceives it. A royal child undergoing an urgent medical examination could trigger a wave of concern, even if the actual problem might not be serious. According to several royal observers, this factor alone made the decision-making process far more complicated than it would be for an ordinary family. Catherine was believed to have emphasized that an early examination was necessary in order to rule out every possible risk. But palace officials worried that any medical step could easily be interpreted as the beginning of a crisis. What drew particular attention was the period of time between the moment Catherine first noticed the unusual signs and the moment the matter was seriously addressed. According to several sources who follow the internal workings of the royal household, Catherine began to worry after only about 3 weeks, when the symptoms shown by Louis appeared repeatedly. However, discussions within the palace were believed to have continued for much longer. One striking number was later mentioned in several analyses. While Catherine believed that action should be taken almost immediately, some advisors suggested waiting several more months in order to assess the situation and avoid creating unnecessary public alarm. According to those sources, the proposed delay could have reached as long as 4 months. For Catherine, this was believed to be an extremely difficult period. She not only had to watch her son condition day by day, but also had to participate in complicated discussions about how the information should be handled. Those who have closely observed the workings of the royal household say that Catherine rarely shows open disagreement with the palace advisory system. Yet, when the matter involves her children, her position tends to become much clearer. Some royal commentators believe this may have been one of the rare moments when Catherine felt she had to fight harder within the institution itself, not because of power or public image, but because the instinct of a mother cannot easily accept delays when her child's health may be at risk. In that situation, Prince William was also believed to be caught between 2 powerful pressures. On one side stood the royal advisory and communications system, which has always placed great importance on maintaining a stable public image. On the other side were Catherine's growing concerns, as she watched every small change in Louis' behavior. What made the story even more notable was that while Catherine was trying to push for an early medical examination, not every influential figure inside the palace wanted the matter to come into the light too quickly. Some believed that controlling the flow of information was the best way to prevent a wave of speculation that could affect the entire royal family. And it was precisely at the moment when Catherine was said to feel almost as if she were fighting alone to protect her son that another figure within the royal household was believed to be quietly playing a key role in extending that silence. This figure was not someone who frequently appeared in public debates, yet her influence over how the palace handles communication crises has been mentioned many times in the past. It was at that point that the name Camilla began to surface in private conversations behind the closed doors of the palace. As Catherine's concerns about the health of Prince Louis became more serious, a broader discussion began to form within the royal household. This was no longer simply the story of a mother worried about her son. It quickly became a matter connected to how Buckingham Palace manages sensitive information. And within those private discussions, Queen Camilla was believed to be one of the most influential voices. For many years, Camilla has become a significant figure in the way the royal family manages communication crises, not through public appearances or official statements. Her influence usually operates behind strategic decisions, where communication advisors and senior officials discuss how and when information should be released. According to several sources who follow the internal workings of the palace, when the unusual signs surrounding Louis began to be discussed more seriously, Camilla was believed to have supported a familiar strategy within the palace system. That strategy was containment, which means keeping information under strict control until the palace is ready to present an official narrative. The reason for this approach was not entirely difficult to understand. A health issue involving a young member of the royal family could quickly become a topic closely followed by international media. With just a single leak, hundreds of theories could appear within a matter of hours. For an institution that places stability of image above almost everything else, Controlling the story from the beginning has always been considered essential, but in the case of Louis, this strategy created visible tensions within the family itself. According to some royal observers, Camilla and advisors close to her feared that any information related to Louis' health could provoke a strong reaction from the public, not only because Louis is the grandson of the king, but also because he stands within the royal line of succession. Some individuals inside the palace believed that if news about a serious medical issue spread too early, the media could quickly turn it into a crisis narrative. Speculation about the future of the royal family might appear, and that could affect the image of stability that the reign of King Charles has been trying to build. For that reason, according to several sources, a series of private meetings were organized to discuss how the situation should be handled. These meetings were usually attended by senior advisors, palace communication representatives, and several key members of the royal family. Camilla was believed to have taken an active role in those exchanges. During these discussions, one strategy was mentioned repeatedly. It was the idea of extending the time before any information was publicly confirmed. If Louis required medical observation, it could be handled privately. If the press began to ask questions, the palace could provide general explanations. For example, they might say that the boy was suffering from a cold or simply needed rest after the busy schedule of the family. According to sources who followed this situation closely, that approach created a significant period of delay. Some royal commentators later said that Camilla was believed to have participated in or organized at least 5 private meetings related to managing information surrounding the condition of Louis. The main objective of those meetings was to find ways to buy more time before any public decision would be made. That extended period was believed to last as long as 6 months. For the palace communication system, 6 months could be the time needed to prepare every possible scenario. But for those directly within the family, especially Catherine and William, that delay was believed to be extremely difficult to accept. According to several royal observers, Prince William in particular was not satisfied with the way the situation was handled. For many years, he has tried to build the image of a royal generation that is more transparent and closer to the public. Because of that, delaying information about a matter involving his own son could make him feel that the palace system was placing image above the interests of the family. Some sources suggested that during internal discussions, William expressed clear frustration. He believed that examining and confirming the health condition of Louis should be prioritized above all communication considerations. Meanwhile, communication advisors and those who supported the strategy associated with Camilla argued that moving too quickly could cause the palace to lose control of the narrative. These disagreements did not necessarily occur in a loud or public way, but they reflected a larger debate within the British royal household. One side believed that transparency would help build trust with the public. The other side believed that controlling information remained the best way to protect the institution from powerful media storms. During that entire period, the public knew almost nothing about what was happening behind the doors of the palace. The rare public appearances of Louis did not reveal anything clearly unusual, and whenever questions were raised, royal spokespersons usually offered only very general responses. However, strategies of information control rarely last forever. The more people become involved in monitoring and discussing a situation, the greater the risk that information will leak. And in the case of Louis, that moment eventually arrived, because when the official diagnosis began to be confirmed internally, all calculations about timing and communication strategy became far less important. Once the truth began to emerge, the situation was no longer simply a story about controlling information. That was the moment when everything inside the palace began to change completely. After many months of debate within the palace, the medical examination process was finally carried out more seriously. The initial evaluations that had once been seen as cautious steps quickly turned into a series of more specialized tests. And it was at that moment that doctors began to mention a possibility that no one in the royal family wanted to hear. According to several sources, later cited by royal observers, medical experts discovered signs suggesting that Prince Louis might be facing a rare neurological disorder. This is not a common condition in children, and it is often very difficult to detect during the early stages. The first symptoms can be extremely subtle. Sometimes they appear only as brief episodes of pain, small changes in physical coordination, or moments when a child becomes unusually quiet. Because the early signs are often unclear, the diagnostic process for such conditions usually takes a long time. Doctors must observe many different factors before reaching a conclusion. In the case of Louis, what drew particular attention from medical specialists was the combination of pain around the rib area, moments of distraction, and several minor signs related to movement. According to medical experts who have explained rare neurological disorders in children, these types of conditions can affect many different aspects of the body. In some cases, they influence physical coordination. In other cases, they may affect how the brain processes information, making it difficult for a child to concentrate or respond quickly to the surrounding environment. These early findings quickly made the atmosphere inside the palace far heavier. If the suspicions of the doctors were correct, the problem would no longer be simply a temporary condition. It could be an illness that develops over time. According to some royal commentators, it was precisely that possibility of progression that made internal discussions more tense than ever before. Because within the context of a royal family, the health of a child is not only a personal matter, it also touches on larger questions about the future and the role of members within the line of succession. One of the next steps that doctors were believed to have proposed was to examine possible genetic factors. This led to a series of discussions about the medical history of both sides of the family. During those conversations, the name Spencer was also mentioned. The Spencer family, the lineage of Princess Diana, has long been an important part of the story of the modern royal household. According to several sources who followed the discussions, medical experts reviewed genetic records across multiple generations of the family in order to rule out the possibility that the condition might originate from a rare hereditary factor. This is a standard procedure in many cases of neurological disorders, especially when symptoms appear at a very early age. But alongside the medical evaluations, another debate also began to emerge within the royal household. If the condition of Louis truly proved to be a long-term progressive illness, how might that affect his position within the line of succession? Under current rules, Louis stands behind Prince George and Princess Charlotte in the line to the throne. This means that under normal circumstances, the likelihood of him becoming king is extremely small. However, a position within the line of succession still carries significant symbolic meaning within the structure of the monarchy. Some royal observers suggested that the question raised in private discussions was not whether Louis could one day become king. The larger question was whether a member who might face serious medical difficulties in the future should continue to hold an official position in the line of succession. Debates of this kind are almost never made public. But in institutions as old as the British monarchy, matters related to the ability to carry out royal duties are always considered with great caution. While these complex discussions were taking place at higher levels, another aspect of the story unfolded within the closer circle of the family. According to several sources close to the household, Louis began to notice that something unusual was happening around him. There were more visits to doctors, more serious conversations among adults, and a sense of worry that children can sometimes feel even when nothing is clearly explained to them. One detail that many commentators later repeated was a question that Louis was believed to have asked during a conversation with his parents. It was a very simple question, yet it made the adults around him think for a long time. He asked whether he was still a prince. That question reflected a very difficult reality for any family. When a child begins to realize that a health condition might change many things, questions about identity and place within the family often appear very early. According to several medical experts who have studied similar cases, rare neurological disorders can progress slowly over many years before clear symptoms appear. In some situations, the early signs are very mild and only become more noticeable when a child enters adolescence. One figure that reportedly caused particular concern within the palace emerged during medical discussions. According to the initial assessment of doctors, if this truly was a progressive neurological disorder, around 70 to 80% of the symptoms could become more visible when Louis reaches the age of 18. This would mean that in the worst-case scenario, he might require medical support and long-term care in the future. Information like this does not only raise questions about the health of a child, it also forces the entire structure of the royal household to confront a difficult reality. And for Prince William, who has always tried to protect his family from the pressure of the royal system, this moment became a breaking point. Because faced with the information presented by doctors, continuing to remain silent no longer seemed like a choice that could be extended much longer. When the initial medical evaluations regarding the condition of Prince Louis began to be presented more clearly in internal meetings, pressure inside the royal family started to concentrate on one person more than anyone else. That person was Prince William. As the father of Louis and also the direct heir to the throne, William stood at the intersection of the two greatest responsibilities in his life. On one side was duty to the monarchy, on the other side was his own family. According to many royal observers, William had already been unhappy with the way the palace delayed information during the previous months, but when more serious medical conclusions began to appear, that frustration was believed to have turned into a firmer position. He no longer saw this as a matter of communication management. For him, the issue had become honesty and the priority given to family. One detail that attracted attention in several reports was that William began asking questions about when King Charles had actually learned about the medical suspicions surrounding Louis. Within the royal system, important information is usually reported to the monarch quite early, especially matters involving members of the line of succession. According to some commentators, William gradually realized that the medical discussions may have been presented to Charles before he himself had been fully informed. That does not necessarily mean that the king intentionally concealed information, but within the complex system of the palace, advisors sharing information according to levels of hierarchy is not unusual. However, for William, even that possibility was enough to make him raise very direct questions. According to several sources who followed internal developments at the time, William requested a frank conversation with his father at Buckingham Palace. That exchange was described as one of the most tense conversations between the two generations of the royal family since Charles became king. Those familiar with William's approach say that he usually avoids direct confrontations within the family. But this time his position was believed to be very clear. If the palace continued to delay action regarding the condition of Louis simply to protect the image of the monarchy, he would not accept it. According to several sources, later cited by royal journalists, William spoke very directly and said that his priority was not the throne. His priority was his family. This is a position he has mentioned many times in previous interviews. But in this situation, the meaning of those words became far more powerful. During the conversation with Charles, William was believed to have referred to the memory of his mother, Princess Diana. For many years he has said that one of the most important lessons he learned from Diana's life was that family should never be sacrificed for the pressures of the royal system. According to several commentators, that memory has made William particularly sensitive to situations in which he feels the palace is placing image above people. And when the story involved his own son, he did not want to repeat what his mother once experienced. One of the most striking details that later appeared in behind-the-scenes discussions was that William mentioned the possibility of giving up his own position in the line of succession if it ever became necessary. This would be an extremely serious statement in the context of the British royal family. By tradition, voluntarily giving up a position in the line of succession has almost never happened in modern times. The most famous example often mentioned is when King Edward VIII abdicated in the year 1936 in order to marry Wallis Simpson, but even that event created a major constitutional crisis. For that reason, when information appeared suggesting that William had seriously discussed the possibility of changing his position in the line of succession, many observers saw it as a sign that the level of tension inside the family had reached a very high point. Another figure mentioned by several royal journalists later made the story even more remarkable. According to some sources, William was believed to have exchanged private letters with 3 members of Parliament at Westminster in order to discuss possible constitutional scenarios if he ever decided to step away from the line of succession in the future. If this information is accurate, it would represent an unprecedented step in more than 300 years of British royal history. Matters related to the succession to the throne are usually handled entirely within the royal family and the government. For a direct heir to actively explore the possibility of changing his own position would be something almost never seen before. According to constitutional analysts, conversations like these do not necessarily mean that William was preparing to leave the royal family, but they do show that he wanted to understand every possible option before making any decision that could affect his family. In that situation, King Charles was believed to have found himself in a very difficult position. As king, he must consider the stability of the monarchy. But as a father and a grandfather, he also understands that William was reacting from genuine concern for his son. Some sources close to the palace said that the conversation between father and son ended in a heavy atmosphere. Charles was believed to have spent a long time afterward thinking about how to balance the responsibility of a king with the feelings of a father. People who have worked with Charles for many years say that he has always been very sensitive to matters involving family. And in this situation, the pressure from both sides may have made the moment particularly difficult for him. But just as the tense dialogue between 2 generations of the royal family seemed to reach its peak, another factor suddenly appeared. Another member of the family, someone long known for honesty and discipline, began to intervene in the story. That person was Princess Anne. As tension inside the royal family began to spread after the arguments between Prince William and King Charles, another figure quietly began reviewing the entire story from a different perspective. That person was Princess Anne. For decades, Anne has been regarded as the most disciplined and practical member of the Windsor family. She rarely takes part in public controversies, but she is known for carefully reviewing internal records before reaching any conclusion. According to several sources who follow royal affairs, it was Anne who requested to review the full records related to the initial medical examinations of Prince Louis. These documents included not only doctors' reports but also administrative notes showing when information was transferred to each level within the palace system. What attracted Anne's attention was not the medical content itself, but the timeline of the reports. In large institutions, such as the British royal household, every important document is marked with the time it is received and approved. When Anne examined these records closely, she was believed to have discovered a detail that made the entire story far more complicated. One of the initial reports about neurological signs related to Louis had been sent to higher levels much earlier than the moment when William and Catherine were fully informed. According to several sources later mentioned by royal journalists, the file had even been marked with a special status. Access to the document had been locked at a high security level within the internal archive system. This meant that only a very small number of people inside the palace had permission to see the full content of the report. Even more notable was the timing of that decision. The file had been locked under an internal directive around 6 months before the deeper medical examinations officially began. For people familiar with how the palace operates, this detail suggested a clear possibility. Early information about the condition of Louis may have been reported to the king much earlier than expected. If that was correct, King Charles may have known about the medical suspicions even before the parents of Louis were fully informed. This was the detail that Princess Anne was believed to find particularly important, because it did not involve only medical decisions. It also involved the way information was controlled inside the family. According to some sources close to the family, after reviewing the records, Anne sought a private conversation with Catherine. The discussion was never officially confirmed, but many observers believe it became a crucial moment in the entire story. During that exchange, Anne was believed to acknowledge that Catherine's original instinct about the need for earlier medical examinations may have been completely correct. One sentence repeated many times in later analysis was believed to come from that conversation. Anne reportedly told Catherine that she had been right from the beginning. If the documents reviewed by Anne truly reflected the sequence of events, then the delay may not have been only a temporary decision to manage communication. It could have been part of a longer strategy lasting many months in order to avoid triggering a strong public reaction. But information control systems like this rarely last forever. As more people within the family began questioning the missing timelines, pressure on the palace increased rapidly. And once the truth started moving beyond the sealed walls of the palace, the story was no longer just a private matter for the Windsor family. The entire nation began paying attention. When the first reports suggesting that the palace may have delayed responding to Prince Louis' health condition began appearing in media discussions, the public reaction moved much faster than royal advisors had anticipated. For many years, internal matters of the Windsor family had usually been managed quite effectively through official statements and carefully designed communication strategies. But this time, the story involved a child who was only 7 years old, and public opinion responded in a very different way. At first, posts appearing on social media mainly questioned the delay in confirming medical information. However, within a short time, these discussions began spreading across many different platforms. One phrase quickly became the center of online debate: the hashtag Justice for Louis. Many people argued that if early reports had already existed beforehand, the boy's family should have been fully informed much earlier in order to make timely medical decisions. According to media data analysis companies, the scale of this wave of discussion was far larger than most royal controversies in recent years. Within the first 72 hours after the story began spreading, more than 2 million posts across social media platforms directly mentioned concerns about transparency in how the palace handled information. Many observers described it as the largest public reaction involving the monarchy since the public disputes that followed the death of Princess Diana. Public attention did not stop at online discussions. In the following days, several civil groups began organizing peaceful gatherings near Westminster and outside Buckingham Palace. These gatherings were not large-scale demonstrations in the traditional sense, but they continued for 5 consecutive nights and attracted significant attention from international media. Most participants were asking for something quite simple. They wanted to know whether information about Prince Louis' condition had truly been delayed within the palace. Some people carried signs asking the royal family to be more transparent whenever issues involving children's health and rights appeared within the system. Public pressure quickly spread into the political sphere as well. In the British Parliament, several members of Parliament began raising questions about the level of transparency within internal royal mechanisms, particularly when those decisions could affect individuals within the line of succession. A few short discussions were introduced during parliamentary sessions about whether regulations related to medical information and the privacy of royal family members might need to be updated in a modern context. Constitutional experts emphasized that these discussions did not mean that Parliament was directly interfering in the private lives of the royal family. However, the fact that the story had rapidly become a political subject showed that public concern had already moved far beyond the boundaries of a family matter. In that environment, advisors inside Buckingham Palace began realizing that the traditional strategy of silence, which had often been used during sensitive situations, might no longer be effective. With every passing hour, the number of articles, comments and analyses continued increasing, along with wider speculation, pressure from public opinion. Media coverage and parliamentary discussions created a situation the palace could no longer easily avoid. Eventually, all attention began focusing on a single person who could make the next decision: King Charles. Under growing pressure from the public, the media, and even internal family debates, King Charles was finally forced to deliver an official response. For several days before that moment, advisors at Buckingham Palace had been considering different communication strategies. However, once the story had become a national conversation across Britain, the only remaining option was to announce a clear and constructive step forward. The statement released by the palace emphasized two important points. First, the royal family confirmed that Prince Louis would retain his title and his position within the family. There were no plans to change the boy's status in any way. Second, King Charles announced the creation of a new initiative called the Prince Louis Foundation. It was described as a support fund for families with children suffering from chronic illnesses or rare neurological disorders. According to the initial announcement, the foundation would focus on three main areas. The first area was financial support for medical research programs aimed at improving early diagnosis of neurological conditions in children. The second area was helping families gain better access to long-term care services, which are often extremely expensive and complex. The third area was raising public awareness about the challenges families face when caring for children with chronic conditions. One detail that drew considerable attention was the expected scale of the program. According to the plan released alongside the statement, the Prince Louis Foundation aims to support more than 10,000 children living with chronic illnesses during its first 5 years of operation. If this target is achieved, it would become one of the largest charitable initiatives ever launched directly in connection with a young member of the royal family. For many observers, the decision carried not only humanitarian meaning, but also represented an attempt to close a tense chapter. Instead of continuing to debate what may have happened behind palace doors, the royal family appeared to be shifting the focus toward helping families facing similar situations. A few days after the statement was released, key members of the royal family appeared together at a public event. William, Catherine and their children stood beside King Charles on the palace balcony in a rare moment that suggested unity after several weeks of intense pressure. For the public, that image carried a clear message. Despite the controversy and the doubts that had surfaced, the Windsor family was trying to move forward, and within this difficult story, hope still had a place. The story you have just heard is not simply an internal dispute within the Windsor family. It raises a larger question about how the monarchy handles truth, responsibility, and public trust in an age of transparency. What happened with Prince Louis may become a turning point that forces the palace to change the way it confronts crisis. But whether that change will truly happen is something many people are still watching closely. If this video made you think, please like, share, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you do not miss the next analysis, and leave a comment below. Do you believe the royal family will truly change after this scandal? See you in the next video. An afternoon that had seemed entirely ordinary at Buckingham Palace unfolded into a chain of events that sent shockwaves through the royal household. During a routine inspection of the jewelry archives, the supervising team discovered that the sapphire Jubilee brooch, the emblem associated with the 65-year reign celebration of Queen Elizabeth II, showed signs of alteration at its base compared with earlier archival records. The discrepancy was not large, but it was sufficient to trigger a special review procedure. From the 4th of May to the 15th of May in the year 2025, access control data for the secured preservation area was re-examined. Internal logs recorded a communication originating from the private quarters connected to Queen Camilla during a period that coincided with the time the jewel was noted to have irregularities. At the same time, A source indicated that the brooch had appeared outside the standard storage zone without a complete transfer record. What elevated the matter beyond a routine administrative concern was not merely the material value of the item. This was a historical symbol of an entire reign. When suspicion reached the inner circle of Queen Camilla, the issue immediately extended beyond the scope of clerical oversight. So, what truly transpired during those 11 days? Was Camilla directly connected to the alteration of the jewel, or was she concealing a deeper royal secret? Leave your comment below. Enter number 1 if you believe this was an intentional act. Enter number 2 if you think Camilla may have been placed in a more complex situation than the public can see. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the full developments ahead. Now we turn back the clock and trace each detail that caused the crown itself to tremble. The startling discovery began with what appeared to be a minor detail during routine housekeeping in the guest and family quarters of the palace. According to internal sources, a housemaid named Eleanor Partridge was the one who first noticed something unusual. While rearranging belongings in the room of Eliza, the niece from Queen Camilla's side of the family, she observed a jewelry box with an unfamiliar structure. The base was thicker than normal, and, upon closer inspection, she discovered an additional concealed compartment crafted beneath the velvet lining. Inside that false bottom compartment was a large sapphire brooch. According to the initial description, the central sapphire weighed 118 carats, surrounded by diamonds cut in a classic style. This was not an ordinary ornament. It was identified as matching the Sapphire Jubilee brooch, created to mark the 65-year reign celebration of Queen Elizabeth II. The piece had appeared at numerous significant events and was regarded as part of the national heritage, classified under special preservation within the royal collection. Eleanor Partridge reportedly did not handle the matter on her own. She informed the head of the household department directly. Security protocols were activated immediately thereafter. The brooch was transferred to the authentication unit to confirm its legitimacy. Preliminary findings indicated that the specifications of weight, metal structure, and stone cutting corresponded with archived records. However, another detail raised deeper concern. The rear frame of the brooch showed signs of having been removed and reattached. The fastening screws were no longer in the original condition shown in prior archival photographs. The appearance of such a historically and symbolically significant artifact in the private room of an individual not directly responsible for the royal collection placed the palace in a state of alert. Questions arose at once. How had the jewel left the secured storage area without a formal transfer record? Who possessed authorized access during that time? And more importantly, what was the purpose of concealing it within a false bottom box? Eliza, Camilla's niece, holds no official role within the ceremonial system or the management of royal assets. According to a source close to the family, she frequently enters and exits the palace as a relative. This raises the possibility that private quarters do not face the same strict controls as the central treasury area. However, for an item classified under special preservation to leave its designated location would require approval at a high level, or at the very least, the oversight of a link within the monitoring chain. An expanded inspection was swiftly conducted. Security camera systems along the corridor leading to the storage vault were reviewed for the 14 days preceding the discovery. Electronic access logs recorded several door openings outside standard hours, though not enough to conclusively establish a clear violation. In parallel, the internal audit team began reconciling the inventory list of items within the special heritage category. A number of pieces were noted to have minor discrepancies in storage position, though none were reported missing. The figure of 118 carats for the central sapphire carried not only immense material worth, within the context of the 65-year Jubilee symbol, it represented the endurance of a reign and the image of stability projected by the monarchy to the public. For this reason, the discovery of the brooch inside a false bottom box rather than within its designated secure vault, pushed the issue far beyond asset management. It touched upon questions of trust and transparency within the palace walls. According to a source familiar with the internal exchanges, the preliminary report was delivered to the office of the king only hours after the brooch's authenticity was confirmed. The initial response was described as serious and cautious. No public statement was issued. All personnel directly connected to the archives were instructed to maintain absolute silence while the internal investigation proceeded. Another notable detail concerned the condition of the jewelry box itself. The false bottom compartment was crafted with considerable precision, not a temporary modification. This raised the hypothesis that the concealment may have been prepared in advance rather than an impulsive act. However, no evidence has shown that Eliza personally created the structure, nor has there been any official conclusion regarding how or under what circumstances the brooch was placed there. The situation grew even more complex when the timing of the discovery coincided with a scheduled financial review and internal asset audit. This led to speculation that without the audit, the brooch might have remained undiscovered for a far longer period. What began as a routine inventory procedure quickly evolved into a sensitive investigation involving a national symbol. As of this stage in the unfolding events, no official conclusion has been reached regarding motive or specific responsibility. However, the fact that a significant Jubilee heirloom was found under such circumstances has been enough to generate concern within the royal household. This is no longer a personal matter concerning a single family member. It raises broader questions about the mechanisms in place to safeguard the most symbolically important assets of the reign. But this was only the beginning. 10 days before Eleanor, Partridge opened the false bottom box. Another audit had been conducted quietly, and the findings from that earlier review revealed an even darker layer behind the entire affair. The 4th of May in the year 2025 was recorded as the official starting point of the chain of events. As part of the periodic audit of royal assets, Royal Treasurer Donald Walton began cross-referencing the list of special heritage items with the physical archival records. This process is traditionally carried out discreetly each year, focusing on jewelry, documents, and artifacts of high historical value. However, this particular review quickly uncovered 3 serious discrepancies. The first item noted as missing from its standard preservation location was the sapphire Jubilee brooch. According to records, the brooch was required to be placed in a dedicated vault with restricted access codes and had last been sealed and certified at the end of the previous quarter. When the vault was opened for verification, the container box remained in place, but the interior was empty. The most recent transfer record did not indicate any movement for event use or exhibition. The second discrepancy involved a special pearl necklace. This was the necklace worn by Princess Diana at the funeral in the year 1997. The piece carries not only material value, but also profound symbolic meaning for the public. It is classified among national memory artifacts and is typically accessible only under strict control conditions. Archival records indicated that the necklace should have been stored in a blue velvet case within a designated compartment bearing an identification code. However, during inspection, the case was present, but the necklace was gone. The third discrepancy was even more serious in terms of documentation. 2 diaries sealed during the period of national lockdown were stored within the confidential archives. According to a prior directive, these diaries were to remain sealed until the year 2122, a term equivalent to nearly 100 years from the date of signing. Records clearly indicated a sealed status of 99 to 100 years, and no individual was permitted to open, copy, or access the contents before that time unless authorized by the highest level of command. Upon inspecting the archive, Donald Walton discovered that the storage position of the 2 diaries had been altered. One was no longer in its original sealed compartment, and the other showed signs of having been moved. The relocation of a document sealed until the year 2122 was virtually unprecedented in the history of royal archival management. No one was permitted to touch it for nearly a century. This regulation had been established to protect privacy and institutional stability across generations. For that reason, even the indication of movement was sufficient to activate internal alarm procedures. Donald Walton reportedly did not immediately disclose the information beyond the audit scope. He conducted an additional round of cross-checks with the Security Management Department and the Archival Division before drafting a preliminary report. Electronic access data to both the Treasury Vault and the confidential archives for the preceding 30 days were extracted. Several access entries were recorded within authorized timeframes. Yet no official order existed concerning the movement of the three aforementioned items. Notably, all three discrepancies emerged within the same audit cycle, a symbolic jewel of the 65-year Jubilee. A pearl necklace associated with the funeral of $1,997, and 2 diaries sealed until the year 2122. This combination raised questions beyond the possibility of isolated misplacement. It suggested the potential of a deliberate sequence of actions, or at the very least a serious lapse within the protective system. The preliminary report was delivered to the office of the king that same day. According to a close source, the initial response was to demand absolute confidentiality. No broad internal announcement was made. Only a very small group was informed of the detailed contents. The objective was clear. Verification would come first, before any information risked reaching the public. The subsequent review focused on the movement history of the 3 items over the previous 6 months. For the Sapphire Jubilee brooch, its most recent public appearance had been at an internal commemorative event. Records then indicated that the return procedure had been completed. However, security cameras along a secondary corridor leading to the preservation vault recorded a door opening outside standard hours at the end of April. The access card holder possessed authority, yet the purpose was not specified in the log. Regarding Diana's pearl necklace, records showed that the piece had not been publicly used for many years. The most recent preservation procedure had been conducted at the beginning of the year, bearing confirmation signatures from 2 responsible staff members. Its disappearance from the storage case without a transfer record suggested either a documentation error or an act exceeding authorized authority. The 2 sealed diaries represented the most sensitive case. Under regulation, any operation involving sealed documents requires dual-level approval and full video recording. The absence of one diary from its original position gave rise to the hypothesis of unauthorized access. However, at that stage, there was no direct evidence that the contents had been opened. Against this backdrop, a decision was made swiftly. King Charles did not wait for the final conclusion of the initial inspection round. According to internal sources, he ordered a top-level confidential investigation, separate from the standard audit process. The investigative team was instructed to operate independently, to review the entire chain of access records, to reconcile security documentation, and to conduct discreet questioning of individuals connected to the 3 items. Within only a few days after the 4th of May, the scope of the review expanded to include private residential areas connected to family members and relatives who frequently moved in and out of the palace. All of it was conducted in silence. There was no official announcement, no public confirmation. Yet inside the institution, pressure mounted with each passing day as 3 symbols from 3 different chapters of royal history disappeared simultaneously from the most tightly secured locations. It was during this expansion that a new lead began to surface, one that would later point to the shocking discovery of the true location of the Sapphire Jubilee brooch. The internal investigation was formally activated immediately after the audit report, dated the 4th of May, was delivered to the office of the king. The individual appointed to oversee the process was Sir Clement Mallister, a long-standing figure within the Royal Security Advisory System. known for his meticulous approach and his preference for evidence over speculation. The initial scope of the inquiry focused on the 3 items missing from the Special Preservation Registry. However, within days, attention narrowed to a specific chain of data linked to the internal communication system. Sir Clement ordered the extraction of all internal call logs, covering the period from the end of April to the middle of May. This was an unusual step, as the palace communication network is considered highly secure and rarely subjected to suspicion. During cross-examination, one detail stood out. At 3:49 in the morning, a call was placed to the security post responsible for the corridor leading to the storage vault area. The call lasted less than 2 minutes. Yet its timing drew particular scrutiny from investigators. System data identified the precise origin of the call as coming from the private residential wing of Queen Camilla. This was not a speculative assumption based on proximity, but the result of high-accuracy internal signal location tracking. The internal call, traced precisely to the private wing of Queen Camilla, was recorded within the same time frame that the door control system for the secondary corridor leading to the preservation vault registered an opening outside standard hours. The night shift guard on duty at that time was Robert Halton. According to the roster, he was responsible for monitoring the secondary corridor and documenting any unusual movement. When summoned for internal questioning, Robert Halton initially asserted that there had been no signs of intrusion or alarm during his shift. The system recorded no alert activation. The door had been opened using a valid access card. There was no forced entry, no tampering. The entire sequence appeared clean, as though it had been an authorized procedure. However, when Sir Clement compared the timing of the 3:49 call with the door opening record, the gap was only a matter of minutes. This raised immediate questions regarding the content of the call. Why was a call placed from the private wing of Camilla at such a sensitive hour? And why was it followed almost immediately by access to the storage area? Robert Halton underwent further confidential questioning. According to a source familiar with the process, he admitted to receiving the call at that time. The conversation was described as a request to facilitate access through the secondary corridor for authorized personnel to enter the storage area for urgent inspection purposes. There was no written confirmation attached. Yet he stated that, because the call originated from a high-authority residential zone, he did not seek additional verification. The problem was clear. Security regulations require that any access outside standard hours must carry dual electronic written confirmation. No such confirmation was recorded in the system. When asked why he bypassed this step, Robert Halton reportedly appeared uneasy. After a second round of questioning, he acknowledged receiving a personal financial transfer several days after that shift. The amount was not large by market standards, yet sufficient to raise suspicion of inducement. Sir Clement did not rush to conclusions. He ordered financial tracing of transactions connected to Robert Halton within the 30 days before and after the incident. Banking data revealed a transfer originating from an intermediary account not directly registered to any member of the royal family. However, deeper investigation indicated that the intermediary account was linked to an individual who regularly worked within the private residential area of Camilla. The crucial point was that there were no signs of break-in, no alarm, no breach of protective mechanisms. The security system had not been penetrated from the outside. This reinforced the hypothesis that if assets had been moved, it was done from within, with the assistance of at least one link in the protective chain. The method was described in the preliminary report as clean, almost surgical. No visible trace of coercion, only quiet, electronic, and financial data connecting in sequence. During additional review, investigators also cross-referenced the 3:49 call with internal movement schedules of residents within the private wing of Camilla. There was no direct evidence that Queen Camilla personally placed the call. However, the signal origin was precisely located within her private area. This elevated the matter to a far more sensitive level. The later discovery of the sapphire Jubilee brooch in Eliza's room further tightened the chain of data. The timing of the call, the timing of the door access, the discrepancy noted in the audit of the 4th of May, and the discovery in Eliza's room all fell within the same 10-day window. Sir Clement compiled his report at this stage with a provisional conclusion that there had been internal interference within the Special Asset Preservation System. The 349 call from Camilla's private wing was identified as a key link. Robert Halton admitted to bypassing the dual confirmation protocol and receiving financial benefit afterward. There was no evidence of external intrusion. The entire sequence unfolded within a controlled environment. This report was delivered directly to the king under strict confidentiality. According to a close source, upon reading the section detailing the internal call location and the financial transfer connected to the guard, the reaction was described as prolonged silence. There was no immediate statement, no public exchange. By that point, however, for the investigative team, the evidence was sufficient to assert that this was no longer an administrative oversight or technical error. The chain of data had closed at a preliminary level. Few alternative interpretations remained, and once the pieces had aligned, the next step became unavoidable. King Charles decided to summon Camilla to confront her directly with the findings of the internal investigation. The confrontation took place in the middle of May in the year 2025 during a specially convened closed session. Those present included not only the king but also Prince William, Princess Anne, and Prince Edward. This was not an ordinary family discussion. According to internal sources, the session was structured as a high-level emergency meeting, complete with formal minutes and the presence of legal advisors. The sole agenda was the investigation findings concerning the sapphire Jubilee brooch, the pearl necklace associated with the funeral of 1997, and the 2 diaries sealed until the year 2122. Sir Clement Mallister was asked to present a summary of the principal findings. The call data at 3:49 in the morning, originating from the private wing of Camilla, the opening of the secondary corridor door shortly thereafter, the admission by guard Robert Halton that he had bypassed the dual confirmation protocol and received a financial transfer following his shift, the discovery of the 118-carat brooch inside a false bottom jewelry box in Eliza's room. The entire chain of information was laid on the table as administrative and technical evidence. Without speculation, when invited to respond, Camilla did not deny that the brooch had left the secured vault. According to the statement recorded in the minutes, she argued that the jewel had been verbally promised earlier within a family context. Not as a formal transfer, but as an internal understanding. She maintained that there had been no intention to appropriate it, only a misunderstanding of procedure. However, no document or independent witness confirmed such a verbal promise. For a Jubilee heritage item marking 65 years and classified under special preservation, any transfer required written approval. Regarding the 2 sealed diaries, Camilla offered a different explanation. She contended that the content from the period of national lockdown might contain sensitive information which, if leaked or misinterpreted, could damage the image of the monarchy in the future. According to her account, the temporary relocation was intended to protect the institution from potentially harmful material, not to publish or exploit it. Yet the regulation sealing the diaries until the year 2122 had been established precisely to prevent subjective intervention of that kind. No individual, including the Queen Consort, held authority to alter their storage location unilaterally without formal authorization. The atmosphere in the meeting room was described as grave and restrained. Prince William reportedly emphasized the issue of precedent. If a senior member could reinterpret regulations governing national heritage and diaries sealed for nearly a century, the entire protective framework would lose its binding force. Princess Anne raised direct questions about the internal call at 3:49 in the morning. Camilla did not admit to placing the call personally, but neither did she provide a specific explanation for why the signal had originated from her private wing at that hour. The focus shifted to institutional responsibility. King Charles listened to all presentations before offering his view. According to a source present, he did not center on personal motive, but on principle. The Jubilee brooch, Diana's pearl necklace, and the two sealed diaries were not private possessions. They belonged to the institution, standing above family relationships, any intervention, regardless of intention, if conducted outside established procedure, created a dangerous precedent. A decision was reached after extended discussion. King Charles declared the removal of all ceremonial duties then held by Camilla, including public representative roles at national events. Her honorary military patronages were suspended. At the same time, her public activities were placed on indefinite hold, pending further notice. The measure was recorded in the minutes as a temporary step to safeguard institutional integrity during continued investigation. The figure that shocked observers was not the 118 carats of the sapphire, but the precedent itself. For the first time in modern history, a queen consort had her public functions withdrawn by her reigning husband. The decision did not revoke her status as the king's wife, but it removed her from all official representative activity. Within royal structure, such a step was extraordinarily rare. No immediate public statement followed the session. Information was contained within a narrow circle to manage impact. However, schedule adjustments became visible only days later. Events Camilla had been expected to attend were reassigned to other members. The communications office issued only general notices regarding rearranged duties. Internally, the decision was viewed as a clear message about accountability. It was directed not solely at Camilla, but at reinforcing the principle that no one stood above regulation, not even the queen consort. Still, the question of true motive remained unresolved. Camilla maintained that her actions were intended to shield the monarchy from dangerous content within the two diaries. If that were so, what exactly did those pages contain? And why did they require relocation contrary to nearly a century of protocol? The session concluded with an order to continue expanded investigation, particularly into the source of the funds transferred to Robert Halton and the access chain connected to the movement of the three items. Camilla left the meeting without public comment. No declaration of guilt or innocence was made to the press. The decision stood. Public duties suspended. Ceremonial roles and military patronages paused. An unprecedented step in modern precedent had been taken from within the palace itself, yet a larger question immediately began to form. What would be the long-term consequence for the image of the monarchy? Would internal handling suffice to prevent a crisis of trust if information continued to leak? And what did the two diaries sealed until the year 2122 truly contain, that would lead a queen consort to risk bypassing nearly a century of regulation? The 15th of May in the year 2025 marked a clear turning point in the sequence of events. According to confirmation from internal sources, Camilla left the official residence and returned to Ray Mill House in Wiltshire, her private property from before, becoming queen consort. The move was not announced as public discipline. Yet within the context of suspended ceremonial rites, it was widely understood as a compelled withdrawal from the center of authority. Ray Mill House had long been known as a private retreat, separate from palace operations. In the new context, however, it quickly acquired a different meaning. It became a symbol of distance, not only geographically, but within the representative structure of the monarchy. There was no detailed press release, no personal statement, only revised schedules and absence from previously planned events. The most striking figure appeared within 72 hours after the closed session. Camilla's name vanished from the royal circular, the official record of public engagements by royal members. Numerous events were adjusted or cancelled. Receptions, award ceremonies, and patronage activities expected to feature her presence were reassigned or postponed indefinitely. The change unfolded rapidly and in coordinated fashion, indicating careful administrative preparation. Formally, no declaration labeled this as exile. Yet, in modern royal tradition, the complete removal of a queen consort from the royal circular within such a brief period had no recent precedent. It created a visible gap in representative structure and signaled the seriousness of the matter. Several days after Camilla departed the palace, King Charles delivered a previously scheduled televised address on responsibility and public trust. In that speech, he did not name any individual. Nevertheless, the content emphasized the protection of national heritage, transparency in the management of public assets, and the duty to place the institution above personal interest. The choice of language was widely assessed as cautious yet resolute. He affirmed that all assets of historical value belong to the nation and are administered on behalf of the people. He also emphasized that no individual, regardless of position, is exempt from regulations protecting those values. Although he did not directly mention the sapphire jubilee brooch, Diana's pearl necklace, or the two diaries sealed until the year 2122. Observers understood clearly the context toward which the speech was directed. The decision not to name anyone was viewed as a way to preserve public dignity while still sending a clear message about principle. Rather than engaging in personal confrontation on national television, the focus was placed on institutional standards. This approach aligned with the royal tradition of crisis management over many decades, prioritizing long-term stability over immediate emotional reaction. Nevertheless, official silence did not diminish the remaining questions. Was Camilla's withdrawal to Ray Mill House merely a temporary step during an expanded investigation, or a sign of lasting change in her role? How will the asset management system be adjusted to prevent a recurrence of such an incident? More importantly, what do the two diaries sealed until the year 2122 truly contain that led to such a risky decision? The decision was implemented swiftly. Public activities were restructured. The address was broadcast. Yet behind the ceremony and official messaging, a layer of unanswered questions remained. If the 118-carat brooch and the pearl necklace symbolize the past, then the two sealed diaries represent the key to the future. To understand the full picture, it is necessary to look deeper into the pages that have been locked away for nearly a century. After the investigation concluded, the personal diaries of Queen Elizabeth II were returned quickly and discreetly to the secure vault at Buckingham Palace. These were two worn leather notebooks containing handwritten entries from the period of global lockdown, a time when the royal family, like the rest of the world, faced isolation and uncertainty. Under the regulations of the Royal Collection Trust, such documents must remain sealed for at least 99 to 100 years, meaning they may only be opened around the year 2122. No one, including members of the royal family, is permitted access without legitimate justification. Yet this incident exposed a serious vulnerability. Someone had accessed and relocated them without triggering any alarm. Sir Clement Mallister, who led the internal investigation, personally supervised the return process. He confirmed the authenticity of the diaries through handwriting, verification, and limited content sampling that did not disclose sensitive detail. To prevent similar incidents, the security system was significantly upgraded. Reinforced steel doors are now equipped with new digital lock codes protected by multi-layer encryption. More importantly, only two individuals hold the complete access codes: King Charles III and the direct heir Prince William. This eliminates the possibility of access by third parties, including palace staff or other family members. Any digital copies, if they existed, have been permanently deleted, and surveillance cameras have been enhanced with facial recognition technology. These measures are not merely precautionary. They reflect the gravity of a scandal in which internal trust was compromised at the very center of authority. Yet behind this strengthened layer of security, unanswered questions remain. Did Camilla actually read the contents of the diaries? During questioning, she admitted removing them to protect the monarchy, implying that the entries might contain sensitive reflections about the future of the institution, perhaps doubts about stability, family tensions, or even assessments of specific members of the royal household. But did she act solely on assumption? Or did she quietly open and review part of their contents? The investigation found no direct evidence of reading. However, the concealment location, within the same private area where the sapphire brooch was discovered, suggests that she had sufficient time to examine them. If so, what she may have discovered could represent the true motive behind this risky action. What do the diaries truly contain? Internal sources speculate that they may include handwritten letters addressed to grandchildren, reflections on personal loss, such as the death of Prince Philip, or concerns about the role of the monarchy in a modern world. Suchdetails, if prematurely disclosed, could create significant instability and even provoke public debate about the Queen's legacy. The incident goes beyond the removal of documents. It raises broader questions about individual authority within the monarchy. Camilla justified her actions as serving the common good. Yet the investigation determined that the removal constituted a clear violation of the sealing regulation, a rule designed precisely to prevent subjective intervention. Now that the diaries have been secured once again, a central question remains. Were the secrets within those pages truly so dangerous that they justified risking an entire public position? Or was this explanation merely a cover for personal motive, such as a dispute over legacy? The investigation has formally concluded, yet its repercussions continue to echo through palace corridors, reminding observers that even the most carefully guarded secrets can be unearthed. When all evidence is considered, three key points emerge. The disciplinary decision was issued at the highest level. Its consequences were enforced almost immediately, and the sensitive documents now remain under absolute control. This indicates not an impulsive reaction, but a calculated step intended to safeguard institutional structure. Yet the core question persists. Does responsibility rest with an individual, or with the operational system behind the scenes? If the diaries truly contain material sensitive enough to warrant intensified security, what is being protected? The reputation of one person, or the stability of an entire system? Which perspective do you support? Comment number 1, if you believe this was the inevitable consequence of personal decisions. Comment number 2, if you believe the story is more complex than what has been publicly disclosed. If you would like a deeper analysis of sealed archival documents and comparable historical precedents, press like, share to broaden perspective, and subscribe to follow future updates. The British monarchy is an institution where power and responsibility move together. This file may be temporarily closed, but its consequences are not. On the evening of October 15, 2025, Prince William entered his private meeting room in his residence at Windsor Castle, his face weary and tense. In recent days, the pressure upon him had grown like an invisible mountain. King Charles was weakening by the day. Princess Catherine had yet to fully recover, and across England, the public began to ask, was William ready to become king? It was this very weight of expectation, responsibility, and the unrelenting scrutiny of the nation that left him barely a moment to breathe. Inside the room were only Princess Anne and 3 trusted aides. William fought to maintain his composure. Pale golden light fell across the wooden table, reflecting a face both resolute and exhausted. They were discussing the temporary assumption of some of King Charles's duties, a decision William himself was reluctant to admit was necessary. His voice was slow, steady, yet each word seemed laden with gravity. Suddenly, in the middle of the meeting, while discussing Queen Elizabeth's memorial, William abruptly froze. He raised a hand to his chest, his breaths quickening, then collapsed onto the table to the horror of those around him. Chairs toppled with a loud clatter. Princess Anne sprang to her feet, shouting for the doctor, while the aides rushed forward in panic. In that instant, the room seemed to stop. No one had expected the heir to the throne, a symbol of strength and steadfastness, to fall in the midst of a meeting. What do you think truly caused Prince William to collapse? Pressure, illness, or a warning the royal family has been desperate to conceal? To understand the real reason behind that collapse, we must look back at the strange signs that had appeared over the previous weeks. Throughout September and early October 2025, Prince William appeared increasingly unlike himself. The once brisk gait and familiar lively expression were replaced by a gaunt, pale man weighed down by worry. Royal correspondents noted he rarely smiled. And even at public ceremonies, William's eyes betrayed a fatigue he could not hide. Those close to him say it all began when King Charles had to be hospitalized for extended treatment. While the king rested at Sandringham, William carried nearly the entire burden of running royal affairs. His schedule was packed from meetings with advisors and ceremonial duties to a string of sudden trips. He slept only a few hours a night, ate irregularly, and often worked until midnight. One close advisor recalled, "He was always the last to leave the meeting room, though everyone could see he was utterly exhausted." Princess Catherine, still recovering from her own long treatment, worried but felt helpless, she confided to a close friend, "William doesn't know how to stop. He fears that if he rests, everything will collapse." Pressure after pressure left William in a constant state of tension. He reminded himself to stay strong for the country, for his father, and for his family. Yet his body had begun to respond. Princess Anne noticed first. In a private meeting at Balmoral in late September, she said bluntly to her brother, "William, you need a few days' rest. Go to Sandringham, breathe fresh air, and put work aside for now." William merely gave a faint smile, his voice hoarse from lack of sleep. "I can't. Anne, the country needs stability. If I step back, people will think the royal family is in crisis." Her words lingered in silence. She understood he had imprisoned himself in duty. Yet no one could convince him to stop. Staff within the palace reported that by early October, William's exhaustion became visibly pronounced. He often wore hats and sunglasses even in private meetings to hide dark circles beneath his eyes. On some occasions, he would sit in silence for long stretches, his gaze vacant, seemingly fighting through a severe headache. One aide recalled, "Prince William once signaled for water during a meeting, but his hands shook so badly he couldn't hold the glass." These signs worried everyone, yet none dared speak openly. The media began to raise questions. Leading British newspapers, including The Times and The Guardian, ran pointed headlines. "Is Prince William overworked? Heir appears alarmingly weary." Kensington Palace quickly dismissed the claims, asserting, "Prince William remains in full health and continues his duties." Yet behind palace doors, concerns continued to mount. A few days before the incident, William had begun complaining of persistent headaches and bouts of dizziness whenever he stood for too long. A private physician was called in for a preliminary check, and the advice was clear. "Your Highness needs to rest, at least a week, or your body will respond." But William refused. He replied curtly, "I cannot stop. Not now." Those close to him recalled that, on the very day the doctor left, he continued signing documents well past midnight, One long-serving advisor revealed, "He's living as though he can carry the entire kingdom on his shoulders. But every human has limits, and the prince seems determined to forget that." During a public audience on October 10th, while speaking about a charitable initiative, William suddenly paused mid-sentence. He gripped the microphone tightly, took a deep breath, and forced a smile. "Sorry, just a bit dizzy." The audience chuckled politely, yet those nearby could hear the tremor in his voice. Since returning to London, Princess Anne had been monitoring her brother closely. She sent him messages repeatedly, though not all received a reply. One day, a member of William's staff called Anne and said, "Your Highness, Prince William looks exhausted. We are genuinely concerned." Anne replied softly, "I know, but he listens to no one." It was reported that on the evening of October 13th, William told an aide that his heart was racing and his breath felt short, but he attributed it to stress. When the aide suggested contacting a doctor, he brushed it off. "It's nothing. I'll be fine tomorrow." That was the last time anyone heard William speak with such calm. Perhaps his body was sending out desperate signals. But no one dared to stop him. He continued working without rest, appearing before the public with a forced smile, speaking of duty and conviction. Yet behind those bright photographs lay a heart on the verge of exhaustion and a spirit eroded by royal obligations. No one knew that the lightheadedness and sudden headaches were the final warning signs. On the evening of October 15th, 2025, a thin, cold fog settled over Windsor Castle, silent and eerie. Most of the royal grounds were dark, save for a single glowing window, the private meeting room deep within Prince William's residence. Pale golden light spilled across the ancient grey stone walls, reflecting the slow-moving shadows inside. No reporters, no cameras. Just a closed meeting where some of the most critical decisions in England were quietly being made. Inside, William sat at the head of the table, hands resting on a thick dossier. To his right sat Princess Anne, the only royal present that evening. Across from them, two trusted aides, James Loughton and Michael Harrow, waited silently. They all understood the gravity of the meeting, discussing William's temporary assumption of military and royal duties on behalf of King Charles, who was undergoing long-term treatment within the Royal Medical Wing. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The scratch of pens and the soft rustle of paper punctuated the room. William's voice rang out evenly, clearly, revealing his intense focus. He spoke of the upcoming schedule, a review at Sandhurst, the memorial for Queen Elizabeth II, and a series of meetings with cabinet ministers. Yet the longer he spoke, the hoarser his voice became, and his breathing grew heavier. Princess Anne noticed something was amiss. She leaned slightly forward and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "William." He forced a small smile. "I'm fine. Just a little tired. Let's continue." The clock hands moved slowly. 8:12 p.m. A moment that seemed ordinary, yet it marked a terrifying turning point. William was mid-sentence, outlining military plans, when he suddenly fell silent. His face went pale, eyes wide and unfocused. The pen in his hand slipped onto the table, leaving a streak of ink. His hands trembled. Then he clutched his chest, gasping for air. For a brief instant, the entire room froze. Then, to the shock of everyone present, Prince William collapsed onto the table, his body tipping to one side before hitting the floor with a heavy thud. Chairs toppled loudly. Princess Anne screamed, her voice shaking. "Call the doctor. Quickly." James and Michael rushed forward, trying to lift him. They called out repeatedly, "Your Royal Highness. Prince. Can you hear me?" But William did not respond. His eyes slowly closed, his breathing weakening. Down the corridor, the sound of running footsteps echoed. One of the aides activated the internal royal medical alert, and the alarm bells rang out across the east wing of Windsor. Guards immediately closed the hallway, preventing anyone from approaching. At 8:16 p.m., the royal medical team arrived on the scene, including Dr. Harold Keane, who had previously cared for King Charles. They carried medical kits, a defibrillator, and oxygen tanks. "Step back. Let us check his pulse," Keane said quickly. An assistant knelt, feeling William's neck. "Weak, but present," he whispered. Immediately, they began resuscitation. Meanwhile, Princess Anne stepped back, hands trembling, tears brimming. She had never seen her brother so vulnerable. Since childhood, William had always been strong, a pillar for the family after Diana's death. The sight left her stunned, her heart tightening as though gripped by an invisible hand. "We need to get him to the medical wing immediately," Dr. Keane shouted. A stretcher was brought in, and two staff carefully lifted William. Every movement was executed with absolute precision. Eyes met, but no one dared speak more than a word. The corridor leading to Windsor Castle's special medical wing erupted into controlled chaos. White lights flickered, reflecting off the ancient portraits lining the walls, as if the very spirits of the past were watching. The wheels of the stretcher clattered against the stone floor, footsteps echoing sharply in the cold, cavernous space. At 8:21 p.m., William was transferred to the specialized medical room, previously used to monitor King Charles during his brief hospital stays earlier that year. Monitors were activated. Heart rate readings blinked intermittently. Doctors worked with urgency, checking blood pressure, administering IVs, and attaching ECG leads. Outside, Princess Anne waited in silence. No one spoke. The team of aides stood around, eyes heavy with worry. A nurse stepped forward quietly. "The prince is temporarily stable, but we need to monitor him further." Anne nodded gently, exhaling deeply, though her eyes remained shadowed with fear. By 8:45 p.m., the entire area was under strict lockdown. Security staff required everyone involved to sign confidentiality agreements. No one was permitted to disclose what had occurred. Phones were confiscated. All external communication cut off. Windsor Castle fell into a strange darkness, silent yet weighty with tension. While the doctors continued their work, Princess Anne sat quietly outside the medical room. Hands tightly clasped, she peered through the glass, watching her brother lie still, his pale face illuminated by the stark white light. Something inside her whispered that this was no ordinary fatigue. For weeks, Anne had sensed William's gradual exhaustion, yet she had never imagined it would escalate so quickly. At the same time, in the West Wing corridor, a young servant stood trembling by the internal phone. She had overheard a fragment of conversation between the doctors. They suspect symptoms similar to King Charles's condition. She covered her mouth, terrified. The lockdown prevented her from speaking, but rumors began to spread internally within hours. That night, Windsor did not sleep. The lights in the medical wing remained on until dawn. Wind whistled through the narrow windows, carrying with it the sounds of anxiety and secrecy. Every footstep along the corridors echoed like the toll of fate. In a desperate effort to keep everything under control, the royal household issued an urgent directive. No details regarding Prince William's health are to be disclosed. All information must go through the Buckingham Palace Communications Office. But in the modern world, secrets are fragile. A medical staff member left Windsor in the early hours of the morning. By noon the following day, an anonymous post appeared on social media, reading, "A serious incident has occurred at Windsor Castle. Prince William has been rushed for emergency care." The storm began in the early hours of October 16, 2025. The whole of England seemed to awaken in a nightmare. Major newspapers across London ran the same headline. Prince William suffers, serious health incident at Windsor Castle. The news broke at 5:40 a.m. But within less than an hour, emergency alerts flooded radio, television, and social media. Heir to the throne, hospitalized overnight. No one knew exactly what had happened behind the cold walls of Windsor Castle. But for the British public, the word serious alone was enough to make hearts tighten. In collective memory, the tragic death of Princess Diana in 1997 had never faded. And now, that same fear seemed to return. This time for her son, at Sandringham, where King Charles was resting. The telephone rang through the night. The on-duty assistant rushed in, voice trembling. "Your Majesty, Prince William has collapsed during a meeting at Windsor. He is currently receiving emergency care in the Royal Medical Wing." The king sat in silence, his face ashen. He slowly straightened, hands shaking as they rested on his knees. Despite having endured many crises, the news about his eldest son left him stunned. After a few moments, Charles gave the order. "Summon the advisory team immediately. No information is to be leaked." Within an hour, a lockdown was implemented. All staff present at Windsor were required to sign absolute confidentiality agreements. Outgoing calls were monitored, and the castle's internal network was temporarily disconnected. Charles sought to prevent panic, at least until his son's condition could be confirmed. But no matter how cautious, the British royal family could not control everything in the age of information. Just before 3 a.m., an anonymous source, believed to be a member of the royal medical team, quietly contacted a veteran reporter at the Times. Only a brief message. "A serious incident has occurred with Prince William at Windsor." By 5 a.m., the official statement was released. Within minutes, the nation was shaken. At Adelaide Cottage, Princess Catherine was awakened by urgent knocking at her door. A security officer spoke briefly. "Your Highness, the prince has been transferred to the medical wing at Windsor. You must come immediately." Catherine froze for a moment, unable to believe her ears. Only last night, William had texted her about the meeting with Princess Anne. She quickly threw on a robe. Without makeup, carrying nothing but her wedding ring, the escort vehicle sped through the night, slicing through the thick Berkshire fog. Meanwhile, at Windsor, Princess Anne remained by her brother's side. She had witnessed the entire ordeal, from the moment William collapsed onto the table to the doctors rushing in to administer emergency care. Now, as he lay in the medical wing, Anne sat silently in the corridor, her eyes red and swollen. He was utterly exhausted. She whispered to a royal aide. We all saw it, but no one stopped him. By 6 o'clock in the morning, major television networks began running breaking news. Reporters were stationed outside Windsor's gates, cameras fixed on the palace, where the windows remained tightly shut. Police increased security, blocking all routes leading to the castle. Yet it was this very silence that heightened public anxiety. In royal history, the phrase "no comment" was only ever used when matters were truly serious. On social media, speculation quickly spread. Some suggested that Prince William had simply been overworked. Over the past 2 months, he had appeared publicly almost daily, taking on military ceremonies on behalf of his father, attending diplomatic events, and handling hundreds of documents each day. He barely sleeps. An anonymous palace staffer told the Daily Mail, "The last time I saw the prince smile was over a month ago." Yet others began asking a more troubling question. Could William be suffering from a hereditary condition, like King Charles? Some newspapers dug up medical information previously disclosed during the king's treatment at a London hospital in early 2024. At the time, Charles was reported to have undergone a private heart procedure. Medical experts noted that if William inherited a vulnerable cardiovascular system from his father, A collapse under extreme stress would not be unexpected. On national television, renowned cardiologist Dr. Michael Rowe offered his analysis. Looking at the prince's recent schedule and appearance, it's clear he is in a state of total physical exhaustion. But the most concerning factor is genetics. Inherited heart conditions can remain hidden for years, only manifesting under severe stress. His statement immediately ignited public alarm. Shares of several major UK companies even dipped slightly that morning, as people and investors alike viewed William not merely as an individual, but as a symbol of national stability. Meanwhile, Buckingham Palace remained silent. The press office issued only a brief statement. The Prince of Wales is being monitored and cared for by the Royal Medical Team. His current condition is stable. We ask the public to respect the family's privacy at this time. But few believed the word stable. Insider sources revealed that Windsor's internal medical wing, the same facility used for King Charles, had been placed under complete lockdown. Only Princess Anne, Princess Catherine, and the designated medical team were permitted entry. By around 9 o'clock, Catherine was seen leaving the medical wing, her face etched with worry. A witness said she said nothing, quietly wiping away her tears. At Sandringham, King Charles had not yet appeared publicly. He spent the morning making continuous calls to doctors and advisors. According to a close source, the king was deeply emotional and felt guilty for allowing his son to shoulder so much. A longtime friend revealed, he said he should have stepped in sooner, to give William a chance to breathe. By midday, British television replayed a series of recent images of the prince, his frame thinner, eyes shadowed, smiles forced. The more the public watched, the more they realized the press might have been right. William was carrying a condition the family had long tried to conceal. Across London, people began leaving flowers outside Windsor Castle. No one spoke, but all understood the shared fear that had gripped the nation. Then, in the middle of the afternoon, a source from within the palace leaked the first medical summary. Though only a few lines long, it was enough to shock the nation. Prince William has shown abnormal cardiovascular signs and requires special monitoring. Those words were read live on BBC, leaving the studio in stunned silence for several seconds. An editor whispered, "God, not this again." No one spoke aloud, but everyone understood. The condition that King Charles had carried now, perhaps, passed on to the heir to the throne. In less than 12 hours, what had begun as a private meeting had escalated into a national crisis. For the first time in decades, the public realized that the throne, a symbol of the country's supposed stability, might be facing a storm. According to a preliminary report from the Royal Medical Team, several of William's health indicators, particularly his white blood cell count and immune system markers, were abnormal. These figures were strikingly similar to those recorded when King Charles was diagnosed with cancer in 2024. An anonymous insider within Windsor Palace told international media, "The doctors cannot conclude definitively yet, but they are genuinely concerned this could be hereditary. Anything is possible." The statement immediately sparked speculation and anxiety, not only within the royal family but across the nation. Even members less directly involved in William's daily duties began feeling the weight of the situation. The fear that the throne itself could be jeopardized if the Duke of Cambridge fell ill made the palace atmosphere tense to the point of suffocation. Windsor Palace convened an emergency closed-door meeting that night. The room was silent, illuminated only by dim yellow light on medical documents and computer screens displaying preliminary results. Close advisors, long-serving royal staff, and top physicians were summoned. Every eye in the room focused on William, still in the internal medical wing after collapsing the night before. Anxiety and tension were written across every face. No one dared speak, for any wrong word could worsen the situation. The preliminary medical report made the air even heavier. William's white blood cell count fluctuated abnormally, and some immune markers were below normal, strikingly similar to those seen when King Charles was first diagnosed with cancer. A royal physician, speaking anonymously in strict confidence, said, "We cannot rule out a hereditary factor. Further testing is required, but vigilance is essential from this moment." Meanwhile, other members of the royal family began to show more visible signs of concern, though they tried to remain composed. Princess Anne, with her usual calm, became the emotional anchor for those around her. She repeatedly reassured aides and medical staff, "William needs rest and careful monitoring. Do not panic. We must rely on data, not speculation." Yet even her eyes betrayed the tension, reflecting the fear that William might be facing a serious health issue similar to his father's. Outside Windsor, news began leaking despite attempts to keep it contained. Major outlets such as BBC, SNN, and The Guardian reported warnings. Prince William experiences health incident at Windsor. Could this indicate a hereditary condition similar to King Charles? Each article raised questions about whether William might be carrying the illness that the nation had followed closely when Charles was hospitalized in 2024. Even medical experts on television could not hide their caution. A leading cardiologist noted, "William's immune and white blood cell counts show certain similarities to the tests previously recorded for King Charles. Close monitoring is necessary." Inside the palace, the reaction among aides and medical staff was equally tense. Those directly responsible for William's care were on edge with every breath he took. Vital signs, heart rate, blood pressure, body temperature were tracked around the clock, with every minor change recorded. Doctors consulted continuously by phone with outside specialists, but strictly adhered to confidentiality protocols to prevent public panic. The discussions within the royal family extended beyond William's health. Immediately, the issue of succession became central. Should William suffer a serious setback, the throne could face an unprecedented situation not seen since Queen Elizabeth II's reign. Questions about the future, each royal's responsibilities, and maintaining public confidence were brought to the table. Every opinion was expressed with the utmost caution, for any misstep could shake the public's trust. International media seized the opportunity, constantly speculating. Some commentators highlighted the pressure of William's demanding schedule as the main cause of his health instability. Others emphasized the hereditary factor, recalling King Charles's cancer. Could this be Britain's greatest succession crisis of the century? Social media erupted, spreading anxiety and conjecture, as the public watched every detail of the Duke's health unfold in real time. While the public frenzy continued, Princess Anne maintained her calm and composed demeanor. She frequently checked on William, spoke with doctors and aides, and reminded everyone that decisions must be guided by data rather than emotion. She explained, "Nothing has been confirmed. None of us should panic over speculation. William needs rest, monitoring, and time." Her composure helped the aides and medical staff focus on caring for William, easing some of the chaos within the palace. However, pressure from the media and the public showed no sign of letting up. Even cautious medical experts could not ignore the preliminary similarities between William and King Charles. A close insider revealed, even the most skilled doctors had to acknowledge that William's abnormal white blood cell and immune counts immediately reminded them of King Charles's condition last year. That is why they wanted further, more detailed tests. This heightened the palace's vigilance. Closed-door meetings ran continuously for hours, from the medical wing to private conference rooms, ensuring that every decision was based on medical data and scientific analysis, not emotions or rumors. Precautionary measures were in place, From strict information control to ensuring the medical team was ready to intervene immediately at any sign of abnormality. Aides were also reminded of the critical importance of secrecy. Even a single leaked line could have unpredictable consequences. Anyone who violated protocol would face strict accountability. In order to protect not only William's health, but also the credibility and stability of the royal family. The following day, speculation continued, with international media analyzing everything from hereditary concerns to work-related stress. Many wondered whether William might face the same illness as his father, and, if so, what that would mean for succession. On social media, hashtags related to William's health quickly climbed to the top trending topics, reflecting the widespread reach of the information and the public's intense interest. Throughout it all, Princess Anne remained the voice of balance, repeatedly emphasizing that all actions and decisions must be guided by facts and data. She continually reminded those around her, "Do not let imagination or panic guide us. William needs care, monitoring, and time to recover." Her calm presence provided crucial emotional support, helping the royal family maintain control amid the storm of information. This was one of the moments when the British royal family faced its greatest pressure in decades. William's health crisis raised questions not only about his physical and mental well-being, but also about the responsibilities, reputation, and stability of the monarchy. Measures for information management, medical coordination, and public image maintenance were prioritized above all else. As Princess Anne had insisted, the final outcome was not yet publicly confirmed. But the anxiety and tension it had caused demonstrated one truth. Sometimes fear stems more from speculation, imagination, and public pressure than from reality itself. In the early hours of 18 October 2025, official information from Windsor Palace was finally disclosed internally. Prince William did not have any form of cancer. The cause of his collapse during the private meeting on 15 October was simply exhaustion and prolonged work-related stress. The news acted like a gentle breeze, easing the 2 days of worry and tension within the palace and across the royal family. Doctors closely monitoring William explained that in recent weeks, the prince had endured immense pressure. He stayed up late continuously to complete royal duties, from preparing ceremonies and memorials to attending official trips, while also following the schedule of his father, King Charles, who was undergoing treatment. William's white blood cell and immune markers showed temporary abnormalities, but medical experts confirmed this was entirely the result of fatigue and stress, with no connection to cancer or any other serious illness. According to the medical team, William must rest completely for at least 2 weeks, avoid all stress, suspend all royal duties, and focus on recovering both physically and mentally. This was non-negotiable. As his body was in a warning state, excessive pressure could lead to more serious health incidents if not addressed. A royal physician shared, "William has overworked himself. We cannot allow any sign that his body is working against him. Rest is now the only path to recovery." Once the information was confirmed, King Charles immediately ordered that William recuperate at Sandringham, which offered full facilities and the privacy necessary for recovery. William's key responsibilities were temporarily entrusted to Princess Anne, the only royal with both the experience and composure to manage sensitive situations. During these tense hours, Anne proved steady and decisive, ensuring that operations ran smoothly while closely supervising and supporting her brother's care and recovery. The reaction of Duchess Catherine also drew particular attention. Throughout the tense period, she had remained steadfastly by William's side and was seen leaving the medical wing with a face that reflected both relief and lingering worry. Catherine fully understood the pressure her husband had endured. Every moment over the past few days, she had closely monitored his health metrics, offered comfort and encouragement, and coordinated with the medical team to ensure that every preparation was made for the prince's recovery. It was not only the royal family who felt relief. Close advisors and palace staff expressed a sense of reassurance after receiving confirmation of the results. They had endured 2 days of intense anxiety, while initial reports remained unverified. And rumors about William potentially inheriting the same illness as King Charles had spread throughout the palace. Concerns about the throne and the stability of the monarchy had weighed heavily on everyone. But now, with the official confirmation, things were set back on course. Princess Anne, the only member who had maintained composure throughout the emergency, continued to remind advisors, "It's important to look at the facts and not let fear dictate decisions. William just needs rest and time. Everything will be fine." Her words not only reassured the palace staff, but also sent an important message about staying calm and controlling information during a crisis. Although international media had once surged with speculation about hereditary illness, now, with official information verified, the public felt a measure of relief. The episode served as a vivid example of how work pressure and stress can produce concerning health signals, and how, when amplified by the media, such signals can easily turn into a storm of rumors that unsettles public opinion. It was a lesson not only for the royal family but for anyone carrying heavy responsibilities under constant pressure. Detailed analysis from the medical team indicated that the abnormal metrics William experienced were simply his body's response to lack of sleep, irregular nutrition, and prolonged stress. His immune system had temporarily weakened, leaving him fatigued, dizzy, and low on energy. This explained why William had fainted in the middle of an important meeting, not due to serious illness, but because his body had reached its limit. Doctors emphasized that continuing to work at such intensity could lead to repeated incidents, potentially more severe. Thus, resting at Sandringham was deemed absolutely essential. Inside the palace, this information was kept strictly confidential. Everyone present at the 15 October meeting was required to sign a confidentiality agreement to prevent unverified news from leaking. Yet the pressure and strain the prince had endured left a lasting impression on advisors, doctors, and close aides. They understood that, although the final results brought relief, excessive stress could have serious consequences, making the monitoring and care of William's health the top priority in the coming days. Beyond caring for William, Duchess Catherine also had the responsibility of keeping their children stable, while coordinating with the royal family to ensure that information was tightly controlled. She became a vital source of emotional support, helping William feel secure, while doctors and aides focused entirely on monitoring his health and facilitating recovery. International audiences, though once stirred by rumors of a hereditary condition similar to his father's, now felt reassured by the official confirmation. Major media outlets such as BBC, CNN, and Sky News highlighted that William faced no serious illness and simply needed rest and recovery. Nevertheless, the episode remained a powerful reminder of how pressure and stress can impact health, particularly for those bearing immense responsibilities, such as the Prince of Cambridge. With these results, William officially entered a period of recuperation at Sandringham. This time is necessary for him to fully recover both physically and mentally. Free from the pressures of work and the media, Princess Anne will temporarily take on William's royal duties, ensuring that all activities continue smoothly and steadily. Overall, the unexpected collapse of William on the evening of 15 October, which had initially caused concern among the royal family and the public, is now clearly explained. The primary cause was exhaustion and stress, with no connection to any serious illness. It serves as a reminder of the importance of taking care of one's health, managing work-related pressure, and remaining calm in the face of unverified rumors. That afternoon, under a light drizzle along the road leading out of Windsor, Prince William stepped into his car. his gaze thoughtful as it lingered through the window. Everything around seemed hushed, leaving only the sound of falling rain and the steady, contemplative heartbeat of the Prince of Cambridge. The stress and worries of the past days, concerns over his health, and the weight of responsibility still lingered. A reminder that no one can remain unshakable in the face of every challenge. Princess Anne stood beside him. Seeing her brother off with her usual calm composure, she spoke softly, her voice deep and weighty. Sometimes, the burden of the crown is not in the crown itself, but in the endurance of the one who wears it. Her words were not only a reminder of William's responsibilities, but also a message about the human being behind the crown, that even the strongest have moments of fatigue, moments when care and understanding are needed. Windsor Palace returned to its peaceful state as if no incident had occurred. Yet a quiet tension lingered in the air, a subtle reminder of the fragility of health and the importance of rest. In a world of power, prestige, and heavy responsibility, sometimes the most precious thing is a moment of calm, a pause to recover and reflect. And as the car drove away, leaving glistening raindrops along the path, one question echoed in the minds of the public. Do you think William can continue to bear the weight of the crown after this fateful fall? What is really happening behind the closed doors of the British royal family? A simmering rumor has begun to spread, shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. Prince William, the heir to the throne, has taken an unprecedented step by directly intervening in the royal titles of Queen Camilla's family. And, as expected, Camilla is said to be furious. Reports suggest she did not hold back her outrage upon hearing the news. But what could have driven William to take such a bold move? Is this merely a symbolic gesture? Or is it the opening salvo in a deeper power struggle within the royal household? Could it be that Prince William is trying to restore order and dignity to his mother Diana's legacy by diminishing the influence of the Parker-Bowles clan? And what about Camilla, the woman who journeyed from the other woman to queen? Will she surrender so easily? This story is far more complex than what the public is being told. Join us as we trace each clue, peel back the layers of royal intrigue, and uncover why this clash might just mark the beginning of a new storm within the House of Windsor. According to senior sources, Prince William has formally initiated the process of revoking the royal privileges of Camilla's family, including ceremonial titles, status references, and informal access that Camilla had quietly secured for her children and grandchildren over the years. Although Camilla's relatives were never in the official line of succession, their growing presence in royal circles frustrated traditionalists and infuriated William and Kate behind the scenes. Now, that presence is being systematically dismantled in what aides call a monarchy reset. William reportedly instructed the palace to eliminate all honorary affiliations granted to the Parker-Bowles family, including their inclusion in royal invitations, seating arrangements at state events, and any mention in internal royal communications. This adjustment is presented as a restoration of strict constitutional alignment. But beneath the formal language lies a clear and stern message. The monarchy is for those born into it, not those who marry into it, and certainly not their extended families. How did Camilla react? Explosively, furiously. Personally, multiple sources report that Camilla erupted in rage, bursting into tears, shouting at staff, and labeling the directive a deliberate public humiliation. One witness overheard her yell, "I have spent decades earning my place, and now he is erasing me and my family with one stroke." It was not just that her grandchildren were barred from royal ceremonies. Her legacy was being severed from the crown. Despite her role as queen consort alongside Charles, the timing makes this even more striking. With King Charles facing mounting health concerns and William taking on more public duties, This decision seems to offer an early glimpse of William's reign. A leaner, stricter monarchy, free of controversy and personal favoritism, Camilla views this as more than a policy shift. It is a personal betrayal. Behind palace walls, a quiet struggle is unfolding. Not just over titles, but for the monarchy's very survival. Camilla Parker Bowles has played a long game for years. No one expected her to become queen, let alone one of the most powerful women in the monarchy. Vilified by the public, dismissed by royal traditionalists, and forever branded as the woman who came between Charles and Diana. Camilla not only secured her own crown, but began building an empire around it through calculated silence, steadfast loyalty, and impeccable timing. That empire extended beyond herself. It gradually encompassed her children, Tom Parker Bowles and Laura Lopes, and then her 5 grandchildren, none of whom carry a drop of royal blood, but all of whom began appearing in royal settings, raising eyebrows behind the scenes. Tom and Laura, Camilla's children from her former marriage to Andrew Parker Bowles, were initially obscure in royal circles. They lived quietly, rarely appeared in press photos, and held no formal roles within the royal family. But after Camilla married Charles in 2005, and especially as her public image softened in the 2010s, subtle changes emerged. These began with special access, private invitations to royal residences, participation in high-security family events, and even appearances at major public ceremonies. Albeit on the sidelines, Camilla's children received no formal titles but were granted quiet advantages. Staff began referring to them as the Queen's family, and courtiers were instructed to include them in certain royal documents, guest lists, and ceremonial protocols. According to a former royal aide, it started subtly. A name on a list here, a seat closer to the front there. But then, in the blink of an eye, they were treated as part of the royal inner circle. Camilla's shrewd patience made this possible. Never demanding too much at once, she gradually crafted a narrative of inclusivity, arguing that blended families should be embraced in a modern monarchy. Her boldest move came during King Charles's coronation, when her grandsons Gus, Louis Lopes, and Freddie Parker Bowles served as pages of honor. These roles were traditionally reserved for royal descendants or sons of dukes. The decision stunned some insiders. The coronation was a line in the sand. One courtier explained, "It was not just about respect for Camilla. It was a clear signal. Her family had arrived." Reports suggest Camilla quietly advocated for her grandchildren to receive ceremonial titles or at least public recognition, which would carry symbolic weight even without succession rights. She wanted her family to leave a lasting legacy, to be seen as an indelible part of the monarchy's future. What followed was a discreet but determined campaign. Royal photographers were expected to take